Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿707 on WhatIf. Now let's start. It was a regular night in Remnant, and the story began in a simple dust store called From Dusk Till Dawn. The only two people inside were the elderly owner and a young woman with red hair. She was engrossed in a weapons magazine, her hood up, music playing in her ears. The store was peaceful until the bell above the door chimed, announcing the arrival of a woman in a white jacket and bowler hat. Her orange hair flowed down to the middle of her back, and she walked with a confident sway that drew attention. Approaching the counter, she was flanked by 2 men, with 2 more behind her. The woman remarked on the difficulty of finding a dust store open at such a late hour, flicking the ashes of her cigar onto the counter. One of her henchmen pointed his gun at the old man, who pleaded for them to take his money and leave. The orange-haired woman reassured her men that they were not after the old man's money but the dust instead. The henchman began gathering the dust from the shelves. As one of the men moved through the store, he noticed the red-haired girl in the back and ordered her to put her hands where he could see them. However, she was oblivious to his command due to her music. When he approached and grabbed her shoulder to turn her around, she removed her hood, revealing her headphones. After she took them off, she asked if she could help him. The henchman repeated his demand for her to raise her hands, brandishing his sword. The girl tilted her head in confusion, questioning if she was being robbed. Before he could finish his sentence, he was unexpectedly propelled toward the front of the store, crashing past the woman at the counter. She signaled to another henchman, who rushed around the corner with his weapon drawn, only to be sent flying through the window, just like his companion. The fight unfolded with the same intensity as seen in action-packed shows. The orange-haired woman sarcastically remarked on the worth of her attackers just as she felt an oppressive presence, as if death itself was looming over her. The sensation affected the red-haired girl as well, but it vanished as quickly as it had come. Seizing the moment, the orange-haired woman sprinted toward the roof, leaving the girl in shock. Upon reaching the rooftop, she heard shouting behind her but focused solely on her escape. As she reached the top, a chilling sight awaited her. A figure clad in tattered clothing stood before her, towering at around 6 feet 4 inches. His glowing green eyes, tinged with purple, sent a wave of fear through her. Instinctively, she turned to flee, ignoring the calls from the red-haired girl behind her. Relief washed over her when she heard the engines of a bullhead approaching. She quickly boarded the ship, glancing back to see the figure still standing in the same spot, now holding something ominous. The red-haired girl was closing in on her. The orange-haired woman declared that this was where it ended for the girl, tossing a red crystal at her feet, momentarily halting her. Just as she raised her cane to fire, a flash of purple intervened, preventing the attack from hitting the girl. Suddenly, the ship jolted, and the pilot expressed frustration over their lack of movement. The orange-haired woman peered out the door, seeing nothing that could hinder their escape. She then recalled the figure she had fled from, noticing his outstretched hand glowing blue. Rushing back to the pilot, she informed them of the situation as they began to endure attacks from the huntress. The pilot abandoned the controls, leaving the orange-haired woman to manage the ship and prevent a crash. The mysterious figure outside retaliated, forcing the man to dodge by grabbing something at his feet and leaping away. Though he attempted to evade the attack, it caught him, knocking off his green hood and revealing a wild mane of green hair. Though she couldn't see his face, she felt his gaze on her, prompting her to quickly close the door as they made their escape. From Glinda's perspective, she sighed in defeat, realizing they had managed to get away. Turning to the young woman she had just saved, she noticed a man approaching, carrying something in his arms. She scrutinized him closely but could only discern his striking green hair. The young woman with red hair looked at him with stars in her eyes, expressing her excitement about meeting a huntress and asking for an autograph. He sighed as he heard a small laugh beside him. Turning, he noticed a young man standing next to him, surprising him since he hadn't heard him approach. The woman turned her attention to the young man, questioning what he found amusing and who he was. She noted that his clothes were unusual and seemed to be barely hanging on him. The young man glanced down at his attire and nodded in agreement. He introduced himself as Izuku-san and asked where they were. As he looked around, both women exchanged glances. He decided to inform him that he was in 𝐿𝐴. Izuku appeared confused, prompting him to ask where he was from. When Izuku mentioned he was from Japan, both women looked perplexed and asked for clarification. They stood awkwardly until he suggested they move to a more private location for questioning. The young man shrugged, while the young woman seemed hesitant, worried about potential trouble. Before they left, he inquired about what Izuku was carrying, and the response shocked him. Izuku casually mentioned that he was holding his daughter, who had been asleep due to a traumatic experience they had just gone through. The revelation caught him off guard for a moment, but Izuku quickly steadied him with an open arm, causing him to blush slightly. Izuku helped him regain his balance, and upon closer inspection he realized the young man couldn't be older than the child he held appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old but bore no resemblance to him. They would have much to discuss, he thought. Izuku, still confused, asked for their names. The young woman perked up and introduced herself as Ruby Rose. She then inquired about the earlier laughter. The other woman introduced herself as Glinda Goodwitch, and Izuku explained that Ruby reminded him of his younger self, which brought a smile to both women. Time passed, and Izuku and Ruby found themselves in an interrogation room. Ruby looked extremely worried while Izuku focused on 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who was now awake and sitting on his lap. Initially frightened, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 calmed down after Izuku reassured her that they were safe. However, she bombarded him with questions about their surroundings and Ruby's anxious demeanor. Izuku struggled to answer some of her inquiries, as he was uncertain himself. After about 30 minutes, the door opened to reveal 2 women. One was the one who had escorted him to the station, while the other was a silver-haired woman of similar height to Izuku. She had pure white hair down to her shoulders, wore small black glasses, a green turtleneck with a cross pin, and a black jacket. In her hands were a large cup of coffee and a plate of cookies. She greeted them with her appealing, slightly musical voice, introducing herself as Olivia Ashbin. Ruby gasped, growing even more nervous. As Olivia set the cookies on the table, Izuku noticed Ruby attempting to sneak one. He quickly grabbed one for himself and 𝐼𝐻𝐬, hoping no one noticed. Olivia smiled softly at Izuku, observing how he cared for the young girl. She then posed a question to Ruby about who had taught her to use such a dangerous weapon. Ruby, with her mouth full of cookies, mentioned her Aunt Quill, only to cough slightly, prompting Izuku to pat her on the back. She thanked him, but this led Olivia to turn her attention to Izuku. Olivia remarked that Izuku was an enigma, as there were no records of him or 𝐼𝐻𝐬, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. She noted that his displayed abilities were beyond what they could comprehend, and she sensed no aura from him, raising questions about his identity. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 continued to munch on her cookie, blissfully unaware of the serious conversation. Izuku mentioned he had an idea of how he arrived there but that explaining who he was would take some time. Olivia assured him they had time, so he began to recount his life story, deciding to keep his powers a secret for now. He explained a world filled with heroes and villains, where 95% of the population possessed superhuman abilities known as quirks, while the remaining 5% were quirkless. He described the harsh treatment of those deemed quirkless, often viewed as less than human and subjected to abuse. When they asked how he knew so much, he revealed that he had been quirkless until the age of 11, facing neglect from his family and mistreatment from former friends and even his sister. Their expressions reflected disgust at his past. He continued, sharing how he had run away and met his new father, Sung Jinwoo, who had granted him his powers. Him eventually passing away from old age after granting Izuku his powers and providing some training left Izuku to discover much on his own. By the end of the story, Izuku was emotional, reflecting on his past. It became easier when 𝐼𝐻𝐬 hugged him, assuring him that everything would be all right. In that moment, all Izuku could do was smile at the small girl in his arms. He was taken aback when Ruby, overwhelmed with emotion, tackled him in a heartfelt embrace. Looking over at the other 2 women, he noticed they were also teary-eyed, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 appeared quite upset. Olivia expressed her disbelief, pondering how someone so young could have endured so much. She then inquired about how Izuku had a daughter around 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲 age, noting that he would have had to be quite young when she was born. Izuku explained that 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲 was not his biological daughter. He had rescued her from a man conducting cruel experiments to eliminate quirks using her BLD. When she ran out, he would use his quirk to dismantle her and then reassemble her to stop her quirk. Upon discovering her plight, Izuku stormed the facility to save her, taking down everyone there except for one individual who, despite being unable to help, remained to protect her as best he could. 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲 chimed in, recalling how Izuku had saved her from the frightening man. Initially scared, she had trusted him when he assured her she would be safe. She remembered how he covered her eyes so she wouldn't see anything, and the stars in her eyes reflected her admiration for him. The women in the room found her adorable but were also filled with anger at the thought of what she had endured. Olivia thanked Izuku for sharing his story and asked why he had divulged so much to strangers. 𝐒𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐲 echoed her curiosity. Izuku took a moment to think while comforting Ruby, who was still clinging to him, and holding 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲 with his other hand. He explained that it was often easier to share personal experiences with strangers because they would listen without bias from past interactions. Although it could be awkward, he felt they were wonderful people and took a chance by sharing his story, which seemed to have resonated with them. Both Olivia and 𝐒𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐲 sat in stunned silence. Ruby had stopped crying but remained close, and Izuku continued to rub circles on 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲's back. After a moment, Olivia asked how they had ended up in their current situation. Izuku clarified that after his father passed away, he became a vigilante, targeting villains. He helped those who could be redeemed and dealt with those who could not, regardless of their status as heroes or villains. Olivia was shocked to learn he had killed heroes, but Izuku clarified that he only targeted the false ones who cared more for fame than for human life, often waiting for media attention before acting, even at the cost of others' lives. Olivia acknowledged his perspective but redirected the conversation back to how they arrived in this world. Izuku explained that he had been pursuing the #1 villain, who had the ability to take and give quirks. This villain had made a deal with one of Izuku's father's old enemies to eliminate him. They set a trap, kidnapping 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲 and forcing Izuku to confront them. His former family attempted to assist him in a misguided effort to earn his forgiveness, but their plan backfired tragically. Before her demise, his sister had passed her quirk to him, granting him a power boost sufficient to end the villain's reign of terror. However, unbeknownst to him, they had a backup plan that would take him out along with them. He barely had time to grab 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲 before the plan was set in motion. The next thing he knew, there was a bright flash of light, and he found himself on a rooftop with 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲 in his arms, standing before a woman with appealing orange hair who ran away before he could ask anything. The room fell silent as everyone processed Izuku's story. Ruby released him and returned to her seat, both she and 𝐒𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐲 wearing slight frowns. Izuku wondered about their expressions but focused on 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲, who had fallen asleep in his arms during his recounting. He waited for someone to speak, and Olivia finally asked if he could still use his full power and why 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲 had a horn on her head. Izuku replied that his powers had been reset upon arriving in this world, making it difficult for him to fight as he once could. He still had some control over the quirk he inherited from his sister, but it was limited, perhaps around 15 to 25%, and he had chosen to seal it away. When Olivia inquired why, he explained that when a quirk user dies, a fragment of their soul becomes trapped within the quirk. If he were to enter his mindscape, he could communicate with past users of the quirk, which he wasn't ready to deal with. As for 𝐼𝐬𝐲's horn, it was a byproduct of her quirk. Her quirk allowed her to rewind a living person to a previous point. Olivia was astonished by the power of the small girl sleeping peacefully in her father's arms. She expressed her thoughts, noting how understandable it was for the girl to be hesitant about using her ability. Olivia then made an offer to the two of them about attending Beacon College when the new term started in 2 months. Ruby, filled with excitement, shot up with stars in her eyes, exclaiming that it had always been her dream to go to Beacon. Olivia quickly silenced her with a gesture toward the sleeping 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐲. Olivia confirmed her seriousness, acknowledging Ruby's skills and expressing confidence in Izuku's capabilities based on the story he had just shared. Olivia found Izuku intriguing and wanted to learn more about him, a sentiment Glinda shared as she felt drawn to the young man. Izuku responded that he would be happy to join, but with one condition. He wanted to keep 𝐼𝐼𝐬 close, as he felt it was important for her to be nearby in a new environment. Olivia agreed, saying 𝐼𝐬 could sit in on lessons as long as she remained quiet, and if needed, she could stay with either Olivia or Ms. Goodwitch. With that settled, Izuku smiled brightly, causing the women in the room to blush. After regaining her composure, Olivia looked at Ruby for her response. Ruby, eager and enthusiastic, confirmed her longing to attend, asking if it would be all right for her to start earlier than everyone else. Olivia assured her it would be no problem, and Ruby nodded vigorously in agreement. Izuku then inquired about where he and 𝐼𝐬 would stay until they could attend Beacon. The room fell silent until Ruby excitedly suggested they could stay with her and her family. Everyone was taken aback by her outburst, and Ruby quickly sat down embarrassed. Izuku asked if that would be okay, expressing his concern about being a burden. Ruby nodded enthusiastically, explaining that it was just her, her sister, her mother, and her aunt living together, so it would be fine. When Izuku asked about her father, Ruby looked down, revealing that he had passed away during a mission. Understanding her pain, Izuku pulled her into a gentle hug, apologizing for bringing up a difficult memory. Ruby reassured him that it was all right and asked if he would join them. Izuku agreed, expressing gratitude for their hospitality and offering to help in any way he could, which made Ruby blush. Before they left, Izuku requested a favor. He wanted to take a shower and change clothes before going with Ruby, not wanting her family to think he was a threat. Ruby agreed, acknowledging that it would be a concern. Olivia confirmed that arrangements could be made, even offering to provide a change of clothes, but Izuku mentioned he had extras, attributing it to an ability inherited from his father. Olivia accepted this explanation and led him to a vacant shower at the station. After a brief time skip, Izuku had left 𝐼𝐬 sleeping with Olivia while he cleaned himself up. He was relieved to find that none of the BLD on him had transferred to Ruby during their earlier interaction. Once he was clean, he tended to his wounds and changed into his only outfit, which he felt made him look more like a villain than before. When he returned, he found the three women playing with a now-awake 𝐼𝐬. She noticed him first and ran to hug his leg, prompting a smile from Izuku as he ruffled her hair. The three women stared at him in shock, and he playfully asked how he looked while adjusting the glove on his right hand. Olivia, blushing, complimented him, saying he looked lovely, even better than in his old outfit. Glinda echoed her sentiment, agreeing that it suited him well. Ruby, too flustered to form a complete sentence, nodded vigorously while blushing heavily. Izuku suggested they head to Ruby's place, and she immediately sprang up, grabbing his arm and dragging him out of the station. He managed to say goodbye to Olivia and Glinda, promising to see them again at Beacon, while 𝐼𝐬 waved goodbye as they left. As they made their way to Ruby's house, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and worry about what lay ahead. Izuku and Ruby were on their way to her house, with Ruby animatedly talking about her family. Izuku found it endearing how much she cherished them. 𝐼𝐬 was perched on Izuku's shoulders, taking in the new sights around her. Eventually, they arrived at her house just as dawn was breaking. Izuku wondered if her family would be worried about her being out all night and how they would react to her bringing him home. He voiced his concern, asking if her family would be worried about her absence. Ruby stopped abruptly, looking horrified, and Izuku took her reaction as a confirmation. She expressed her reluctance to go home, but Izuku reminded her that they had already arrived, so they might as well face it together. Ruby slumped her shoulders and nodded solemnly as she approached the door. Before she could knock, the door swung open, and a woman who resembled an older version of Ruby enveloped her in a tight embrace, expressing her worry over Ruby's absence and her inability to contact her. Izuku watched the exchange with a nervous smile. Once the woman calmed down and released Ruby, she noticed Izuku standing nearby with 𝐼𝐬 on his shoulders, both observing the scene. She tilted her head slightly and asked who he was and why he was with her daughter. Izuku introduced himself, suggesting it would be easier for her to ask Ruby about his presence. The woman introduced herself as 𝐼𝐮𝐬 and insisted he call her Summer. Izuku introduced 𝐼𝐻𝐬, encouraging her to say hello. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shyly greeted Summer, attempting to hide behind Izuku's head. Summer exclaimed how adorable 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was, causing the little girl to jump slightly but smile shyly in response. Summer then playfully speculated if Izuku was Ruby's boyfriend, which made Ruby's face turn bright red and caused a slight blush to appear on Izuku's cheeks. Before they could clarify, the door slammed again, and two blonde women rushed out, excitedly asking if Ruby had brought home a boyfriend. To prevent further embarrassment for Ruby, Izuku quickly intervened, clarifying that they were not dating and had only met a few hours prior. The three women looked confused, and one of the older blondes asked why he was there if they weren't dating. As they began to adopt defensive stances, Izuku raised his arms to show he meant no harm, careful not to disturb 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Ruby, still blushing, stepped in front of Izuku and urged them to let her explain inside, assuring them it was for a good reason. This seemed to calm the three women, though they remained vigilant. Ruby suggested they go inside for breakfast while she explained everything. Summer agreed, mentioning she was about to start cooking. She then asked the two blondes to introduce themselves to Izuku. They nodded in response. One introduced herself as 𝐻𝐻𝐬 𝐿, while the other, with a playful tone, introduced herself as 𝐻𝐻 𝐿, adding a flirtatious wink. Izuku greeted them both warmly, introducing himself again and referring to 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as the little one on his shoulders. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 commented that 𝐻𝐻 reminded her of someone who used to chase Izuku, causing the three women to nearly stumble in surprise at the young girl calling Izuku Papa. Izuku quickly rushed to catch them, managing to support both blondes with one arm while steadying Summer with the other. The three women blushed at the unexpected display of strength. He helped them regain their balance, feeling nervous about the situation. Apologizing for causing them to trip, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Summer cleared her throat, still blushing, and thanked him for catching them. She then asked why 𝐼𝐻𝐬 referred to him as Papa. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 echoed her curiosity, trying to hide her own blush, while 𝐻𝐻 expressed admiration for his strength and speed. Izuku downplayed his abilities, saying he wasn't as strong as he used to be and that they felt light as feathers. The three women blushed deeper at his compliment. He glanced at Ruby, who was pouting and looking away, and patted her head, causing her to blush as well. He assured them that he would explain everything soon. Izuku suggested making breakfast while Ruby explained why he was there, and he would fill in any details she missed. The four women looked surprised for a moment, while 𝐼𝐻𝐬 appeared excited. Summer then exclaimed her disbelief that he could cook, prompting 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to chime in enthusiastically, declaring that her father was the best cook and nothing would change her mind. This made Izuku laugh, and he stopped patting Ruby's head, which caused her to pout. He then patted 𝐼𝐻𝐬's head and smiled at her, which made 𝐼𝐻𝐬 beam with joy, leaving the four women in awe of the adorable scene. After that moment, Izuku turned to Summer and the others with a questioning look. Summer glanced at the other three, who shrugged in response. She then stated that with such a glowing review she saw no problem, but they would remain cautious since they had just met. Izuku assured her that he took no offense and that it was wise to be careful, flashing a bright smile that made the four women blush again. He suggested they head inside to explain everything, and they all nodded as they walked toward the house. As Izuku cooked, Ruby recounted everything that had happened the previous night and explained who Izuku was and why he was there. Izuku had to interject occasionally when Ruby began to ramble or stray off topic. By the time she finished telling the story of Izuku's and 𝐼𝐻𝐬's lives, the three women were in tears, hugging 𝐼𝐻𝐬 tightly, which she thoroughly enjoyed. Summer playfully attempted to tackle Izuku into a hug, but he stopped her with a gentle but firm gesture. He told Summer that while he would love a hug from someone as appealing as her, he was cooking, and it would create quite a mess if he fell. Hearing this made Summer blush deeply, and the other women pouted at how easily he flirted with her. Izuku announced that breakfast would be ready in about 5 minutes and asked them to wash up and take a seat at the table, also requesting one of them to help 𝐼𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 insisted she didn't need help, declaring herself a big girl, which made Izuku chuckle. He acknowledged her strength but reminded her that even the strongest sometimes needed assistance. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 argued that he never asked for help, to which Izuku replied that he always had support from others, mentioning Uncle 𝐼𝐼𝐻 and the others with a laugh. 𝐼𝐼 insisted she would never forget her uncles, who always kept her safe. Izuku reminded her that he never fought alone and always had his family beside him. He felt the gratitude of 𝐼𝐼𝐻 and the others, sensing their presence in his shadow, waiting for his return to full strength. It was like being reset to level 1 in a video game, keeping all his skills but unable to use them fully. This thought brought him some peace, knowing they were still watching over him. Ruby, confused, asked who Uncle 𝐼𝐼𝐻 was, causing Izuku to flinch as he realized they were unaware of his powers. He quickly stepped in before 𝐼𝐼 could say more about him, announcing that the food was ready and inviting everyone to come and get it while it was hot. The 4 women quickly washed up, with tea helping 𝐼𝐼, much to the others' dismay. Once they were seated at the table, they admired the simple yet delicious breakfast of eggs, bacon, toast with jam, and pancakes. Izuku smiled and encouraged them to dig in, and they eagerly grabbed their forks, taking bites of the different dishes. As soon as the food touched their mouths, Izuku heard delighted sounds escaping them. Ruby exclaimed that the eggs were the best she had ever tasted, while Summer agreed. Yang praised the bacon for its perfect crunch, and T raved about the pancakes, describing them as soft and heavenly. 𝐼𝐼 enjoyed her food, knowing her papa was the best cook. After the initial excitement, they settled into a comfortable silence, savoring the magnificent meal. Once everyone was satisfied, they moved to the living room to continue their earlier conversation. Summer expressed that they wouldn't mind if Izuku stayed until Beacon opened for the year. T nodded with a smile, while Yang had a mischievous glint in her eye. She remarked that having a handsome cook like him around was a bonus, especially since they got to keep 𝐼𝐼 with them too. Tired of Yang's teasing, Izuku decided to use a tactic he had learned to counter her flirtation. He turned to her with a playful smirk, causing a shiver to run down the spines of the 4 women. He told Yang that he didn't know he was a mirror because the only attractive person he saw was her. This left her momentarily confused until she realized what he meant, causing her to blush deeply and stutter. Flustered, she quickly stood up, claiming she needed to step outside for a bit, stating it was getting hot in the room. The other 3 were shocked by her reaction. Yang was usually the one doing the teasing, and seeing her flustered was a rare sight. They turned back to Izuku, who was still smirking. T asked how he managed to make Yang so flustered, admitting she thought it was impossible. Izuku laughed, enjoying their confusion. He explained that during his time as a vigilante in his world, he had encountered a woman named Namuri Kiyama, whose hero name was Midnight. She possessed the unique ability to lull others to sleep with a soothing aroma that emanated from her skin. Despite her persistent attempts to catch him off guard, she never succeeded. Her attire was alluring, and her demeanor was equally captivating, designed to draw people close so she could use her power. However, he soon realized that her charm was merely a facade, hiding a genuinely innocent nature beneath. To evade her advances, he honed his skills in playful banter, discovering that the more flirtatious she became, the more vulnerable she was to cheesy lines and sincere compliments. Although he felt conflicted about toying with her emotions, he believed it was the only way to avoid being ensnared at the outset. Every compliment he offered was sincere. He had no longing to deceive or manipulate, fully aware of the pain that such actions could cause. The trio was taken aback by his revelation, contemplating his prowess and what might happen if they found themselves in a similar situation. None of them wished to experience that. Afterward, they engaged in conversation, getting to know one another until Yang returned, having calmed down. Eventually, Izuku announced that he would be stepping out for a while with 𝐼𝐼. When they inquired about his destination and offered assistance, he explained that he was searching for a job to provide clothing for both himself and 𝐼𝐼, as they had none. Although they insisted on helping, he declined, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality and not wanting to be a burden. With 𝐼𝐼 perched on his shoulder, he made his way to the door, discreetly commanding 4 of his shadows to keep watch over them. Once outside, he decided to sprint back to the city, with 𝐼𝐼 delighting in the rush of wind through her hair. Upon arriving in the city, he wandered through the streets, absorbing the sights and scents of this new world. After some time, he stumbled upon a friendly tavern displaying a help wanted sign. Entering the establishment, he noticed a few patrons scattered about but nothing overwhelming. Approaching the man behind the counter, who was cleaning a glass, he noted the man's impressive stature, nearly as tall as himself, with a bear-like physique, brown hair cascading to his shoulders, hazel eyes, and a thick beard. He inquired whether the tavern was still seeking help, to which the man introduced himself as Cliff and confirmed they were. When asked about his skills, Izuku mentioned his abilities in cooking and singing. Cliff pressed for details, and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she praised her father's culinary talents and his soothing singing voice that helped her sleep or calmed her nightmares. The enthusiasm in her voice drew chuckles from nearby patrons and caused Izuku to blush with embarrassment. Cliff, amused, decided to give Izuku a chance to prove himself, suggesting he perform both cooking and singing for the regulars to judge. The tavern's patrons perked up, excited at the prospect of entertainment. Izuku, feeling the weight of their expectations, sighed and asked Cliff to watch over 𝐼𝐬𝐬 while he performed. Cliff agreed, gesturing for 𝐼𝐬𝐬 to take a seat on a chair behind the counter. Izuku opted to sing first, heading to the stage in the corner where a piano awaited him. He turned to Cliff, asking what genre he should play. Cliff suggested a theme of lost love, and Izuku, inspired, mentioned he had written a song fitting that description. Cliff signaled a regular to record the performance, which was also streamed live. Taking a deep breath, Izuku sat at the piano, ensuring everything was in order before beginning. As he played, the tavern fell silent, all eyes on him. His voice conveyed the deep emotions of love lost, longing for reconciliation, and the pain of heartbreak. The regulars streaming the performance noticed the chat buzzing with curiosity about who this talented young man was. Meanwhile, at the 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬 household, Ruby wondered what Izuku was up to, noting he had been gone for hours. Yang teased her about her apparent concern for her new friend, which caused Ruby to blush and deny any romantic involvement. Just then, Ruby's scroll buzzed with a notification from HuntTube about a live stream from her aunt's favorite tavern. Shocked, she pulled it out and gasped at the sight of Izuku at the piano. Her family gathered around, astonished to see him performing. As he began to sing, they were left speechless by his talent, captivated by the emotion he poured into his song and curious about the inspiration behind it. Summer and Taeyong reflected on their late husband, tears welling in their eyes. Their daughters embraced them, and they continued to listen to the heartfelt song being sung. Summer wondered aloud about the reason behind the song, wiping her tears. Ruby explained that the singer was auditioning for a job at the tavern that Auntie Quill frequented when in town. Yang suggested they ask him about the song when he returned, and everyone nodded in agreement. They resumed their activities, but thoughts of Izuku lingered in their minds, pondering the struggles he must have faced to sing such a poignant tune. Meanwhile, at the tavern, the audience erupted into applause after Izuku finished his performance. He bowed to the crowd and returned to the counter where Cliff stood with 𝐼𝐬𝐬, who was bouncing in her seat, thrilled by her father's standing ovation. Izuku smiled and hugged her, which she joyfully returned. After they broke the embrace, Izuku turned to Cliff, inquiring about his performance. Cliff, laughing, remarked that if Izuku cooked as well as he sang, he couldn't wait to taste his food. He playfully slapped Izuku on the back, nearly causing him to stumble, but Izuku smiled back at the larger man. Cliff added that they were a tavern, not a five-star restaurant, so he should keep it simple. Izuku asked where the kitchen was, and Cliff pointed him to the door, encouraging him to show what he could do. Once inside the kitchen, Izuku assessed the ingredients available and decided to prepare steak and potatoes, opting for a straightforward dish as suggested. He seared the steak in a pan, adding butter, garlic, thyme, and various 𝗶𝐻𝐸s, continuously basting it as it cooked. Meanwhile, he prepared garlic potatoes with cheese. Once the steak reached a perfect medium well, he plated the meal and brought it out. Outside, the patrons eagerly awaited the dish, drawn in by the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. Cliff was excited to be the first to judge Izuku's cooking, much to the annoyance of the other customers. When Izuku presented the plate, Cliff wasted no time cutting a piece of steak and tasting it. He was pleasantly surprised by the flavors. The simplicity of the dish allowed the ingredients to shine, and he quickly finished the plate, leaving the other patrons eager to try it. Izuku asked Cliff for his thoughts on the meal. Cliff, with a grin, posed a question that made Izuku anxious. When could he start working? Cliff's smile reassured Izuku, who replied that he could begin immediately but wanted to bring 𝐼𝐸 along since he had no one to watch her. Cliff agreed, noting that 𝐼𝐸 seemed well-behaved during his time in the kitchen. He informed Izuku that he could start the next day, raising an eyebrow to confirm the arrangement. Izuku beamed, excited to begin. After their conversation, Izuku picked up 𝐼𝐸 and left the tavern, taking a stroll until evening fell. They made their way back to Ruby's house, where an enthusiastic 𝗟𝗶𝗸 and Yang eagerly pulled him inside. They quickly seated him and bombarded him with questions. Izuku requested they slow down so he could understand them better and asked for directions to the bedroom to put 𝐼𝐸 to sleep first. Summer directed him down the hall to the guest room. After tucking 𝐼𝐸 in, Izuku returned to the expectant faces of the four women. He sighed and settled down, ready to answer their questions one at a time, starting with Summer. She asked why he chose to work at a tavern, to which Izuku explained that they were hiring and he needed a job. Summer revealed that someone had been live-streaming his performance, which clarified how they knew about it. Next, Yang asked why he hadn't mentioned his singing talent. Izuku replied that they had just met that day, and they hadn't had the chance to get to know each other yet. Ruby then inquired if he had written the song and if he had composed others. Izuku confirmed he had, using music as a way to manage his emotions. Ruby expressed concern for his well-being, and Izuku reassured her that he was doing better now, thanks in large part to 𝐼𝐸, who had helped him regain his emotions after a difficult time. Yang asked if his father had tried to help him. Izuku explained that while his father had made efforts, it was 𝐼𝐸 who had truly made a difference. Summer found this sweet, and the women felt a mix of happiness for Izuku and sorrow for his past struggles. Finally, Yang, preferring to be called T, asked who the song was about. Izuku chuckled, scratching his head as he prepared to share a piece of his story, revealing that it was about a woman he had cared for deeply, who had turned to villainy due to her life experiences. They had known each other as children and shared a close bond, despite her being a bit older. However, after an accident where she was presumed dead, she turned into a villain, seeking revenge against her abusive father. During one of his patrols, Izuku encountered her again and recognized her instantly, even though she had changed. He felt a surge of emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he recalled the joy of seeing her again. He rushed towards her, but she stopped him, declaring that she was no longer the person he once loved. Izuku insisted that it didn't matter, he was just relieved she was alive. Yet she refused to engage and ran away. He searched for her but couldn't find her. The next time their paths crossed was during a climactic battle just before he was transported to this new world. She had been caught in the explosion alongside the adversary he was fighting, leaving him uncertain of her fate. As Izuku shared his story, T and Summer reflected on their husband, who had died while hunting a group of 𝗟𝐿. Their sister-in-law blamed herself for his death, even though no one else held her accountable. Meanwhile, Ruby and Yang approached Izuku, wrapping him in a tight embrace, which he gratefully returned. After a moment of silence, he released them, wiping his eyes and offering a smile that made them blush. Izuku expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he needed the comfort. Ruby reassured him that it was the least they could do, while Yang playfully remarked that she enjoyed the hug. Izuku felt his cheeks flush slightly at Yang's teasing, and Ruby pouted at her sister's antics. He then announced his intention to sleep since he had work in the morning. Summer inquired about 𝐼𝐸, and Izuku explained that he would bring her along, having received permission from his boss. T suggested they could watch 𝐼𝐸, as they would be happy to take care of her. Izuku hesitated, noting that they had their own responsibilities. Summer clarified that they were both huntresses who had taken time off to support Yang, who was preparing for Beacon, and now Ruby would join her in training. Ruby's face paled at the thought, recalling Yang's rigorous training. Izuku decided to leave the choice up to 𝐼𝐸 but appreciated their offer. As he walked to the room he shared with 𝐼𝐸, he changed into comfortable clothes and fell into a dreamless sleep, the first restful night he had experienced in a long time. Over the next 2 months, Izuku worked at the Drunken Huntsman, becoming well known in the area. He became a confidant for those seeking advice and gained a bit of fame for his singing and cooking skills, much to his chagrin, as the owner often live-streamed his performances. There was one incident during his work that would be discussed later. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 sometimes accompanied him, while other times she stayed with her new aunts and sisters, a title she quickly adopted. During his time off, Izuku trained alongside Yang and Ruby, growing closer to all four women. They were amazed at his proficiency with various weapons, from daggers to a scythe, which thrilled Ruby. He explained that his father's primary weapon had been twin daggers, and he had followed in his footsteps while also learning to use other weapons in case something happened to his favorites. After 2 months of training, he regained enough strength to keep up with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 in hand-to-hand combat, though he still struggled with weaponry. As the next chapter began, Izuku stood with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 on his shoulders, next to Ruby and Yang, gazing out the window of the ship. They admired the breathtaking view, while 𝐼𝐻𝐬's eyes sparkled with wonder. Ruby felt nervous about attending college, especially being younger than the other students, prompting Yang to try to uplift her spirits. Meanwhile, Izuku's attention was drawn to a news report on a screen, announcing another robbery at a dust store, attributed to the notorious criminal 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who remained at large. He recalled his first encounter with her upon arriving in this world and wondered what had driven her to a life of crime. His thoughts were interrupted when a young woman rushed by, suddenly feeling ill and retching into a nearby trash can. Izuku approached her, concerned for her well-being. She introduced herself but was cut off by another wave of nausea. He stood by her, gently rubbing her back to provide comfort. Soon after, the ship came to a halt, and passengers began to disembark. As Izuku stepped off, he noticed Yang leaving Ruby with a group of her friends. In Ruby's moment of distraction, she nearly collided with some suitcases on the ground. Using his ruler's authority, he gently guided her away from the obstacles, but she still stumbled, knocking over one of the suitcases. A girl in a blue and white dress yelled at Ruby, who quickly apologized, feeling embarrassed. "Do you have any idea of the damage you could have caused?" The white-haired woman pointed at Ruby, who hesitated while picking up the case to hand it over. "This is dust mined and purified from the 𝐶hni quarry," she continued, gesturing animatedly. As she did, dust began to swirl in the air, making Ruby sneeze. Izuku, noticing this, used ruler's authority to pull the white-haired woman away just as a small explosion occurred, causing the dust to drop from her hand. Confused by the sudden turn of events, the white-haired woman brushed it off and continued to reprimand Ruby. Having reached her limit, Ruby protested, expressing her apology. Just as the white-haired woman was about to respond, a black-haired girl with a bow in her hair and dressed in black and white interrupted. She held the bottle of red dust that had fallen from the white-haired woman. The black-haired girl introduced herself as Weiss 𝐶hni, heiress to the 𝐶hni Dust Company, one of the largest producers of energy propellant in the world. Finally, some recognition, Weiss thought, but the black-haired girl continued, mentioning the company's controversial LBR practices and questionable business partners. Weiss was taken aback, her indignation rising as she grabbed the dust bottle and walked away. Ruby called after her, promising to make it up to her, but Weiss ignored her. Turning to the black-haired girl, Ruby noticed she was already walking away. Feeling disheartened, Ruby sighed and lay back on the ground, welcoming the night at Beacon. Two shadows approached her, and one extended a hand, introducing herself as Jane. Ruby accepted the hand, grateful for the gesture. She then recalled Jane as the girl who had been sick on the ship. Izuku, making his presence known, defended Ruby, explaining that motion sickness was a real issue. Ruby was thrilled to see him, tackling him into a hug while ensuring not to disturb 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Izuku apologized for not intervening earlier, having thought Ruby could handle it. He petted her head affectionately, making her smile. He then introduced himself to Jane properly, causing her to blush at the memory of their first encounter. Jane playfully mentioned that her name was short and sweet, something men supposedly loved, which prompted both Izuku and Ruby to raise their eyebrows in curiosity. As they prepared to leave before the opening ceremony began, the scene shifted to nighttime. Ruby was playing with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 while Izuku finished showering. Yang joined them, pulling 𝐼𝐻𝐬 into her lap and making her giggle. Despite the curiosity surrounding 𝐼𝐻𝐬's presence, no one bothered to ask about it. Yang remarked that it felt like a giant sleepover, tickling 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who laughed joyfully. Ruby commented that their mothers might not approve of all the boys around. Yang, however, seemed to enjoy the view, secretly wishing Izuku were present. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, curious, asked what Yang had said, to which Yang replied it was nothing, just thinking out loud. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 reminisced about her father mumbling when he found something interesting, which made them all smile. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and 3 boys rushed in wearing clothes that looked familiar to Ruby. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 pointed out that they resembled their father's clothes. One of the boys, 𝗟𝗏, boasted about a prank they had pulled on Izuku, which led to a tense atmosphere. Just then, Izuku entered the room, wrapped only in a towel. The sight of him shocked everyone, especially Ruby and Yang, as they noticed the scars and burn marks that covered his body. He approached the boys, and the air around them grew colder. Izuku calmly addressed them, explaining that while he enjoyed a good prank, they had crossed a line by taking his underwear. He politely requested the return of his clothes, but when 𝗟𝗏 mocked him, Izuku's demeanor shifted. With a swift motion, he delivered an uppercut to 𝗟𝗏, sending him crashing into the wall. The other boys quickly dropped Izuku's clothes and rushed to help their leader. Izuku picked up his clothes and walked out of the room without looking back. Yang, wiping her nose, turned to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, asking how strong her father was. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 beamed with pride, declaring him the strongest papa there is. Yang couldn't help but find 𝐼𝐻𝐬 adorable, pulling her into a tight hug, which made 𝐼𝐻𝐬 giggle again. Izuku, returning to the room, agreed wholeheartedly with Yang's sentiment. He often referred to her as his special little snowball, appearing out of nowhere and startling a few nearby people. Ruby and Yang shrieked at the sudden scare, while 𝐼𝐻𝐬 called out for her papa, surprising those around her with the affectionate term. She ran up and hugged his leg, and he looked down with a smile, gently petting her head, which made her beam with joy. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 exclaimed how cool it was that he had punched the mean man and sent him flying, mimicking his actions, causing Izuku to chuckle at her antics. He expressed his happiness that she enjoyed herself and asked if she wanted him to sing her a song before bed, as he usually did. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and she nodded vigorously, prompting Izuku to laugh and caution her to calm down, or her head might fly off. He picked her up and started to head outside to the terrace when Yang and Ruby stopped him, both blushing with embarrassment. Ruby shyly asked if they could join to listen, while Yang looked away, trying to hide her own blush. Izuku smiled at them, making them blush even more, and agreed to sing for them as well. He sat 𝐼𝐻𝐬 down on a bench, and Ruby picked her up to sit her on her lap, with Yang sitting next to Izuku. He inquired about their song preferences, and the 3 huddled together to discuss before looking at him in unison, saying he could choose. Izuku, pulling out his guitar from his inventory, surprised Ruby and Yang, who exclaimed in disbelief. Their loud voices prompted 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to open the door and ask them to be quiet, as others were trying to sleep. Izuku apologized and invited her to join them if she wanted. Upon realizing who he was, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 blushed deeply but agreed, sitting down next to Ruby. Izuku explained that he had written the song based on an old movie he had watched with his dad. As he tuned his guitar and began to play, the group listened intently, unaware that they had drawn an audience. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had left the door slightly ajar, allowing others to hear the music, and soon, a few people gathered at the entrance to listen. During the song, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 fell asleep in Ruby's lap, and Ruby soon followed suit. Izuku put away his guitar and gently lifted 𝐼𝐻𝐬, turning to see the onlookers. They scattered, except for a black-haired woman and Jane. He sighed and walked inside, where Jane complimented his singing, expressing her enjoyment. The black-haired woman agreed, and Izuku thanked them, mentioning he needed to put 𝐼𝐻𝐬 down to get comfortable. After they nodded and left, he laid 𝐼𝐻𝐬 down and snuggled up next to her, wrapping his arm around her as he began to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a picture being taken and turned to see Ruby and Yang taking photos of them with their scrolls. He playfully requested they send him the pictures, and they nodded before lying down next to him. Eventually, everyone fell asleep, enjoying the quiet night and the excitement for the day ahead. The next morning, Izuku awoke to the sensation of 2 small bodies on his chest. Confused, he recognized one as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 but was unsure about the other. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of white and blonde hair. Initially thinking it was Yang, he quickly realized it was someone else when he noticed the hair was shorter and a different shade. Jane murmured about how comfy it was, causing Izuku's face to redden. He gently shook her awake, and when she sat up, she rubbed her eyes and focused on the scene before her, her surprise evident as she spotted a very flustered Izuku and an asleep 𝗟𝐼. Before she could scream, Izuku placed his hand over her mouth, causing her to blush at their proximity. He explained that she was in his bed and requested she keep quiet to avoid waking 𝗟𝐼. She nodded in understanding, and he prepared to remove his hand, reminding her it was still early. Just then, two very angry women appeared, one with red hair and the other with yellow, both radiating jealousy while smiling sweetly. Izuku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he realized he needed to address the situation carefully. He turned his attention back to Jane, who was still blushing furiously, and wondered how to navigate the unexpected morning. Izuku looked at Jane and asked why she was in his bed. Jane stammered, explaining that she had needed to use the restroom the previous night and, still half asleep, mistakenly thought she was getting back into her own bed. Izuku sighed, acknowledging that it was just an accident. Jane nodded rapidly in agreement. Since it was an honest mistake, he reassured the two women that there was no harm done. They both pouted, and Izuku tried to cheer them up by petting their heads, which made them blush. After stretching, Izuku announced that he would get ready and walked off. He sent 𝐼𝐼𝐻 into 𝗟𝐼's shadow to keep an eye on her while he changed. Once he was ready, he woke 𝗟𝐼 to help her get dressed. The other three women returned to sleep, waiting until it was closer to their meeting time. Izuku prepared some food for himself and 𝗟𝐼 before heading to their meeting spot. During the walk up the hill, 𝗟𝐼 fell asleep again in his arms. He sat under a tree, gently petting her head as she slept. 2 hours later, Olivia and Glinda arrived at the spot and were greeted by an adorable sight. Izuku sleeping with 𝗟𝐼's head on his lap, his hand resting on her head. Glinda quickly took a picture, wanting to preserve the moment. However, their peaceful scene was interrupted by the sound of approaching students, which caused Izuku to wake up. He noticed Olivia and Glinda nearby, with Glinda pointing her scroll at him. Izuku assumed she had taken a picture and requested a copy, to which Glinda nodded and smiled. He then asked if they could watch 𝗟𝐼 while he participated in the test. Both women agreed enthusiastically, and Izuku thanked them before waking 𝗟𝐼 and explaining what was happening. He left 2 soldiers in 𝗟𝐼's shadow for protection and joined the line of students. When it was Izuku's turn, he stepped onto the platform, and 𝗟𝐼 called out to him, encouraging him to do his best. He smiled back at her before being launched into the forest. As he neared the ground, he used Ruler's authority to slow his fall by grabbing onto a tree. While perched there, he noticed movement nearby and activated his stealth ability. An 𝗟𝐼𝐻 emerged from the bushes, sniffing around. Izuku recalled reading about these creatures. They were strong but not as fast as 𝗶𝐻 wolves. As he observed, he heard voices approaching. The 𝗟𝐻 charged toward the sound, but Izuku was quicker, reaching the source of the voices just in time to see Jane speaking with a red-haired woman wielding a spear and shield. Jane insisted they were headed the right way, and as she spoke, Izuku moved some bushes aside, coming face to face with the 𝗟𝐻. Jane quickly backed away, but the 𝗟𝐻 was about to strike when something slammed down on its head, creating a small crater in the ground. 𝗟𝐻, the red-haired woman, was shocked but kept her spear ready. Izuku dropped his stealth and appeared in front of them, surprising both Jane and 𝗟𝐻. Jane exclaimed his name, asking what he was doing there, while 𝗟𝐻 pointed at the defeated 𝗟𝐻, questioning if he was responsible. Izuku scratched the back of his head, admitting that he had intervened to protect Jane, as he couldn't stand by and let a friend get hurt. Jane blushed at the mention of their friendship, and Izuku suggested they discuss it further after the test. As he prepared to leave, Jane offered for him to travel with them, but Izuku declined, reminding her that she already had a partner. He encouraged her to focus on their objective while he sought his own. Jane looked a bit downcast, but Izuku reassured her, promising to see her later and asking her to introduce him to her team afterward. She smiled brightly at this. With that, Izuku activated his stealth and vanished from their sight. 𝗟𝐻 wondered where he had gone, causing Izuku to chuckle silently as he moved away. He instructed 𝐼𝐼𝐻 to stay behind and guard Jane before wandering off in a random direction, encountering various 𝐼𝐼𝐻 along the way. He observed them carefully, jotting down notes, a habit he found calming and useful in battle. As he continued, he stumbled upon a group that included Ruby and a white-haired girl named Weiss. He felt sympathy for Weiss, who was complaining about being paired with Ruby. Though he considered intervening, he ultimately decided against it, knowing that it was important for them to grow on their own. Next, he encountered Yang and a black-haired woman he didn't know. Yang was lively, making puns and trying to annoy her companion, who seemed disinterested but remained vigilant, keeping an eye out for any threats. Izuku noticed that the bow on her head twitched occasionally as she scanned the surroundings. He wondered about the reason for it but decided not to dwell on it. Quietly, he left the two behind and made his way toward the ruins visible from the treetops. He resumed his previous activity, observing the behavior of the 𝐼𝐻. Eventually, he reached the ruins and spotted 4 groups of people gathered around totems resembling chess pieces. Izuku chose to jump down and approach them from behind. The black-haired woman turned abruptly, her eyes narrowed. She exclaimed, demanding to know who was there. Another girl, Yang, looked around, confused, and reassured her that no one was present. Blake insisted she had heard something. At that moment, Izuku decided to reveal himself, startling 3 of the 4 groups. Ruby, filled with excitement, rushed to him, exclaiming that she had been searching everywhere for him. She tackled him playfully, prompting Izuku to chuckle and pat her head. This action stirred jealousy among the others, while some remained indifferent. Izuku explained that he had been wandering and observing the 𝐼𝐻, which he found fascinating. Blake questioned his interest in them, while Weiss asked how long Ruby intended to hug him. Ruby blushed and quickly released him, feeling embarrassed. She apologized, fidgeting with her fingers, which Izuku found endearing. He reassured her that it was fine and that she could hug him anytime. He elaborated that understanding an enemy made it easier to defeat them, which caused Ruby's expression to darken, and Weiss nodded in agreement. Yang, with a teasing smirk, asked if that logic applied to the rest of them. Izuku, familiar with Yang's playful nature, responded with equal charm, saying he would gladly hug someone as cute as her. Yang's face turned bright red, and she quickly turned away, heading toward the pedestals to examine them. Under the watchful eyes of the other women, she asked Blake which piece they should take. Blake shrugged and picked up the cannon piece, prompting the others to follow suit. As they began to leave the ruins, Jane accidentally dropped her piece, and it rolled away. She chased after it, but as she reached for it, a claw struck her down. A 𝐼𝐻 resembling a scorpion with a glowing tail loomed over her. The group turned in alarm, witnessing Jane on the ground with the 𝐼𝐻 preparing to attack. They rushed toward her, readying their weapons, but Izuku outpaced them all. He watched as the stinger descended toward her, realizing he had only one option left. He called out a name, 𝐼𝐻. From Jane's perspective, time seemed to slow as the stinger approached. Panic flooded her mind as she thought this was the end, regretting not fulfilling her promise to her family. Just as despair settled in, she heard Izuku's voice. She had wished to know him better. He had been one of her first friends at Beacon. As darkness enveloped her, she heard a deep voice that was unfamiliar. Suddenly, she saw the stinger severed, and a figure in black armor stood protectively in front of her, wielding a sword nearly as tall as he was. The others watched in awe as a dark shadow emerged from Jane's own shadow after Izuku called that name. They witnessed this shadow slash off the Deathstalker's stinger, standing guard over Jane. The Deathstalker shrieked in response, retreating as the group covered their ears. A howl echoed in the distance, followed by more howls, sending chills down their spines as a massive Nevermore soared overhead. They turned to see a swarm of over a dozen different types of 𝐼𝐻, primarily Beowulfs, gathering around them. Concerned about their survival, Izuku spoke up, suggesting they focus on the large 𝐼𝐻. The others exchanged glances, unsure of his plan. Weiss pointed out the danger of the surrounding 𝐼𝐻, while Yang questioned his sanity, stating no one could handle that many alone. Jane echoed her concern, but Izuku reassured them he had a plan. As the Nevermore swooped down, launching quills at the group, 𝐼𝐼𝐻 pulled Jane out of harm's way. Izuku instructed the others to work together to take down the big 𝐼𝐼𝐻 while he handled the smaller ones. He urged them to retreat to the cliff once they finished, promising he would meet them there. Ruby protested, but Izuku insisted she trust him. He looked into her eyes with determination, vowing he would return, never breaking a promise. Ruby, recognizing his resolve, reluctantly agreed, warning him that if he didn't come back, she would hold it against him forever. With that, she rallied the others to confront the Nevermore, leaving Izuku to face the horde of 𝐼𝐻 alone. He could only smile, ready to take on the challenge ahead. It had been some time since he faced such numbers without his full army of shadows by his side, but he was eager for the challenge. He reached into his inventory and retrieved his father's first 2 daggers, Kisaka's Fong and Night Killer. He uttered a word he hadn't spoken since arriving in this new world. Shadows began to emerge from his own, standing beside him. He gazed at the charging 𝐼𝐻, feeling a sense of camaraderie with his shadows. It wasn't the full force he was used to, but it was good to fight alongside them. He led the charge, his shadows following closely behind. As they clashed with the 𝐼𝐻, his wizards unleashed fireballs into the backlines, taking down some of the weaker foes. Although some of his shadows fell to the 𝐼𝐻, they managed to defeat a few of the creatures. Izuku took down 2 𝗟𝗶𝐸𝐸 wolves and 1 𝗟𝗶𝗟, though they managed to land a few hits on him, leaving him with some cuts. In the distance, he heard the screech of the Nevermore and could only hope for the safety of his allies. He trusted them, knowing that if they worked together, they could overcome the monster before them. If things turned dire, 𝐼𝐻 was there to assist, and even at less than full power, the bird was still a formidable force. Izuku remained focused on the battle. With the help of his shadows, he managed to bring down more than half of the 𝐼𝐻. However, as he fought, more of them continued to appear. He decided to try to intimidate them. Unsure if it would work, he activated his skill, Bloodlust, channeling every bit of mana he could spare into it. The 𝐼𝐻 froze in place, some whimpering in fear as they sensed the looming presence of death. While they were soulless creatures, they were more animalistic than most realized, and Izuku hoped their survival instincts would kick in. They had witnessed the slaughter of their fellow 𝐼𝐻 and began to develop a fear of him. This fear escalated into full-blown terror when Izuku unleashed his skill, causing them to flee in panic. As he watched them retreat, he let out a sigh of relief, feeling his mana and stamina depleting. He missed his former strength but found joy in the fight more than he had in a long time. He instructed his shadows to return to his own shadow and looked through 𝐼𝐻's eyes to see them finish off the Nevermore. They accomplished this by launching Ruby using Weiss's glyphs while 𝐼𝐻 held the Nevermore in place with his telekinesis. After their battle, some of his allies wanted to return and help Izuku, believing he was still in danger due to the chilling presence they had felt earlier. Just as they were about to rush in his direction, 𝐼𝐻 blocked their path, pointing toward the cliff where they were supposed to regroup. Yang attempted to argue with 𝐼𝐻, but he remained steadfast, directing them to the cliff. Frustrated, Yang tried to maneuver around him but was stopped each time, which only added to her annoyance. She expressed her concern for Izuku, but 𝐼𝐻 replied in a deep voice, expressing his trust in his liege. He reassured them that Izuku would return, having made a promise to Lady Ruby that he had never broken. This caused Yang and a few others to deflate, realizing they needed to trust him. 𝐼𝐻 urged them to follow his instructions, and reluctantly, they nodded in agreement, making their way back with worry in their hearts. Izuku stopped watching when they began to retreat, deciding not to waste time or add to their concerns. Before leaving, he glanced back at the fallen 𝐼𝐻 and contemplated trying something new. His father had been unable to create shadows without mana or corrupted mana, but during his battles against 𝐼𝐻 and 𝗟𝗃s, he had learned to extract shadows from both. Although the chance of success was slim, with so many corpses around, he might be able to gather a few. He spoke the word he had said many times before, summoning the shadows to rise. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to Olivia, who sat under the tree where Izuku had been resting earlier, with Eri on her lap, playing with her. Glinda stood a distance away, watching the students progress through their test, feeling frustrated that she had lost the coin flip to care for Eri. She had used this time to search for Izuku but had no luck. Just as she was about to speak to Olivia, she witnessed Izuku slamming the head of an 𝗟𝗏 into the ground, saving Jane Arc. She observed their brief conversation, with Jane attempting to persuade Izuku to join them until he suddenly vanished. This shocked her, prompting her to approach Olivia, who was now braiding 𝗟𝐼𝐬's hair. Glinda excitedly pointed out what had just happened, but Olivia appeared confused. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 chimed in, exclaiming that her father had just disappeared. Olivia asked 𝗟𝐼𝐬 if she knew how he had done that, to which 𝗟𝐼𝐬 replied that her father had mentioned learning it from Grandpa and other things. Glinda pressed for more details, but 𝗟𝐼𝐬 insisted that her father had told her not to share unless he permitted it, emphasizing her trust in him. Olivia reassured 𝗟𝐼𝐬 that it was okay, as they were simply curious. Glinda and Olivia exchanged glances as Olivia remarked that they wouldn't press the issue any further. Glinda nodded in agreement, returning her focus to the students gathering their artifacts. The only remaining groups were the 8 still searching for their items, along with Izuku, who stood alone without a partner. Glinda observed the ruins as the groups arrived, noting the artifacts they had collected. When Izuku appeared, Ruby rushed to hug him, stirring a hint of jealousy within Glinda. She watched as Izuku spoke to Yang, causing her to blush and look away. Lost in her thoughts, Glinda didn't notice Olivia approaching from behind with 𝗟𝐼𝐬. Olivia inquired about Glinda's intense focus, prompting Glinda to jump slightly. She explained that she was simply watching the last group retrieve their artifacts, but it seemed Izuku was without a teammate, and only 2 sets remained. Olivia expressed concern, suggesting they would need to implement their backup plan for him. 𝗟𝐼𝐬, curious, asked about this other plan, but Olivia reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 smiled brightly, putting the 2 women at ease for a moment. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the screen, causing 𝗟𝐼𝐬 to perk up with recognition. Izuku shouted a name, and the 3 watched as a dark figure emerged from Jane's shadow, launching an attack on a Deathstalker. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 yelled in excitement, calling out to her uncle, 𝗟𝗏𝐻. As they continued to watch, a horde of 𝗏𝗏 emerged from the forest, and a giant Nevermore soared overhead. Glinda expressed her alarm at the sight of Izuku being left alone to face such overwhelming odds. 𝗟𝐼𝐬, however, reassured them that her father was strong. Olivia acknowledged 𝗟𝐼𝐬's belief but emphasized that it was too much for one person to handle alone. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 tilted her head, confused, insisting that her father was never truly alone. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 urged them to look back at the screen, and they saw the small army of 𝗏𝗏 charging toward Izuku. The tension was palpable as they feared for his safety, but then something remarkable happened. Izuku spoke, and shadows emerged from his own, joining him in the fight against the 𝗏𝗏. Meanwhile, Ruby and her team engaged the giant Nevermore with 𝗟𝗏𝐻's assistance. As they watched, Izuku faced an 𝗟𝗏 and was struck, leaving a mark on his chest. Yet he continued to smile, seemingly enjoying the battle, which puzzled Glinda and Olivia. Their concern grew as they noticed him slowing down and breathing heavily. Suddenly, a purple aura enveloped him, sending chills down their spines. The 𝗏𝗏 froze in fear and fled as if their lives depended on it, leaving the 2 women wondering what power Izuku possessed. With the battle against the 𝗏𝗏 concluded, their attention shifted to the ongoing fight with the Nevermore. The 4 groups worked together, and with 𝗟𝗏𝐻's help, they managed to defeat the creature. As they prepared to join Izuku, 𝗟𝗏𝐻 blocked their path, insisting they follow his direction. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 explained that her father likely instructed them to meet him there, and 𝗟𝗏𝐻 was ensuring they complied. The group of 4 approached Izuku, who stood amidst the fallen 𝗏𝗏. He shouted something that was lost to the distance, but his voice carried with urgency. Suddenly, 3 alpha 𝗏𝗏 emerged alongside several others. Shadows rose from the corpses and bowed before Izuku, who inspected them before they vanished into his shadow. As Izuku walked toward them, 𝗟𝐼𝐬 jumped down and ran to 𝗟𝗏𝐻, who caught her just in time. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 expressed her happiness to see him, and 𝗟𝗏𝐻 gently reprimanded her for jumping without warning. 𝗟𝐼𝐬's sadness quickly turned to joy as 𝗟𝗏𝐻 patted her head. The group of women, previously silent, began to search for Izuku, who was nowhere in sight. Ruby asked where Izuku was, her worry evident. Glinda reassured her that he was fine but hinted that they needed to discuss some matters upon his arrival. Just then, Bloodied Izuku appeared, his clothes torn. The women gasped in shock, and Ruby and Yang rushed forward, followed closely by Jane and the others. 𝐼𝐵RIS approached Izuku, kneeling beside him while still holding 𝐼𝐵RIS, who looked at her father with concern. Ruby exclaimed her worry for Izuku, inspecting him for injuries. Izuku gently pushed her away, assuring her that he was fine and had healed. Yang voiced her concern about the BLD covering him, but Izuku remained calm, determined to reassure his friends. "How are you standing?" All Izuku could do in response to the barrage of questions was scratch the back of his head. He mentioned that he would explain everything later, sensing that there was much to clarify. Olivia insisted that there certainly was, especially regarding how he had turned Grimm into shadow creatures and controlled them. The room erupted in disbelief, everyone except Glinda and 𝐼𝐵RIS expressing their shock at the revelation. Izuku reiterated that he would provide answers soon, but first, he needed to shower and change. He then asked Ruby and Yang to contact Summer and T, feeling they deserved an explanation as well. They both nodded and pulled out their scrolls to message their mothers. Turning to the still kneeling 𝐼𝐵RIS, Izuku expressed his gratitude for protecting 𝐼𝐵RIS and requested 𝐼𝐵RIS to keep an eye on her while he was busy. 𝐼𝐵RIS nodded and stood up, still holding 𝐼𝐵RIS. Izuku suggested they return to wrap things up, inviting the others to join him but stressing the importance of keeping everything a secret. They all agreed and began making their way back. Unbeknownst to them, two individuals were observing from a distance. One was tall, with deathly white skin and black eyes with red irises, dressed in a black and red gown, her white hair tied back with a strand cascading down to her waist. The other was a young woman with black hair and amber eyes, her hair partially obscuring one eye, clad in a crimson dress with yellow accents. The tall figure, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, instructed Cinder to gather information about the green-haired man, intrigued by his ability to incite panic among creatures born from human fear. Cinder acknowledged the task but inquired what 𝐒𝐮𝐬 would do in the meantime. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 revealed her interest in another location where several dozen Grimm had gone missing, sensing a corrupted connection to them. She decided to investigate personally, hoping to uncover the truth. Cinder bowed, wishing her 𝐒𝐮𝐬 luck on her journey, secretly intrigued by the green-haired boy herself, knowing she would have to wait for the right moment to infiltrate the school and reclaim her power. After a brief interlude featuring Chibi Eri and Kaisel chasing a Chibi Nevermore, Izuku emerged from the shower, dressed in fresh clothes. He met Glinda, who asked him to follow her to Olivia's office, the safest place for their discussion. Izuku nodded, his downcast expression worrying Glinda, who had sensed his kind nature from their limited interactions. Upon entering the office, everyone turned their attention to the Shadow Knight playing with 𝐼𝐵RIS. 𝐼𝐵RIS rushed to Izuku, asking if he was okay. He smiled softly, kneeling to pat her head, assuring her that he was fine and that he was the strongest. This moment warmed the hearts of everyone present. Weiss, unable to contain her curiosity, asked if 𝐼𝐵RIS was his biological daughter. Izuku clarified that he had adopted her after saving her. Blake questioned what she had been saved from, noting 𝐼𝐵RIS' horn and assuming she was a faunus. Izuku explained that 𝐼𝐵RIS was not a faunus, as that would imply she was from this world, which puzzled those who were unaware of the situation. A black-haired woman with a pink stripe in her bangs, wearing a green dress, introduced herself as Lily Wren, gesturing to the orange-haired girl beside her, Nora Valkyrie, who was bursting with energy. Nora greeted Izuku enthusiastically, mentioning how the others had been worried about him. Izuku chuckled at their embarrassment and introduced himself and 𝐼𝐵RIS, suggesting they start at the beginning of his story. He then recounted his life and 𝐼𝐵RIS' journey to those who were unfamiliar with it. 𝐼𝐵RIS stood silently in the back, feeling anger at the memories he had heard before, while the women who knew Izuku's past felt a mix of sadness and anger for what he had endured. Those hearing his story for the first time listened in horror at the trials he had faced. As he concluded, he noticed the emotional responses on their faces, some with tears in their eyes, and he smiled to reassure them. Blake, perplexed, asked how he could smile after everything he had been through. Izuku explained that he had learned to keep smiling, even when the world turned against him, believing that those who could smile amidst chaos were the strongest. The group stared at him, calmed somewhat by his unwavering smile, but four of them noticed a deeper pain in his eyes. They wanted to address it but decided to wait for a more private moment. They noticed he was trying to calm the others, so they decided to remain silent. Izuku cleared his throat and began to explain the purpose of their gathering. Glinda requested clarification about the situation and the identity of the individual in question, pulling up a video of Izuku raising the grim and pointing at 𝐼𝐻. Izuku explained that they were both shadows. Olivia expressed her understanding but wanted to know how he managed to do this. Izuku sighed and revealed that he was no longer human. This admission brought a stunned silence to the room. Yang asked what he was, and Izuku explained that when his father bestowed his powers upon him, it transformed him into a member of an ancient race of beings known as monarchs. He acknowledged that he had anticipated this change but had not cared at the time, nor did he now. He elaborated that monarchs were categorized into 9 different types. Summer inquired about which type he belonged to, and Izuku stiffened, lowering his head in silence. He then revealed that he was the Monarch of Shadows and the King of the Dead, capable of summoning the spirits of the deceased and controlling the shadows around him. He noted that summoning the dead was more effective if they had mana flowing through them, but he had learned to do it without mana or even if their mana was corrupted. He continued, explaining that he could also infuse his mana into others to enhance the likelihood of successful shadow extraction, though he was reluctant to use this ability again due to the intense pain it could cause if they resisted. However, if they accepted it, they would experience a boost in power. Weiss quietly asked how he knew this, but only Blake and Izuku heard her. Jane prompted Weiss to repeat her question, and she raised her voice, causing 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to flinch in Summer's arms. Izuku looked up, and the intensity in his eyes startled everyone. Weiss realized she had overstepped and was about to apologize, but Izuku interrupted her. He stated, with a hollow expression, that he had used this ability on someone before. The first was the individual who had experimented on 𝐼𝐻𝐬. He wanted him to feel the same pain she had endured, even if only for a brief moment before his demise. Their eyes widened in shock at this revelation, yet they all understood his motivations after hearing what that man had done to 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Izuku continued, explaining that he learned about the second instance because an enemy had used it to empower his army. He had used it on a man named 𝗟𝗶𝗸, who was part of the group but opposed their actions. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 was too weak to stop them, so Izuku spared him and invited him to join his cause. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 accepted, and Izuku enhanced his quirk and overall abilities with his mana. Glinda took a deep breath, acknowledging the weight of this information. Izuku nodded, still looking down, and expressed his intention to step out for a while, asking Summer to look after 𝐼𝐻𝐬 for the night. Summer agreed but hesitated. Izuku thanked her and assured her he would return in the morning. He then asked 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to keep an eye on 𝐼𝐻𝐬 before quickly exiting the room, leaving no time for anyone to respond. Weiss questioned why he had left so abruptly, feeling frustrated by his rudeness. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, with tears welling in her eyes, asked if they would start being mean to her father like others had been before. This question prompted concern among the gathered women, who did not want to upset the young girl. Summer quickly reassured her that they would never hate her father and asked why she thought that. Before 𝐼𝐻𝐬 could respond, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 interjected, stating he would explain but felt it was inappropriate for 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to hear just yet. He suggested someone put headphones on her. Yang produced a pair of headphones she had on hand and offered them to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who reluctantly complied. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then began to share more about Izuku's past. He explained how Izuku had met his father. After being abandoned on a rooftop, Izuku had sat there for a while, lost in thought. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's old Emmar had watched over him, having overheard the hurtful words spoken to the boy. As he observed, he noticed Izuku walking toward the edge of the building. Before the 𝗟𝗏𝗟 could intervene, Izuku had jumped, intending to end his life. Jane gasped, tears forming in her eyes, and questioned why he would do such a thing. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that the abuse and neglect he suffered were far worse than anyone could imagine. He had been bullied by friends and family for fun, which was why he became skilled at cooking for himself from such a young age. Lily, sniffling, asked why they would treat him that way. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 responded that they viewed his longing to be a hero as arrogance because he was quirkless. Weiss's voice was filled with anger as she processed this information. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 confirmed her understanding but returned to the story. As Izuku fell, his 𝐒𝐮𝐧𝐼 commanded one of his shadows to catch him and bring him to safety. When Izuku regained consciousness, 𝐼𝐻𝐺 began to speak with him. In a flashback, 𝐺 expressed his disbelief at Izuku's actions, emphasizing that giving up on dreams should never lead to such drastic measures. He paced in front of Izuku, who stared back with a vacant expression. 𝐺 had never encountered a child with such lifeless eyes, and it deeply concerned him, as no child should have to bear that burden. The next moment shattered the old monarch's heart because it resonated deeply with his own experiences. Izuku expressed his feelings of worthlessness, lamenting his quirkless status and how he felt like a failure. 𝐺 knelt down and embraced the boy tightly, causing Izuku's eyes to widen in surprise. It had been years since he had felt such warmth. Though his eyes still carried a sense of despair, tears streamed down his face as he released all his pain and grief onto the shoulder of the man who had shown him kindness. 𝐺 reassured him that lacking something others possessed did not diminish his value as a person. He emphasized that self-worth is something one creates for oneself and urged Izuku never to allow anyone else to dictate it. This encouragement made Izuku cry even harder, and he soon fell asleep in 𝐺 arms. 𝐺 gently lifted the boy and took him to his place to watch over him. As the flashback ended, everyone in the room wore expressions of horror, tears flowing as they learned that the kind man they had met had once contemplated ending his own life. The four who had lived with him for 2 months felt an overwhelming longing to embrace him and never let go, while others wished to show their support and care. 𝐼𝐻 explained that the old king had adopted Izuku, offering to train him and bestow his powers upon him. Izuku accepted and began his training. Eventually, the old king transferred his powers to Izuku but soon passed away due to old age. Olivia questioned why the king had died so soon after granting his powers. 𝐼𝐻 explained that those who possessed the power of the Shadow Monarch were immortal and could only be killed by another monarch, ruler, or a godlike being. This revelation shocked the group of women. Ruby exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Izuku was immortal. Olivia pondered why he would accept such a fate, knowing he would have to witness the deaths of those he loved while remaining unchanged. 𝐼𝐻 revealed that it was due to a vow Izuku made after his father's death, a vow to walk through oceans of blood and shroud himself in death to ensure the happiness of those he loved. The group was taken aback by the extent of his commitment to others' happiness, but they still had lingering questions. Nor asked why 𝐼𝐻 had mentioned such things. 𝐼𝐻 explained that after Izuku inherited the powers from the old king, he began to make friends. However, during a battle to save 𝐼𝐻, the truth about his powers was revealed by the Monarch of Destruction, 𝗟𝗟s. This revelation caused the few friends Izuku had made to turn against him, with some even attempting to harm him in misguided attempts to seize his powers. Tragically, the 2 friends who remained by his side ultimately lost their lives. The group felt a deep sorrow as they absorbed the weight of his story. Jane reflected on the implications, realizing that Izuku feared they would abandon him or worse, try to take his power. 𝐼𝐻 confirmed this, explaining that Izuku had been hurt too many times and now expected betrayal. The only person he fully trusted was 𝐼𝐻, as she understood what it meant to be treated like a monster. 𝐼𝐻 feared that if Izuku faced betrayal again, it would shatter him, leaving him unable to trust anyone ever again. Summer spoke up, expressing that her family cared too much for Izuku to treat him differently. She considered him and 𝐼𝐻 part of their family already. The others nodded in agreement, with Summer affectionately patting 𝐼𝐻's head. Jane shared her gratitude, recalling how Izuku had saved her and offered friendship when he didn't have to. Weiss added that although she didn't know him well, she appreciated his singing and recognized him as a great father to 𝐼𝐻. It would be foolish to label him a monster when he had done nothing but help others. The group continued to nod in agreement, leaving only Olivia and Glinda yet to respond. Olivia spoke for both herself and Glinda, affirming that they had no intention of treating Mr. Sung any differently. He had shown them nothing but kindness and had gone out of his way to protect others, even when it wasn't necessary. Olivia's soft smile did not go unnoticed, eliciting some jealous looks from the others. 𝐼𝐻, moved by their words, bowed deeply before them, expressing his gratitude from the depths of his being. The women were taken aback by his gesture. There was no need for such formalities, Olivia reassured him, standing up and placing her hand on the giant Shadow Knight, prompting him to look up. She acknowledged the depth of his care for Izuku, noting how far he was willing to go for his happiness. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 confirmed that they all cared for Izuku deeply, as he treated them like family, even those who had once been enemies. Yang curiously inquired about the number of individuals in their group. 𝐼𝐻 explained that once Izuku regained his full power, he would be able to summon his entire army. Nora interrupted, astonished at the mention of an army and the extent of Izuku's strength. 𝐼𝐻 clarified that when Izuku inherited his powers, he also gained his father's army, which numbered around 10 million, although he could currently only summon 30. As his power returned, that number would increase. The group was stunned by the revelation of such a vast army lying in wait within Izuku's shadow. Jane asked what was meant by Izuku's power returning. 𝐼𝐻 elaborated that when he arrived in this world, his mana had surged uncontrollably, creating an overwhelming presence that felt like death looming nearby. Over time, however, that mana would gradually be absorbed back into his body, restoring his powers. Weiss suddenly realized that the ominous feeling her family had experienced 2 months ago had been linked to Izuku. They had thought an intruder was threatening their safety. 𝐼𝐻 confirmed this, explaining that Izuku had not intended for it to happen. He then suggested that it was time to get Princess 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to bed, as she was starting to nod off while listening to the music Yang was playing. The gathered women looked at 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who was indeed beginning to drift off. Summer removed her headphones, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 looked at her sleepily. Summer gently encouraged 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to get washed up and ready for bed, reminding her that she had a long day. She reassured 𝐼𝐻𝐬 not to worry about how they treated her papa, promising that they wouldn't treat him differently. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 yawned cutely, still struggling to stay awake, and asked if they really promised. Everyone confirmed that they would treat her papa well as long as he remained himself. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 accepted this and turned back to Summer, asking if she could sleep with her that night since her papa was not there. Summer's heart melted at 𝐼𝐻𝐬's adorable request, and she agreed, suggesting they wash up first. She stood up and led 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to the baths, familiar with their location from her time at Beacon. Meanwhile, Izuku wandered through the city in a daze, lost in thought. He walked aimlessly, reflecting on past events and worrying about how others would perceive him after everything he had said. He had left 𝐼𝐻𝐬 behind to protect 𝐼𝐻𝐬, ensuring she would be safe until he returned. As he walked, he heard a commotion coming from an alleyway, sounds of struggle and muffled cries. Curiosity and concern drew him closer, and he peered into the alley, feeling a surge of disgust at the scene before him. 3 men surrounded another man on the ground, who was curled up and vulnerable. The attackers hurled insults, and one of them kicked the man, igniting Izuku's anger. He stepped forward, commanding them to stop before things escalated further. The men turned, surprised by his sudden appearance. The man on the ground looked up, hope flickering in his eyes, but it quickly faded when he realized Izuku was just another human. The aggressors taunted Izuku, questioning his motives for intervening. Unfazed, he warned them to leave or face the consequences. One of the men puffed up in defiance, but Izuku, towering over him, made it clear that he was in no mood for trouble. When the man attempted to insult him further, Izuku swiftly incapacitated him, using just enough force to subdue without causing severe harm. The remaining 2 attackers rushed at him, but Izuku skillfully dodged their strikes, retaliating with precision. After swiftly dealing with them, Izuku turned back to the man on the ground, who was beginning to regain his senses. He offered the man a choice: leave with his friends or face dire consequences. To emphasize his point, he summoned one of his shadow soldiers, instilling fear in the remaining aggressor. The man, terrified, chose to flee, dragging his friends with him. Once the threat had dissipated, Izuku approached the man he had saved, crouching down to check on him. He suggested they move to a safer location nearby where he could help. Just then, footsteps echoed behind them, prompting Izuku to turn, but he remained focused on the man. The newcomer introduced herself as Jason, expressing gratitude for Izuku's intervention, noting that most humans wouldn't have bothered to help someone like him. Izuku explained that everyone deserved compassion, regardless of their differences. He encouraged Jason to stand, and after a moment of struggle, Jason managed to rise with Izuku's support. Together, they began to walk toward a nearby location where Izuku could tend to Jason's injuries and offer him some relief. Izuku believed he could help the injured man better at the tavern. A woman stood in front of him, questioning why he should be trusted when he claimed the place was safe. Izuku explained that he didn't care about the man's background, he just wanted to ensure he was okay. He reassured her that the regulars were good people who had fallen on hard times and needed support. He had built a solid reputation with them, so they wouldn't harm anyone he brought in. He then asked for her name, not wanting to refer to her as woman. This seemed to satisfy her, and she stepped aside, allowing him to continue. She warned him that she would be watching closely and would not hesitate to act if he did anything suspicious. She introduced herself as 𝐼𝐻, pointing her sword at him as he walked past, which he chose to ignore. As they walked, 𝐼𝐻 hurried to catch up with him. Izuku decided to check on 𝐼𝐻 using 𝐼𝐻's eyes but quickly stopped when he accidentally saw Summer. Remembering his father's warning about using that ability, he felt embarrassed and grateful for the darkness that concealed his reaction. He vowed never to use that skill again unless it was necessary. They arrived outside the drunken huntsman, and Izuku noticed that 𝐼𝐻 was tense. He walked into the tavern, greeted warmly by the patrons who appreciated his cooking and music. They noticed he was carrying someone and that 𝐼𝐻 was with him. The atmosphere shifted as everyone recognized 𝐼𝐻 as a member of the 𝗟𝗚𝐻, but they trusted Izuku enough to remain calm. He led Jason to an open table, helping him sit down under 𝐼𝐻's watchful gaze. Izuku called out to 𝗏𝐿, the tavern's owner, informing him they had another injured person. 𝗏𝐿, confused by the phrasing, asked how many had been involved and why a member of the 𝗟𝗚𝐻 was present. Izuku explained that it hadn't been a bad encounter this time. Only 3 had attacked the man, and he had been in a bad mood. He added that they should be grateful they left with all their limbs. 𝐼𝐻 protested, insisting she wasn't stalking him, and questioned what he meant by this time. 𝗏𝐿 explained that Izuku had a tendency to intervene when he saw something he didn't like. He then asked what had put Izuku in a bad mood, noting that he was usually cheerful, especially around 𝗟𝐻. Nearby patrons chimed in, recalling instances where Izuku had defended others, including breaking the legs of men harassing a 𝗏𝗏𝐻 and helping a 𝗏𝗏𝐻 family find work and housing. Izuku felt embarrassed by the attention and quickly clarified that he had to confront some memories he would rather forget. After patching up Jason, Izuku asked 𝗏𝐿 if he could borrow the kitchen to prepare food for the 2 newcomers. 𝗏𝐿 agreed, as long as he received a meal in return. 𝐼𝐻 questioned why she should accept his food, to which Izuku replied that it was her choice. He walked into the kitchen. Without looking back, 𝐼𝐻 sat down at the table, still puzzled by his behavior. 𝗏𝐿 explained that Izuku was usually kind, even to difficult customers, and often intervened to prevent fights or offer support to those in need. 𝗏𝐿 recalled a time when Izuku had brought in a member of the 𝗟𝗚𝐻 who had been left for dead. The tavern had been quiet that day, and 𝗏𝐿 had recognized the man immediately. He had questioned Izuku's decision to help a member of a group he considered dangerous. Izuku had insisted that he couldn't let someone die, regardless of their affiliations. 𝗏𝐿 had expressed his frustration, warning that helping the man could lead to more pain and suffering. Izuku had firmly stated that anger and hate only perpetuated more of the same. He had then produced a healing potion he had prepared, ready to help the injured man. His wounds slowly began to heal. 𝗏𝐿 looked at the empty bottle and asked what it was that Izuku had given the man. Izuku explained that it increased the healing rate, but more severe injuries took longer to mend. Noticing the slow progress, he concluded that the man must have serious internal injuries and would wake up soon. 𝗏𝐿 questioned why Izuku would waste such a remedy on a criminal, taking a seat at a nearby table while they were still under the watchful eyes of the other patrons. Izuku expressed his belief that everyone deserved a second chance and added that he couldn't entirely blame them for their actions. He joined 𝗏𝐿 at the table, emphasizing that many humans had harmed 𝗏𝗏𝐻 simply for being different, and countless others had been enslaved. He acknowledged that this didn't excuse the man's actions, but he believed that those who resorted to violence against innocents would never find true freedom or peace. Izuku continued, recalling how the group had initially sought peaceful means to gain support but were met with force. 𝗏𝐿 nodded, remembering the peaceful protests that had been shut down. Izuku pointed out that when peaceful efforts were ignored, it made a twisted kind of sense that violence became the next step. Cliff asked what Izuku would suggest, to which Izuku shrugged, stating that the best approach was to treat everyone equally, as he had done over the past month. He gestured around the tavern, noting that he had helped both humans and faunus alike. He believed that just because someone was different didn't mean they were any less alive. At that moment, Izuku heard soft crying and turned to see the man on the floor, tears escaping from behind his mask. The man expressed that all he wanted was someone to acknowledge his worth as a faunus. After this revelation, Izuku knelt down and embraced the crying man, who returned the hug tightly, still weeping in Izuku's arms. As Cliff finished recounting the story, he looked at the others, who were shocked by what they had just heard. Ada was deep in thought. Cliff continued, explaining that the man had removed his mask and apologized for the harm he had caused, expressing a longing to make amends. He had since hung up his uniform and begun volunteering to help with relief efforts following White Fang attacks. He was now respected by both humans and faunus and occasionally visited to share updates. Jason expressed admiration for the man's transformation but lamented his own perceived weakness. Just then, they were interrupted by Izuku, who approached with 3 plates of food. He stated that nothing would change the fact that those who were weak would remain so. He placed the plates in front of them and continued, suggesting that being weak wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as it was part of human nature. He pointed out that insecurities were the reason hunters existed, gesturing toward Cliff and the other patrons. Izuku encouraged them to think of their weaknesses as opportunities to lean on friends for support. He smiled at Jason and Ada, making Ada's heart flutter. He explained that even if they stumbled, as long as they had faith in the future, they could keep moving forward. He raised a finger to capture the tavern's attention, sharing that they must choose their path and commit to living fully, urging them not to let setbacks darken their hearts. He then encouraged them to eat before their food got cold. As they dug into the meal, they quickly fell in love with the flavors, causing laughter among the other patrons who knew how good Izuku's cooking was. Izuku playfully remarked on Jason's sudden appetite, which made Ada blush but didn't stop her from enjoying the food. Cliff then asked Izuku about his recent test to get into Beacon. Izuku's expression shifted, prompting concern from Cliff. He admitted that while he hadn't died, he had struggled to find a partner and secure an artifact, leaving him uncertain about the outcome. Cliff reassured him, stating that he was one of the strongest people he knew and there was no need to worry. He inquired about Izuku's earlier mood, which made Izuku hesitate, not wanting to revisit painful memories. He simply stated that he had to confront some past experiences he would rather forget. Cliff nodded, respecting Izuku's boundaries, and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, which caught Ada's attention. She wondered what could have troubled him so deeply. Cliff reassured Izuku that he didn't have to share anything until he was ready, reminding him that everyone cared about him. Izuku smiled at the big man, and Ada felt her heart squeeze at the sight, wishing he would smile at her like that. She touched the brand on her left eye, a reminder of her past with the 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐸 Dust Company. Noticing her gesture, Izuku stood up and approached Ada, asking her to come with him for a moment. Izuku needed to speak with Ada, and she nodded, following him into the kitchen. He informed Cliff that he was borrowing the kitchen for a moment and asked him not to let anyone in until he was finished. Cliff agreed, jokingly reminding Izuku not to do anything he wouldn't do. Izuku chuckled as he entered the kitchen with Ada, just as Cliff tossed something in his direction, prompting laughter from the others. Once inside, Ada questioned Izuku about why he had brought her there. He hesitated before asking her to remove her mask, explaining that he wanted to check something. Ada instinctively stepped back, adopting a defensive stance and reaching for her sword. She warned him that he had one chance to explain himself, or things could get complicated. Izuku raised his hands in a gesture of peace, assuring her he meant no harm. He explained that he had noticed her holding her hand up to her eye and thought he might be able to help if something was wrong. His words sparked a flicker of hope in Ada, but she remained cautious, wary of being deceived like she had been in the past. He reiterated that all he wanted was to help. Ada questioned why she needed to remove her mask if he truly wanted to assist her. Izuku insisted that he needed to see if there was something he could do. Reluctantly, she agreed, warning him that if he tried anything else, he would regret it. Slowly, she lowered her hands from her sword and removed her mask, turning her gaze away in embarrassment. Gentle hands touched her face, guiding her to look forward. When she opened her eyes, she found Izuku smiling at her, his fingers tracing the scar on her face. He didn't flinch or look away. Instead, he gazed deeply into her eyes. Ada felt her cheeks warm under his gaze, captivated by the beauty of his emerald eyes, which held a hint of pain. She yearned to understand more about him. Izuku broke the silence, stating that it seemed like he could help her. His words pulled Ada from her thoughts, and he stepped back, releasing her face. She asked what he meant, concealing her sadness as she missed the warmth of his touch. He explained that he had a remedy that could heal her scar and improve her vision, but warned her that it would taste unpleasant. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and tears threatened to spill as she struggled to accept his claim. Ada demanded to know if he was lying, drawing her sword and pressing the tip against his neck. Izuku remained calm, assuring her that he would never lie about something so serious. He produced a bottle from seemingly nowhere, maintaining eye contact as he offered it to her. He explained that he had created the potion for himself but had never used it. To prove his sincerity, he took a sip, grimacing at the taste. Ada watched him intently, waiting for any sign of a reaction. After a tense silence, she reached for the bottle, and he handed it to her. She drank the remainder, feeling a slight warmth around her eye. Izuku complimented her beauty, handing her a mirror. Confused yet flattered, Ada questioned how she could be appealing with her scar. Izuku explained that wearing a mask for too long could make one forget the beauty beneath it. He reassured her that he didn't mind the scar. It was a testament to her survival. His words eased her anger, and when she looked in the mirror, she gasped in disbelief. The scar that had defined her for so long was gone, replaced by smooth skin. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she rushed to hug Izuku tightly, repeatedly thanking him. They stood in silence for a moment, wrapped in the warmth of the embrace. When she finally released him, she felt a pang of reluctance, causing her to blush. She stammered that she needed to return, putting her mask back on to hide her embarrassment, though it didn't fully conceal her blush. Just before leaving through the back door, she turned and kissed Izuku on the cheek, leaving him stunned and blushing. Outside, Ada leaned against a wall, her heart racing and a smile spreading across her face. She touched her lips, feeling giddy as she thought about Izuku. With a newfound lightness in her step, she made her way back to the hideout. Inside, Izuku reflected on the surprising yet pleasant encounter, still feeling the warmth of her kiss on his cheek. He returned to the front of the hideout, sitting beside Cliff, who was engaged in conversation with Jason. Cliff inquired about Ada's whereabouts, and Izuku explained that she had left through the back door after their conversation. Jason, overhearing, remarked that it had sounded like a lot of shouting from outside. Izuku was hesitant when asked about his conversation with 𝐿𝐼𝐴, explaining that it wasn't his place to share and that they would have to ask her directly. Jason pointed out that 𝐿𝐼𝐴 was the right hand to the current leader and his twin sister, which made Cliff visibly nervous. Izuku reassured them that 𝐿𝐼𝐴 was a good person who had simply lost her way and needed guidance. The two men exchanged glances, realizing that if anyone could help her, it would be Izuku. They decided to leave the matter there and returned to their discussion. Later, Izuku asked Cliff if he could use the back room for the night, stretching as he stood. Cliff agreed, reminding him to clean up before leaving. Izuku nodded and headed to the back room, hoping for a better day ahead. The next morning, Izuku woke up early, stretching before stepping out front. The bar was empty, and even Cliff was absent. Quietly, he locked the door behind him as he left. The chilly morning air invigorated him as he walked toward Beacon, noticing that only a few shops were open, mostly bakeries starting their day. He decided to stop by one to pick up pastries as an apology for leaving abruptly the day before and to celebrate passing his test. After waiting for the pastries to be ready, he made his way back to Beacon. As he approached the front gate, he was pleasantly surprised to see 𝐿𝐼𝐴 standing there, holding a warm drink to fend off the morning chill. When she noticed him, her face lit up, and she walked toward him with a smile. Izuku felt a wave of tension ease as he returned her smile. Olivia greeted him warmly, expressing hope that he had a good night. Izuku replied that it was fine, mentioning he had visited his old workplace and talked to a friend. He also apologized for his abrupt departure the previous day, explaining that he had a lot on his mind. Olivia reassured him that it was more than okay and appreciated his trust in sharing his secret. Grateful, Izuku asked Olivia for directions to 𝗟𝐼𝐬𝐷's sleeping quarters and the kitchen, wanting to make her favorite breakfast as an apology for leaving without saying goodbye. He also invited her to join him and the others for breakfast, having heard she enjoyed his cooking. Intrigued, Olivia agreed and led him to the kitchen, where she left him to gather the others. Izuku got to work making pancakes, aided by some of his shadow soldiers. While he was busy, he heard footsteps approaching and quickly dismissed his soldiers, turning to see who it was. Two figures entered the kitchen, an older man with white hair and a woman with slightly darker green hair. They appeared to be in a heated discussion, with the woman moving swiftly. The woman halted, looking down at Izuku and demanding to know who he was and how he got in. The older man, trying to calm her, asked Izuku for an explanation. Izuku introduced himself and explained that he was preparing breakfast for Ms. 𝐼𝐬𝐷 and others, offering to make some for them as well. He gestured to a pot of freshly brewed coffee, inviting them to help themselves. The woman, intrigued by the coffee, quickly filled a cup and took a sip, her eyes widening in delight. She chugged the rest and filled another cup. The older man followed suit, expressing his amazement at the quality of the coffee. Izuku confirmed that he had made it himself. The older man introduced himself as Peter Port, a teacher of Grimm studies, and the woman as Dr. Bethany 𝗟𝐵𝐷, who taught history at Beacon. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Sung, and Peter remarked that he had heard about him from Olivia. Both expressed their eagerness to join him for breakfast, with Betty nodding enthusiastically as she continued to enjoy the coffee. Izuku invited them to take a seat, assuring them that breakfast would be ready soon, and the others would be arriving shortly. As he spoke, more people began to trickle in, all looking a bit sleepy but curious about the enticing aroma filling the kitchen. 𝗟𝐼𝐬 was in Summer's arms, and like the others, she was barely awake. Yang yawned and expressed her annoyance at being up so early, warning that someone would face consequences if there wasn't a good reason for it. Nora agreed, stumbling slightly before being caught by Lily, who also seemed to be dozing off. Izuku, standing in the kitchen doorway with two friends behind him, announced that he had made breakfast for everyone, instantly waking the group. Ruby, excitedly using her semblance, rushed towards Izuku and collided with him, followed closely by Yang, causing him to fall back onto the ground with both of them on top of him. They spoke so quickly that Izuku could barely understand them, but he smiled, appreciating their concern. He gently petted their heads to calm them down, which made them blush. Summer cleared her throat, prompting the two girls to realize their position and quickly get up, their faces flushed. Just as Izuku was about to stand, he was tackled again by a small, crying 𝗟𝐼𝐬𝐷. He wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly, apologizing for leaving without saying anything. 𝗟𝐼𝐬𝐷 expressed her worry that he might leave her, and Izuku reassured her that he would always be there to protect her, even when she was old. 𝗟𝐼𝐬𝐷 asked for his promise, and he affirmed it, kissing her forehead and making her smile brightly. He then encouraged everyone to hurry to the table to enjoy the pancakes he had made, warning them not to let them get cold. The group that knew about his cooking quickly gathered at the table, while others looked on in shock at their speed. Izuku picked 𝗟𝐼𝐬𝐷 up and placed her on his shoulders as he headed to the kitchen. After a moment, he returned with a cart filled with pancakes and all the necessary accompaniments. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. He served a stack of pancakes to everyone, placing coffee in the center and hot chocolate in front of Ruby and 𝗟𝐼𝐬𝐷. Izuku encouraged everyone to dig in and expressed hope that they would enjoy the meal. As they took their first bites, a collective sound of delight escaped them, which embarrassed them but didn't stop them from eating. Izuku chuckled softly while feeding 𝗟𝐼𝐬𝐷. After a while, he asked Olivia when the teams would be announced. Olivia replied that the announcements would come after breakfast, allowing students some time to set up their rooms before afternoon classes. Izuku then expressed concern about not having found a teammate or returned with an artifact, wondering if that meant he wouldn't be able to join Beacon. The Roses and Xiaolongs prepared to protest, But Olivia laughed, assuring them that it would be unreasonable to exclude someone with Izuku's skills just because he hadn't found a partner. Ruby, confused, asked if Izuku had truly refused to find a teammate. Olivia pointed out that it was clear he had been avoiding anyone who didn't already have a partner. Yang asked why he would do that, and Izuku looked at her, silently questioning her understanding. Yang quickly recalled the reason and dropped the subject. Izuku then inquired about his role, and Olivia explained that he would be a teacher's assistant to Mr. Port and Ms. Goodwitch. Peter and Betty protested the decision, while Glinda was pleased to have more time with Izuku. Port loudly questioned Izuku's qualifications and whether he even understood how a 𝐼𝐻 operated, causing 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to cover her ears and tear up. Noticing this, Izuku released a small amount of his intimidating presence, silencing the table and drawing everyone's attention. He requested that Port lower his voice, explaining that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had issues with loud noises. He then pulled out a notebook from his inventory and tossed it in front of Port, calming 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as he did so. As Port and Betty looked through the notebook, they were astonished by the information it contained about 𝐼𝐻𝐬, including theories they had never considered. They glanced back at Izuku, who was soothing the small girl on his lap. Port asked where he had obtained such knowledge, and Izuku explained that he had compiled it himself, showcasing his analytical skills. Port remained skeptical, questioning how Izuku had gathered such detailed observations without being detected. Izuku offered to demonstrate, handing 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to Yang and standing up. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving everyone searching for him. Suddenly, Port felt a presence at his neck, and Izuku reappeared behind him, a dagger at his throat and his eyes glowing slightly, showcasing his ability to remain unnoticed. Sight, smell, and sound surrounded him, but he had to be cautious of his bloodlust, ensuring it didn't surface. He sheathed his dagger and returned to his seat. As he reached for 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Yang tightened her embrace, unwilling to let her go. Izuku sighed and took a seat. Some of the women present thought the scene was quite captivating. Port remarked that he saw no issue with Izuku assisting, even suggesting he might share some stories that could benefit Izuku's notes. The teachers exchanged knowing glances, aware of Port's tendency to embellish his tales. Unaware of this, Izuku expressed his eagerness to hear them if time allowed. After everyone finished eating, Izuku gathered the plates and headed to wash them, leaving the group to chat. Summer and T joined him in cleaning up, while others chose to leave or linger for conversation. The three enjoyed each other's company while catching up, until a gasp from outside drew their attention. They hurried out to find Glinda staring at her scroll. She informed them that the news reported an incident where 3 men were attacked the previous night by someone with green hair in an alley. Glinda turned to Izuku, asking if he knew anything about it. The women noticed she addressed him as Izuku rather than Mr. Sung, but chose to remain silent. Izuku, however, did not deny it. He admitted to Glinda that he was indeed the one involved. Concerned, she questioned what could have prompted such an attack, detailing the injuries the men sustained. Izuku expressed his frustration that the men only shared their side of the story, omitting the truth. He recounted the events of the previous night, leaving out his encounter with the second-in-command of the White Fang to avoid escalating the situation. Olivia summarized his explanation, clarifying that he intervened to protect a defenseless faunus after attempting a non-violent approach. Izuku confirmed her understanding, stating he would act the same way again without hesitation. Blake, curious about his motivations, asked why he would involve himself in a situation that did not concern him. This question piqued the interest of Betty and Port, who wondered about Izuku's origins. Izuku explained that he despised racism, sharing his own painful experiences of being belittled for being different. His words resonated with Blake, who smiled softly, though no one else noticed as they focused on Izuku. He suggested they prepare for the upcoming ceremony, reminding Olivia of the time. She thanked him for the meal, praising its deliciousness and expressing her anticipation for another opportunity to enjoy it. Izuku responded warmly, offering to make it again if she desired. His smile brightened the room, causing Olivia to blush as she exited with the other teachers, drawing envious glances from the women present. Izuku then picked up 𝐼𝐻𝐬, despite Yang's protests, and headed for the door. Ruby inquired about his destination, and Izuku mentioned he was going to train with 𝐼𝐻, inviting her to join. Excited, Ruby and Yang rushed to change into their training gear, prompting others to follow suit, curious about the commotion. In Ruby's perspective, she felt elated at the opportunity to train with Izuku, who had been instrumental in helping her grow stronger. He had assisted her in improving her scythe handling while respecting her Aunt Quill's teachings, and had helped her integrate her semblance into her fighting style more fluidly. After changing, she hurried to where Izuku was. Yang, eager to arrive first, had also changed quickly. Over the past 2 months, Izuku had been a great training partner, always teaching her something new, even if it felt like he was holding back. As she reached the training area, she saw Izuku sparring with 𝐼𝐻, their movements so swift that they were almost a blur. She watched in awe, excitement bubbling within her. Yang asked Jane how long they had been sparring, to which Jane replied that 𝐼𝐻 had unexpectedly attacked Izuku upon their arrival, leading to the intense fight they were now witnessing. As they observed, it became apparent that 𝐼𝐻 was gaining the upper hand, and Izuku was momentarily overwhelmed, crashing into a tree. Yang rushed over to assist him, expecting him to be in pain, but was surprised to find him laughing instead. Izuku expressed his enjoyment of the fight, thanking 𝐼𝐻 for indulging him. 𝐼𝐻 bowed his head in acknowledgement of the compliment. Yang, filled with enthusiasm, declared her longing to spar with Izuku next, pulling him to his feet. When he looked over, his cheeks darkened. Izuku asked about the new training outfit, glancing away. Yang smirked, seizing the opportunity to tease him in return for his constant teasing. She playfully hugged his arm, asking if he liked it and expressing her belief that it made her look good. His blush deepened in response. A jealous aura behind her caught her attention, and she turned to see Jane pouting. Yang stuck her tongue out playfully, deepening Jane's pout. Izuku quickly suggested they get to sparring, changing the subject and moving away. Yang smirked and moved in front of him, getting into a fighting stance. He mirrored her stance, and they began to spar. Izuku reminded her to stay focused and to always look toward her next move. He landed a punch that sent her back a few steps. Yang attempted to counter with a strong punch, but Izuku dodged, grabbing her arm, flipping her over, and pinning her down, making her blush. He advised her that while her semblance was perfect for close combat, she relied on it too much. She needed to learn when to use it for maximum effect or as a bluff to gain an advantage. Sitting on the ground, Yang listened intently, feeling she was disappointing him. Izuku walked over and gently patted her head, causing her to blush and smile. He expressed a wish that greed were there, as he was one of the best hand-to-hand fighters. Before Jane could pout, he reassured her that she was his best swordsman and believed she could win against 𝐿𝐼𝐻 on equal ground. 𝐼𝐻 bowed in gratitude, exuding a smug aura. Suddenly, Ruby called out to Izuku, using her semblance to tackle him from behind in a hug. She expressed her excitement about watching his fights, hugging him tighter and causing him to blush. When he turned to look at her, he was taken aback by her outfit, which made him blush even deeper. Ruby asked if he didn't like it, revealing that Yang had helped her pick it out. Not wanting to hurt her feelings, Izuku reassured her that he liked it, explaining that it simply surprised him. He then suggested they train in hand-to-hand combat, emphasizing the importance of having a fallback if she were ever disarmed or trapped. Ruby, unfamiliar with fighting without her weapon, struggled at first, prompting Izuku to stop multiple times to help her adjust her stance. This closeness made her face heat up, and by the end of the training, she was nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment, while the others watched with envy. Izuku praised Ruby for her improvement but suggested they change before the team announcements, not wanting her to be sweaty. He wiped his forehead with his shirt, unintentionally giving the women a glimpse of his abs, which caused them to blush. He asked Jane to look after 𝐼𝐻 while he cleaned up. Jane, blushing heavily, agreed, expressing her enjoyment of spending time with 𝐼𝐻, who giggled in response. The others looked at Jane with jealousy, wishing they had been asked instead. Izuku thanked Jane and assured 𝐼𝐻 to behave while he was gone. 𝐼𝐻 promised not to cause trouble, calling Jane Big Sis, which made Jane's heart flutter while others felt a pang of jealousy. Izuku patted 𝐼𝐻's head, eliciting a bright smile from her before he left to find a shower and prepare for the ceremony. After showering and changing, he made his way to the Great Hall, arriving later than intended. All the teams had already been announced, and 𝐿𝐼𝐽 was about to make her final announcement. She introduced their new assistant teacher for combat and 𝐼𝐻 studies, noting his impressive ability to study the 𝐼𝐻 he encountered during the exam, which even impressed their current 𝐼𝐻 studies teacher, Mr. Port. The older gentleman nodded in agreement. 𝐿𝐼𝐽 continued, highlighting Izuku's combat knowledge when he faced a small army of 𝐼𝐻, giving others time to escape. A screen displayed Izuku fighting the 𝐼𝐻, edited to obscure his shadows. 𝐿𝐼𝐽 then called for Izuku to come forward and introduce himself. A spotlight shone on him as he approached the front, feeling unprepared for a speech and vowing to get back at 𝐿𝐼𝐽 for not informing him beforehand. He smiled sweetly at her before standing by the microphone, looking out at the crowd of students. Some were curious about why a student his age was a teacher's assistant, while others were envious of the attention he was receiving. Izuku admitted he had not been informed about the speech and confessed he was not good at them, prompting some chuckles from the audience. He acknowledged that many were likely wondering why someone his age held such a position. He explained that he had spent a quarter of his life fighting in life-and-death situations, referencing the video they had just seen. 𝐼𝐻 indicated that facing challenges was not uncommon for him. He had fought against greater numbers and emerged victorious. He urged the students not to judge him by his age but by his experience and the knowledge he was willing to share. He hoped that one day, when they found themselves in similar situations, they would know how to navigate them and come out unscathed. After stepping away from the microphone and bowing slightly to the gathered students, a long silence followed until the students began to clap, even those who had been upset, reluctantly joining in. Izuku stood tall, flashing a bright smile that made every woman present blush and caused some of the guys to question their feelings. 𝐿𝐼𝐽 expressed her gratitude to Mr. Sung for his speech, speaking on behalf of the staff to welcome him aboard and for sharing his knowledge and experience. She then welcomed everyone to Beacon, informing them that they would have a few hours to set up their rooms before attending their evening class. She wished them a wonderful stay and encouraged them to learn as much as possible. After her speech, she stepped away from the microphone, prompting the students to head toward their rooms. Izuku made his way over to Ruby and her group, who were standing next to Jane and her group. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 spotted Izuku and ran over to him, calling out to her father. He crouched down to pick her up and embraced her tightly, eliciting a bright smile from her. Izuku thanked Jane for watching 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and apologized for taking so long to arrive, explaining that the place was massive and he had gotten lost. Jane reassured him that it was fine, although it had been a bit embarrassing to have 𝐼𝐻𝐬 with her when the groups were announced. Izuku chuckled, teasing that she probably looked like a mother holding her daughter, which caused Jane to blush intensely. Realizing the implication of his words, Izuku also began to blush. Not knowing how to navigate the situation, he quickly suggested they find 𝐿𝐼𝐽 to see where they would be sleeping. He turned around, with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 waving goodbye as they hurried away, leaving behind a flustered Jane and a jealous Ruby and Yang commented on how lucky Jane was to be called a mother to such an adorable little girl, while Ruby echoed her jealousy, wishing Izuku had said that to her instead. Both girls watched Jane with envy, while the others felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought of being recognized as 𝐼𝐻𝐬's mother. As Izuku approached 𝐿𝐼𝐽 and Glinda, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 looked up at him with a question on her mind. She asked if Jane was now her mama, causing Izuku to stumble slightly in surprise. He quickly reassured her that Jane was not her mama, blushing deeply. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's expression turned sad as she wondered if that meant she would never have a mama. Izuku comforted her, explaining that she would have a mama one day, but he needed to be in a relationship first. He assured her that anyone would be lucky to be her mama, kissing her forehead and cheeks, which made her giggle. The sight melted the hearts of those around them. When they reached 𝐿𝐼𝐽, who was talking to Summer and T, Izuku greeted them. Summer asked what had put them in such a good mood. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 excitedly mentioned that her papa had been talking to her about getting a mama. This caught the attention of the gathered women, and Izuku's face turned redder than Summer's hair as he tried to explain. He mentioned that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had always wanted a mama, but due to his busy schedule, she had never had one. He then needed to ask Olivia a question. The four women felt a mix of hope and heartbreak at the thought that 𝐼𝐸 had never had a mama. Olivia inquired how she could assist him, and Izuku asked where his room would be located. Glinda informed him that, typically, he would be placed in the teacher's wing, but there was no suitable room for him and 𝐼𝐸. Instead, they decided to place him in the student wing between teams 𝗟𝗶𝗸 and 𝐽&PR, as he was familiar with both groups. Izuku thanked her and prepared to set up his room. Olivia informed him that he would be with Mr. Port for the evening class and then follow the class to Ms. Goodwich's class. Summer mentioned that she and T had to leave for a mission given by 𝗂𝐿 and asked Izuku to watch over their daughters while they were gone. Izuku expressed his gratitude for the offer of help but reassured them that the girls would be safe with him. He added that he had placed a soldier in their shadows to assist them if needed. Summer and T were touched by his gesture, their faces flushing with gratitude. Izuku bid farewell to everyone, turning to leave with 𝐼𝐸, who waved back at the group. He made his way to his room, discovering it had 2 beds inside. Izuku gently placed 𝐼𝐸 on one of the beds and began tidying up the room. After finishing, he turned to see 𝐼𝐸 engrossed in her drawing. Realizing that class would start in 30 minutes, he picked up 𝐼𝐸 and her artwork and headed to Mr. Port's class. Upon arrival, he noticed that the classroom was only half full. Jane and her team were already seated, but Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸 was absent, likely still preparing their room. Izuku approached the front where Mr. Port was waiting. Izuku greeted Mr. Port and asked where he should sit. Mr. Port welcomed him warmly and apologized for his earlier demeanor, explaining that he took his job very seriously. Izuku reassured him that there was no offense taken, understanding the pressure he faced. Mr. Port indicated an extra chair behind him and inquired if 𝐼𝐸 would be joining them. Izuku confirmed that Ms. 𝗂𝐿 had approved 𝐼𝐸's presence, as he lacked anyone to watch her for extended PRDS. Curious, Mr. Port asked about Izuku's parents, wondering if they could help. Izuku's bittersweet smile revealed the truth. His father was no longer with them, and his mother had passed away long before they could meet. He also explained that 𝐼𝐸 had never known her mother, as he had always been too busy to date. Seeing the impact of his words, Mr. Port offered his support, patting Izuku's shoulder gently. Izuku smiled back, grateful for the kindness. As class began, 𝐼𝐸 sat on 𝗂𝗏's lap, happily drawing alongside 𝗂𝗏 while the group engaged with Izuku. However, Izuku soon noticed that Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸 was still missing. He approached Mr. Port again to inform him of the situation. Mr. Port asked Izuku to check on them, and he agreed, asking 𝗂𝗏 to watch 𝐼𝐸 in his absence. 𝗂𝗏 happily hugged 𝐼𝐸, who loved the affection. After leaving 𝐼𝐸 with 𝗂𝗏, Izuku headed toward the door to search for 𝗟𝗶𝗸 and her team. Just as he reached for the handle, the door burst open, knocking him back to the ground. He found himself enveloped in darkness as several things landed on him. Confused, he felt something soft and fuzzy against his hand, and as he tried to lift his head, he was met with a surprising sight, Yang, blushing and looking down at him. Feeling his own face heat up, Izuku quickly glanced around and realized his hands were in awkward positions, one under Weiss and the other near Blake's head. Weiss was blushing just as deeply as Yang, while Blake shot him an annoyed look. 𝗟𝗶𝗸, sitting squarely on his lap, brought his attention back to the present. In his mind, Izuku pleaded for the situation to remain calm. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 expressed concern for his well-being, but before he could respond, he noticed the entire class staring at their unusual arrangement. Mr. Port, trying to maintain order, requested that they get up so class could commence. All of them blushed and scrambled to their feet. The girls quickly settled in front of Jane and her team, who were stifling laughter, a hint of jealousy in their eyes. Izuku returned to the front, picking up 𝐼𝐸 along the way, much to 𝗂𝗏's disappointment. Once everyone was seated, Mr. Port began his lesson. A few minutes later, Izuku focused on his notes while listening to Mr. Port's stories. 𝐼𝐸, feeling sleepy, rested her head on Izuku's lap, which the other girls found adorable. Izuku noticed Weiss glaring at a sleeping 𝗟𝗶𝗸, who was drooling and oblivious to the lesson. He thought it was cute and continued to observe the class. Most students were engaged to varying degrees, with 𝗂𝗏 diligently taking notes, 𝗂𝗏 drawing next to her, and Lily listening with her eyes closed. As class neared its end, Mr. Port clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention, waking Ruby and 𝗟𝐼𝐿. After discussing the qualities of a leader, Mr. Port asked who believed they had what it takes. Weiss, with a hint of irritation towards Ruby, eagerly raised her hand. Mr. Port invited her to step forward and demonstrate her skills. She stood up, weapon in hand, glancing at her teacher and Izuku, who smiled in support, causing her to blush as memories of earlier events flooded her mind. Mr. Port prepared to release a 𝗟𝗶𝗸 from its cage, ready to see Weiss in action. This was Izuku's first time seeing one, although he had encountered it in books before. Yang encouraged Weiss, urging her to take action while Blake waved a flag with their team name. Ruby stood up slightly, raising her arms in support. Weiss shot an irritated look at Ruby, asking her to be quiet so she could focus. Ruby, feeling chastised, looked down and quietly apologized. Izuku wondered why Weiss had only reacted to Ruby, feeling uneasy as her anger reminded him of 𝗟𝗏. He resolved to address the situation after class before it escalated further. The battle commenced, with the 𝗟𝗶𝗸 being the first to attack. It curled into a ball and rolled toward Weiss at incredible speed. She leaped aside to evade it but miscalculated her jump and collided with the desk where Izuku and 𝗟𝐼𝐿 sat. Port, observing closely, commented on her dodge and questioned her next move. Weiss regained her footing and began to circle the creature, searching for its weak spot. The 𝗟𝗶𝗸 tracked her movements, and when she paused, it lunged at her. Weiss attempted to block the attack with her weapon but underestimated the creature's strength, resulting in her being pushed back and dropping her weapon. Port asked what she would do now that she had lost her weapon. Ruby shouted advice, directing Weiss to aim for the 𝗟𝗶𝗸's unprotected stomach. Weiss snapped back at Ruby, frustrated. Seizing the opportunity, Weiss baited the creature into rolling again, allowing her to retrieve her weapon. She quickly used a glyph to launch the 𝗟𝗶𝗸 onto its back, giving her the chance to leap and stab its stomach, defeating it. Port praised Weiss for her performance, stating she would make a wonderful huntress one day. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Olivia's voice came over the intercom, requesting Mr. Sung to report to her office for paperwork. Izuku stood up and approached Ruby, with 𝗟𝐼𝐿 walking beside him, holding his hand. He asked Ruby if she could take 𝗟𝐼𝐿 with her to Ms. Goodwich's class. Ruby nodded eagerly and took 𝗟𝐼𝐿's hand. Izuku then turned to Weiss, who was hastily packing her bag, and asked her to join him for a conversation. Weiss looked up, curious about his request. Izuku explained that he wanted to discuss something he had noticed during her fight. Weiss questioned the timing, concerned about the next class. Izuku reassured her that it was fine and asked Ruby to inform Ms. Goodwich that Weiss would be late. Ruby was surprised to hear Izuku address Weiss by her last name, something he had never done before. She noticed his serious expression and nodded, leaving with her group and 𝗟𝐼𝐿. Once they were alone, Izuku and Weiss walked in silence until she finally asked what was on his mind. Izuku glanced at her before looking ahead, choosing not to answer immediately. This annoyed Weiss, but she held her tongue for a moment. Eventually, Izuku spoke, mentioning that he had observed her anger toward Ruby during the fight and asked her to explain. Weiss was taken aback, realizing he had been watching her closely. Izuku continued, suggesting that she seemed jealous of Ruby and wanted to understand why. Weiss vehemently denied being jealous of someone she deemed inexperienced as a leader, claiming that Ms. 𝗟𝗏 had made a mistake in choosing Ruby. Without breaking his stride, Izuku questioned what made her think she would be any better. Weiss halted, staring at him as he stopped to face her. He explained that no one is ever fully prepared to be a leader and expressed his belief that Ms. 𝗟𝗏 had chosen Ruby wisely, as she would learn from her failures rather than be broken by them. Weiss insisted that Izuku's opinion was biased because Ruby was his friend and argued that a leader should not fail. Izuku acknowledged that he did not know her well but pointed out that people liked her. He added that her belief that a leader should never fail only reinforced his point, as failures often provide the most valuable lessons. He turned and continued walking toward Olivia's office, prompting Weiss to quicken her pace to catch up. Izuku clarified that while he considered Weiss would make a wonderful leader, He feared that the first time she faced failure, it might shatter her confidence. Weiss was taken aback by his words. Izuku explained that her certainty in her own abilities might hinder her adaptability when challenged. He offered to share a story from his past that could help her understand. Weiss remained silent as they continued walking, contemplating his words. Upon arriving at Olivia's office, Izuku asked Weiss to wait outside and reflect on their conversation while he stepped inside. He found Olivia seated at her desk, sorting through a stack of papers. Izuku greeted her, inquiring about the paperwork he needed to sign and hoping it wasn't the entire pile next to her. Olivia chuckled and reassured him that those were student forms. "These are the papers that need to be signed to confirm your position on my staff," Olivia explained, presenting a smaller bundle of documents. Izuku approached, took the bundle and reviewed it. Finding nothing unusual, he signed the papers and returned them. Olivia then inquired about Weiss standing outside her office. Izuku explained that he was trying to address a potential issue before it escalated. Olivia expressed her understanding and wished him luck on his endeavor. Izuku turned back with a smile before stepping out, leaving Olivia puzzled. Weiss stood outside, contemplating Izuku's words. He believed she could be a good leader, yet he suggested Ruby might be a better choice. This perplexed her, as Ruby often seemed carefree, rarely paying attention in class. Weiss pondered what Izuku meant by knowing people like her. Just then the door opened, and Izuku emerged. Resolute, she decided to follow him and hear the story he had mentioned, hoping it would clarify his perspective on Ruby. As Izuku exited, he noticed Weiss waiting. Before she could speak, he continued toward Glinda's class, prompting Weiss to catch up. She expressed her longing to hear the story. This time, Izuku began speaking without hesitation. In his world, there was a man named Enji Todoroki, known as the hero Endeavor. He was obsessed with becoming the #1 hero, willing to sacrifice anything for that title. However, there was someone in his way, Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. Izuku revealed that Endeavor believed he deserved the top spot more than anyone else, but he devised a plan knowing he could never achieve it on his own. Weiss was curious about what Endeavor did. Izuku explained the concept of quirk marriages, where two individuals would have a child to enhance their quirks. Endeavor, leveraging his status as the #2 hero, forced a woman with a powerful ice quirk into such a marriage. Weiss's eyes widened in shock as Izuku continued, detailing how Endeavor neglected the other children, focusing solely on the twins who possessed a perfect blend of both parents' quirks. He described how Endeavor's harsh training methods led to neglect and abuse, resulting in a breakdown for his wife and a tragic accident involving his oldest daughter. As Izuku spoke, Weiss drew parallels to her own family. Her older sister had left due to their father's strictness, and her mother had vanished without a trace. Izuku explained that he shared this story to illustrate a point. Weiss aspired to lead her group, but he questioned whether she truly wanted to emulate Endeavor, who could never inspire hope in others. He contrasted her with Ruby, who had the ability to uplift those around her. Izuku posed a final question to Weiss, asking what kind of person she wanted to be, someone who inspired hope or someone who trampled others for personal gain. Weiss, intrigued, asked what had happened to Endeavor. Izuku simply stated that he had killed him. The rest of their walk was quiet, with Weiss reflecting on the weight of Izuku's words. As they approached the classroom, Izuku suddenly stopped, causing Weiss to bump into him. When she looked up, she was taken aback by the intense expression on his face, his eyes glowing with an unsettling light. Without warning, he sprinted toward the classroom, leaving Weiss struggling to keep pace. Meanwhile, Ruby sat in Ms. Goodwich's class, concerned about Izuku's serious demeanor earlier. She wondered what had caused such a shift in him. As she waited for class to start, Eri was drawing on her lap, while Yang and Blake were engaged in their own activities. Jane and her team were nearby, chatting, and Nora had joined in on the drawing, creating a lively atmosphere despite Ruby's worries. All was going well until someone spoke behind me. A voice sneered, commenting on our group in a derogatory manner. I turned around to see 𝐼𝐻𝐻 and his team standing nearby. Yang stood up, glaring at 𝐼𝐻𝐻, demanding to know what he had said. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 responded with mockery, adding insults about 𝐼𝐻𝐬's appearance, suggesting she was a failure for having only one horn. He reached out and flicked 𝐼𝐻𝐬, causing her to tear up and hold her head while Yang's eyes glowed with anger. Jane and her team watched 𝐼𝐻𝐬 with fury. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, upset, called 𝐼𝐻𝐬 a bully and stated that her father said he would never amount to anything. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, unfazed, taunted her further, raising his fist as if to strike. In a protective instinct, I moved 𝐼𝐻𝐬 behind me just as 𝐼𝐻𝐬's punch landed on my face. I fell, still holding 𝐼𝐻𝐬 tightly, determined to shield her from harm. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 laughed, but the rest of the class fell silent. I touched my cheek where he had struck me, feeling tears well up from the pain. A chill ran through the classroom as 𝐼𝐻𝐬's laughter faded, replaced by an ominous presence that seemed to envelop the room. Shadows stretched ominously toward 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and his team, as if they were being watched by something dark and foreboding. Suddenly, the doors at the back of the room burst open, and an angry Izuku walked in. When Izuku entered, he saw a man in armor looming over 𝗟𝗶𝗸, who had tears in her eyes, with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 hugging her and a furious Yang ready to confront the man. Ignoring the armored figure, Izuku knelt in front of 𝗟𝗶𝗸, gently moving her hand away from her face to assess the red welt that was swelling. His anger intensified as he took in the sight. 𝗟𝗶𝗸, noticing his expression, tried to calm him, assuring him that she would heal. However, 𝐼𝐻𝐬's voice cut through the moment, insulting 𝗟𝗶𝗸 and demanding Izuku's attention. Just as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 attempted to strike Izuku from behind, he quickly dodged and seized 𝐼𝐻𝐬 by the throat with one hand, shocking everyone with his strength. Izuku looked 𝐼𝐻𝐬 in the eye, his voice calm yet chilling, advising him to refrain from causing further trouble. The tension in the room was palpable as everyone held their breath. Just then, one of 𝐼𝐻𝐬's lackeys charged in, attempting to attack Izuku. In a swift motion, Izuku threw 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to the ground and countered the attack with a well-placed kick, causing the lackey to fall in pain. Izuku knelt beside 𝐼𝐻𝐬, gripping his face and delivering a stern warning about the consequences of bullying. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, unable to speak, could only nod in response. Izuku released him, instructing him to take his friend to the nurse's office and excusing him from class. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shot Izuku a glare filled with hatred as he left with his teammate. Glinda entered the scene, asking for an explanation of the events that had transpired. Yang stepped forward to recount what had happened while Izuku returned to 𝗟𝗶𝗸, kneeling beside her. He asked how she and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 were doing. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 assured him she was okay, and Izuku playfully noted the change in how she addressed him, causing her to blush as she hugged him tightly. Izuku then turned to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who expressed her gratitude for 𝗟𝗶𝗸's protection. He embraced both girls, thanking 𝗟𝗶𝗸 for her bravery and offering his support if she ever needed anything. 𝗟𝗶𝗸, still embarrassed, promised to hold him to it, even though she would have helped regardless. As Yang finished explaining the situation, Glinda acknowledged her account and stated that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 would face punishment for his actions. Izuku agreed but was also informed that he might face consequences for his threats. He had anticipated this outcome and remained unfazed, standing tall despite the discontent from others around him. Lily voiced her disagreement with Glinda's decision, but the atmosphere was charged with the aftermath of the confrontation. He was protecting his daughter and friend from someone threatening them with physical harm. Nora expressed her excitement about seeing Izuku break the assailant's shin, suggesting he should have aimed for the kneecap instead. Everyone turned to Nora, who wore a wide smile and a gleam in her eye. Izuku acknowledged the situation, stating he expected the outcome and was ready to accept any punishment Ms. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 deemed necessary. Yang interjected, but Izuku reassured her, petting her head and smiling as he declared he would do it again for anyone, regardless of the consequences. Yang hugged Izuku tightly, not wanting to let him go, affirming that she wouldn't change him for anything. Izuku smiled and returned the hug. Glinda, interrupting the moment, reminded them they needed to start class and then speak with Ms. 𝐒𝐻𝐬. She looked enviously at Yang, wishing to be in her place. Izuku nodded and released Yang, who pouted. He instructed everyone to take their seats and told Ms. Rose she was excused to get ice for her cheek to help with the swelling, acknowledging that while her aura absorbed most of the punch, it was still a metal fist. Everyone followed his instructions, with 𝗟𝗶𝗸 quickly leaving to grab some ice and returning to not miss much of combat class. The first day of class focused on the basics of aura and its varying abilities among students. After class, Izuku and Glinda headed toward Olivia's office to discuss Izuku's punishment. Izuku walked down the street with 𝐼𝐼𝐬 beside him, holding his hand. Although he preferred his suits, he wore some comfortable clothes left by his father. 𝐼𝐬 wore one of her favorite black dresses with a white collar. It was a peaceful day, as he was on leave from Beacon for a week due to the incident in Glinda's class. He recalled the priceless expression on Olivia's face when Glinda and he explained what had happened. After class, Glinda escorted Izuku to Olivia's office for his punishment. They stopped by his room so 𝐼𝐬 could nap while he talked to Olivia. 𝐼𝐬 wanted to defend him, but he assured her it would be fine. He was not worried, knowing he would make the same decision again. As they arrived at Olivia's door, Glinda asked if he was prepared, to which he affirmed he would accept whatever Olivia deemed appropriate. Glinda hinted that she thought he should have done worse, surprising Izuku with a small smile as she opened the door. Inside, Olivia was seated behind her desk, looking up with a confused expression. Glinda explained the situation involving Izuku and a student. Concern grew on Olivia's face as Glinda detailed the events in the classroom. After hearing the explanation, Olivia pinched the bridge of her nose and addressed Izuku, who firmly stated he would not apologize for his actions. Olivia agreed that the student deserved what had happened but noted she had to impose some punishment for hurting another student. Izuku accepted this, showing his willingness to take responsibility. Olivia decided on a week's leave from his assistant duties, and upon his return, he would join Ms. 𝐿𝐵𝐿's class to learn about the world's history. Surprised by the leniency, Izuku confirmed he was fine with the punishment, and Olivia smiled sweetly at him. With that settled, Izuku enjoyed his time off with 𝐼𝐬. The others were still attending classes, but 𝐼𝐻𝐭 faced a harsher punishment of house arrest for a month, expressing his displeasure at Izuku's lighter consequence. Olivia pointed out that Izuku had acted in self-defense, which led to 𝐼𝐻𝐭 storming off, seemingly plotting something. Izuku had one of his shadows watching him to ensure he wouldn't cause trouble. As they walked, Izuku asked 𝐼𝐬 what she wanted to do during his week off. 𝐼𝐬 suggested getting something for Ruby and the others to cheer them up since they couldn't join them. Izuku smiled at 𝐼𝐬's thoughtfulness and ruffled her hair, making her giggle. 𝐼𝐬 eagerly pulled him forward, excited to find the perfect gift for their friends. As 𝐼𝐬 led the way, Izuku, distracted, accidentally bumped into someone. He looked down to see a girl with mixed pink and brown hair who had fallen. She wore a nice suit and high heels. Apologizing for not paying attention, he offered her a hand, which she gratefully accepted as he helped her up. Standing barely at his chest, she pulled out a notepad and wrote that it was fine, no harm done, smiling up at him. Izuku asked if there was anything he could do to make it up to her, inviting her to join them for a meal. 𝐼𝐬 chimed in, reminding him that her father always said to make amends when possible and asked why the girl was writing instead of speaking. She looked down at the smiling 𝐼𝐬, picked her up, hugged her, and nodded at Izuku, laughing at the situation before them. Izuku asked for her name, and she grabbed the notepad again, still holding 𝐼𝐬, flipping through the pages until she found the one she was looking for. She showed it to Izuku, and when he read, "Neo," she nodded, smiling up at him. He suggested they go see what they could find, explaining that 𝐼𝐬 was probably mute. 𝐼𝐬, curious, looked back at Neo, who smiled sadly and nodded. To cheer her up, 𝐼𝐬 hugged Neo, which seemed to lift her spirits. With a cheerful shout of "Onward!" 𝐼𝐬 raised her fist forward, and Neo followed closely behind her. Neo moved swiftly, with Izuku not far behind, laughing. The three spent the day together, exploring the city of 𝐿𝐴. Neo carried 𝐼𝐬 for most of the time until 𝐼𝐬 wanted to walk. Neo looked a bit sad, but 𝐼𝐬 grabbed her hand, pulling her forward and causing her to smile at the little girl. As the day drew to a close, Izuku held a very tired 𝐼𝐬, who was drifting off to sleep in his arms. As they approached Beacon, Neo stopped and smiled back at Izuku. Izuku guessed she had to leave, and Neo nodded, looking down sadly. He walked up and gently petted her head, making her look up at him. He mentioned that he had the rest of the week off and would be exploring the town, inviting her to join them whenever she wanted. Neo smiled back and hugged him tightly. After they separated, she ran off in the opposite direction of Beacon, turning back just long enough to wave goodbye. Izuku and 𝐼𝐸 made their way inside and opened the door to find both teams, 𝗟𝗶𝗸 and 𝐽𝐼𝐴, relaxing in his room, which surprised him. Izuku asked what they were doing there, and 𝗟𝗏 explained that they were bored and wanted to hang out after classes, choosing his room to wait for him. Izuku mentioned he had something to cheer them up, but before he could elaborate, 𝐼𝐸 poked his cheek, wide awake and pouting. He explained that it was 𝐼𝐸's idea to do something nice for them since they looked sad about missing out that morning. Nora, excited, took 𝐼𝐸 from his arms, hugged her tightly, and kissed her cheek, causing 𝐼𝐸 to giggle. Izuku revealed that 𝐼𝐸 had picked out some crepes for everyone and freshly baked cookies for Ruby. Before he could finish, Ruby dashed forward, tackling him to the ground, demanding to know where the treats were. Izuku laughed at her enthusiasm and pulled out a box filled with warm cookies. Ruby quickly snatched the box, kissed his cheek without thinking, and began to eat. The room fell silent in shock, especially Yang, who had always considered herself the bold one. Ruby blushed heavily as she realized what she had done, stuttering an apology. Izuku, wanting to calm her down, stood up, walked over, and gently petted her head, which helped her relax. He assured her it was okay, that he wasn't mad, and that he liked it. The others in the room felt a twinge of jealousy, each thinking they would do the same when he handed them a crepe. Once Ruby calmed down, Izuku began handing out the crepes, and each girl thanked him with a quick kiss on the cheek before leaving, each using a different nickname for him. Nora accidentally took 𝐼𝐸 with her before Izuku could stop her, leaving him feeling a bit dazed by the girl's actions. Not knowing what else to do, he washed up and fell into bed, feeling more tired than he had in a while. Since 𝐼𝐸 hadn't returned, he assumed she would be staying the night with Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸, which was fine since he trusted them. He soon fell into a dreamless sleep and didn't wake up until morning. When Izuku awoke, he found himself hugging something warm. Opening his eyes, he realized he was holding 𝗟𝗏, with 𝐼𝐸 nestled between them, both still asleep. 𝗟𝗏 had a slight blush on her face. He tried to move away slowly, but in doing so, he accidentally woke her. As 𝗟𝗏 stirred, she felt someone hugging her and found it surprisingly comfortable. She snuggled deeper into the warmth, almost falling back asleep. Then she remembered that 𝐼𝐸 had wanted to return to Izuku late last night, and since she was the only one awake, she had taken her back. Izuku had left his door open, and she had walked in, sitting 𝐼𝐸 down next to him. 𝐼𝐸 had instantly curled up next to him, and it was such an adorable sight that she wished she could capture it on her scroll. After placing 𝐼𝐸 down, she turned to leave but felt something grab her arm. Before she could react, she was pulled back and found herself lying on the bed with Izuku, who held her close with 𝐼𝐸 in between them. She tried to pull away, but Izuku held her tighter, and against her will, she fell asleep in his warm embrace, secretly enjoying the comfort. As these memories flooded back, she quickly opened her eyes to find Izuku looking at her. Her face felt hot, likely matching her hair color. She pulled back reluctantly and sat up, noticing Izuku's face had turned deep red as he quickly looked away. Confused, she glanced down and realized that the top few buttons of her nightshirt had come undone during the night, exposing more than she intended. If possible, her face felt even hotter. She quickly got up and ran out of the room, covering herself. Izuku called out after Neo, but she felt too embarrassed to stop. She hurried back to her room, relieved that the rest of her team was still asleep. Once inside, she adjusted herself and sat on her bed, covering her flushed face as she replayed the events of the day in her mind. Over the next week, whenever Izuku went out exploring the town with 𝐼𝐸, he would occasionally encounter Neo, but only when they were alone. If anyone else joined them, Neo would shy away. During these moments, she learned more about Izuku and 𝐼𝐸, as well as bits of their past. However, Izuku was not the only one avoiding conversations. Whenever he and 𝗟𝗏 crossed paths, she would quickly turn and walk away, not out of anger but from embarrassment over what had happened. On the last day of Izuku's break, it was just him and Neo. 𝐼𝐸 had chosen to stay with Olivia, who was more than happy to spend time with her. While Neo enjoyed her time with Izuku, he was lost in thought about how to approach 𝗟𝗏. Still, he made an effort to pay attention to Neo, wanting to keep her spirits up. Izuku asked Neo what her plans were now that his break was ending. She looked down sadly, prompting him to gently pat her head to cheer her up. Neo wrote on her notepad that she would be working with her partner on a project for their new boss, who was nice but could be intimidating when upset. Izuku expressed his hope that everything would go well for her and offered his support if she needed it. He also mentioned wanting to meet her partner someday. Grateful, Neo hugged him tightly, her smile brightening the moment. As their time together came to an end, Izuku presented her with a gift he had prepared as a thank you for the enjoyable week and for being a friend to 𝐼𝐸. He asked her to wait until she got home to open it. Neo was taken aback and felt tears welling in her eyes as she accepted the gift. After a heartfelt moment, she ran off, waving back at Izuku with a radiant smile. Izuku then spotted 𝗟𝐻 watching from a distance and rushed over to her before she could turn away. He wanted to talk, but 𝗟𝐻's face flushed as she recalled their previous encounter. She insisted there was nothing to discuss, but Izuku pressed on, noting her avoidance over the past week. He understood if she was upset but urged her to speak with him. 𝗟𝐻 admitted that she wasn't angry but embarrassed. She shared how lonely it felt growing up as a prodigy, with everyone expecting greatness from her. Izuku empathized, knowing how such feelings could weigh heavily on someone. He embraced her, allowing her to release the pain she had carried for years. They stood together in silence, with Izuku comforting her by gently stroking her hair. After a while, 𝗟𝐻 pulled away and apologized for unloading her feelings. Izuku reassured her that it was okay, friends were there for each other. Just then, the rest of their team, along with 𝐼𝐸, appeared around the corner, surprising 𝗟𝐻. They admitted to eavesdropping out of concern when 𝗟𝐻 and Izuku had disappeared. 𝗟𝐻 understood their worry but felt it didn't justify their actions. Izuku intervened, reminding her that friends care about one another, and he appreciated their support. He wrapped his arms around the group, resting his head on Ruby's, and shared a warm smile with 𝗟𝐻. He pointed out that she wasn't the only prodigy in their group anymore, highlighting Ruby's accomplishments as well. 𝗟𝐻's eyes widened, and she began to tear up. 𝐼𝐸 approached her, raising her arms for a hug, which 𝗟𝐻 gladly accepted. 𝐼𝐸 comforted her, saying that being surrounded by loved ones could help chase away sadness. With the mood lightened, Izuku suggested it was time for dinner and then bed since they all had classes in the morning. 𝗟𝐻 asked if 𝐼𝐸 could sleep with her that night, and Izuku left the decision to 𝐼𝐸, who eagerly nodded and hugged 𝗟𝐻 tighter. The others were envious but chose to let it go, recognizing that 𝗟𝐻 needed this moment. Ruby declared her intention to sleep with the snowball the next day, prompting the group to look at her as if she had betrayed them. They began to argue about who would get to sleep with 𝐼𝐸. Izuku, chuckling, suggested they leave that decision to 𝐼𝐸, then walked away to get dinner and a bath. 𝐼𝐸, meanwhile, seemed to relish the attention she was receiving from everyone. After Neo left Izuku at Beacon, she returned to the base, feeling elated. Izuku had given her a gift, the first she had received in years that didn't come from Roma. Although he had asked her to wait until she got home to open it, her excitement nearly got the better of her. Ultimately, she decided to humor his request, though it was difficult to resist the urge to open it right away. Upon arriving at the base, Roma gave her a curious look as she worked on plans at the table. Neo cleared a space and gently placed the gift down. Roma's expression turned inquisitive as she glanced from the present to Neo's beaming face. Roma asked what could possibly make Neo so happy, moving closer to inspect the box. When she reached for it, Neo instinctively pulled it away, asserting that it was hers. Roma raised her hands in mock surrender, apologizing for her curiosity. Neo wrote that it was just a gift from Izuku, and Roma inquired if Izuku was the boy Neo had been spending time with recently. Neo nodded and began to unwrap the gift. Roma then asked if this was the same boy Cinder had been tasked to watch. Neo's heart sank at the implication, and she felt conflicted. She didn't want to betray Izuku's trust, but she also didn't want to put Roma in a difficult position by withholding information. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, she continued to unwrap the gift. Inside, she found a glass bottle resting on a soft pillow. As she lifted the bottle, she noticed it contained a BLD red liquid with bits of gold floating within. It had a silver lining around the bottom and along the sides. Roma leaned in, intrigued, and when she turned the box over, a note fell out. Neo picked it up and began to read. The note from Izuku expressed his gratitude for the time Neo had spent with him and 𝐼𝐻𝐬, his adopted daughter. He explained that the bottle contained something special his father had left him before passing away. Although it originally had the power to cure any illness, he had modified it so that it could heal one specific condition. If Neo drank the entire contents, it would restore her ability to speak, though she would need to relearn how to talk. Neo stood in shock, contemplating the implications of the gift. If she drank it, she could finally communicate. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shaking her shoulder and calling her name. When she finally came to, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed her concern, having watched Neo stare at the bottle and note for several minutes. Neo wondered why Izuku would give her something so precious, especially since he could have saved it for someone else. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 encouraged her to calm down and suggested they report this to their boss. Neo believed Izuku was simply a genuinely nice person, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬 questioned whether there might be another motive behind his kindness. After a brief back and forth, they decided to take the matter to their boss, and Neo followed 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as they left the room. Meanwhile, 𝐶𝐮𝐲 sat on her throne, reflecting on the discoveries she had made during her recent trip. Upon arriving at the location where she sensed the 𝐼𝐻𝐬, she was taken aback by what she found. There was a group of 𝐼𝐻𝐬 that resembled those she had spawned, yet they were different. They were working together in ways that should not have been possible. Their bodies, once pitch black, now displayed a variety of colors. Some were as red as BLD, others a sickly green, and still more were a pale yellow. Their once bone-white masks had transformed to match the darkness of their bodies. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 observed as they encountered another group of Beowulfs and attacked them, seemingly infecting the defeated ones and turning them into the same vibrant colors. Concerned about the spread of this phenomenon, 𝐶𝐮𝐬 swiftly dealt with the gathered 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and made her way back to her castle. As she walked, 𝐶𝐮𝐬 pondered what could have caused this change, her thoughts drifting to a certain green-haired man who had done something similar, albeit in a vastly different manner. Her musings were interrupted by a floating 𝐼𝐻𝐬 with a crystal ball for a head and tentacles dangling from it. This unexpected intrusion caught her attention. Who would dare disturb her? The answer soon revealed itself when 𝐶INDR's face appeared through the orb. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 expressed her displeasure, demanding to know why. 𝐶INDR was contacting her. 𝐶INDR quickly explained that there had been an intriguing development regarding the boy she had sent her to investigate. His name was Izuku-san, and he had encountered one of their operatives while in town, accompanied by a little girl. Curious, 𝐶𝐮𝐬 inquired about the girl. 𝐶INDR revealed that Izuku claimed she was his daughter, although he denied it when pressed, stating she was adopted but considered his real daughter. The girl apparently had a troubled past, but Izuku had not elaborated further. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 contemplated this information, gesturing for 𝐶INDR to continue. 𝐶INDR reported that Izuku had seemingly appeared out of nowhere and speculated that he was the same individual they had encountered during the dust heist, given his distinctive hair color and build. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 recalled 𝐶INDR mentioning a near failure of that mission due to interference from an unknown party, and she asked if 𝐶INDR believed it was indeed him. 𝐶INDR confirmed her suspicion. 𝐶𝐮𝐬's curiosity deepened as she asked about the encounter with Neo, the girl 𝐶INDR had mentioned earlier. 𝐶INDR explained that Izuku had been placed on leave due to an incident at 𝐒𝐮𝐽, where he had impressed both the combat teacher and the 𝐼𝐻𝐬 studies teacher. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 reflected on his previous battles, recalling how effortlessly he had dismantled a small army of 𝐼𝐻𝐬 while maintaining a smile. She understood why he would be considered for a teaching position, but the 𝐻𝐬 studies role intrigued her even more. What knowledge could he possess that impressed them so greatly? 𝐶INDR continued, revealing that the leave was a result of an altercation with a group of boys, during which Izuku had broken one boy's leg and threatened another. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 was taken aback, as this behavior contradicted her perception of Izuku, who had shown kindness in his interactions with others. 𝐶INDR explained that the conflict had arisen when one of the boys attempted to hit Izuku's daughter but accidentally struck a red-haired woman instead. Izuku had intervened to stop the attack, leading to the current situation. 𝐶INDR informed 𝐶𝐮𝐬 that Neo had been interacting with Izuku for the past week, but she had avoided him whenever he was with others. 𝐶𝐮𝐬 acknowledged this cleverness, but 𝐼𝐶𝐼𝐷 noted that it was the last day of Izuku's leave. As they were about to part ways, Izuku had stopped Neo to present her with a gift. He had pulled a box from thin air, claiming it was for her. After accepting the gift and returning to her base, Neo opened it to find a glass bottle. 𝐶𝐶 questioned the significance of the glass bottle, to which 𝐶𝐶INDR explained that the bottle itself was unremarkable, but its contents were extraordinary. Inside was a BLD red liquid with flecks of gold, accompanied by a note stating it could cure any illness. Izuku had modified it to help Neo regain her voice, but the entire contents had to be consumed for it to work. 𝐶𝐶 was astonished. She had never encountered anything like this in her long life, even during the time of the goddesses. Demanding to know where the bottle was, 𝐶𝐶 learned that Neo had it and was waiting in the other room. 𝐶𝐶 instructed 𝐶INDR to bring her in. A moment later, Neo entered, her dual-colored hair and eyes betraying her nervousness. 𝐶𝐶 requested to see the bottle, and Neo complied, raising it for inspection. 𝐶𝐶 leaned closer, examining the seemingly ordinary bottle, aside from its striking color. After a moment of contemplation, 𝐶𝐶 concluded that Neo should drink it. If it worked as Izuku claimed, they might be able to obtain more of the unaltered version or even discover the recipe to create it themselves. Prompted by 𝐶𝐶, Neo brought the bottle to her lips and began to drink. As she finished, all eyes were on her, waiting for a sign of change. Soon, a faint light flickered from her throat before fading away. Impatiently, 𝐶𝐶 urged Neo to try speaking. Neo hesitantly managed to utter a greeting, her voice shaky but present. Over the last 3 weeks, Izuku had been attending Ms. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸's class in the early morning. He quickly became her favorite due to his constant participation and inquisitive nature. It also helped that he brought her a thermos of coffee each morning, which she eagerly consumed. She enjoyed having 𝐼𝐸 join them to learn about the world, as 𝐼𝐸 would sit with her during class, the only time she remained still for more than 30 seconds. There was an incident when Ruby mistakenly called her Ms. instead of Doctor, causing her to spill coffee down the front of her shirt. Unbeknownst to her, Izuku stood before her, offering his jacket with a light blush on his cheeks. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she quickly thanked Izuku and adjusted the coat to cover herself. The male students were frustrated at the interruption, while the female students appreciated the display of chivalry. After class, Izuku attended Port's lessons, where he listened to the instructor's exaggerated stories about various 𝐼𝐻𝐺. Despite the embellishments, Izuku learned about creatures he had yet to encounter and diligently took notes, sharing his insights with Port at the end of each class. During lunch, Izuku would sit with either Team 𝗟𝗶hy or Team 𝐽nPR, often alternating between the two while 𝐼𝐸 spent time with the other group. Occasionally he would join Olivia or Glinda for lunch. During these moments, Izuku noticed that Jane seemed withdrawn. When he inquired about it, she deflected his questions, insisting everything was fine. Although he respected her wishes, he kept a watchful eye on her, concerned about her well-being. Following lunch, Izuku assisted in Glinda's combat training class. 𝐼𝐻𝐺, despite being on house arrest, was still allowed to attend. Izuku maintained a professional demeanor while dealing with him, grateful that this was the only class where he had to interact with 𝐼𝐻𝐺. Afterward, he would spend time with Olivia, sharing stories over tea or coffee. Although he sensed she was holding back some details about her life, he chose not to pry, believing it was not his place. On his days off, Izuku and 𝐼𝐸 would visit Summer and T when they weren't on missions. They spent time reminiscing about the past, learning about their late husband who had died in an accident during a mission. One of the sisters on the team blamed herself for his death due to her semblance, and despite the others not holding her responsible, she struggled to move past it. Listening to their story, Izuku offered them comfort, embracing them alongside 𝐼𝐸. It seemed to help as they clung to him, allowing their grief to surface for the first time without the pressure of appearing strong in front of their daughters. Once they had finished expressing their emotions, they released Izuku, who wiped their tears and smiled reassuringly. They returned his smile, spending the rest of the day sharing stories about their families. In one of Glinda's classes, Izuku found himself teaching for the first time as her assistant. Although nervous, he was excited to see how it would go. All the students were present, waiting for class to start, while 𝐿𝐴 observed from behind. When the bell rang, everyone turned to him, surprised to see him instead of 𝐿𝐴. Izuku greeted the class, explaining that Ms. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had asked him to teach that day to assess his abilities. The students appeared eager, though 𝗏𝗏 shot him a disdainful look, which he chose to ignore. Before diving into the lesson, Izuku posed a question to the class, which was better, strength or intelligence? Initially, no one raised their hand until 𝗏𝗏 confidently did so, asserting that strength was the most important quality. Izuku corrected him, prompting 𝗏𝗏's anger. 𝐿𝐴 watched with interest as Izuku continued. Weiss raised her hand, suggesting that intelligence was the answer. However, Izuku informed her that she was also incorrect, which left the class puzzled. Nora expressed confusion, pointing out that there were only 2 options. Izuku clarified that there were actually 3, raising 3 fingers to capture their attention. He explained that while the previous answers reflected extremes, the correct answer was balance. The class fell silent, contemplating his words, though Weiss and 𝗏𝗏 still looked unsatisfied. Izuku elaborated, asking them to visualize a scenario where one side possessed overwhelming strength while the other had unmatched intelligence. He described how they would be locked in an endless battle, each countering the other's moves. As the class considered his perspective, Izuku sensed they were beginning to agree with him. He continued, asking them to imagine what would happen if the person with strength possessed the same intelligence as the other, or vice versa. The outcome of the battle could have been vastly different. One side would easily dominate the other. After listening to the speech, the class nodded in agreement, deep in thought, while 𝗏𝗏 and his group appeared unconvinced. Lily raised a question, prompting a smile from me that made her blush. I praised her for her excellent question, which only deepened her blush further. The others seemed to pout, which I found endearing. To answer Lily's question, I explained that teamwork was essential. The class's eyes widened as I elaborated that they were placed in teams to cover each other's weaknesses. Nobody is perfect, but self-improvement is crucial because a team may not always be there to support you when you need it most. I scanned the room, ensuring I had everyone's attention. Then, I announced the real lesson for the day: they would be fighting. Excitement filled the room, but they were not prepared for my next statement. Their teams would face Ms. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and me. I would split the class in half. One group would fight me, while the other would take on Ms. 𝐒𝐿𝐴. The class looked horrified, and Weiss quickly raised her hand. I gestured for her to speak. Weiss expressed her concern about the fairness of the situation, noting it would be 4 against 1. I chuckled, watching her worry shift to annoyance. I explained that it was fair, considering my experience in handling multiple opponents and Ms. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's expertise as a hunter. Just then, I felt a chill as 𝐿𝐴 approached from behind, her smile sweet but her aura intense. She playfully questioned if I was calling her old, causing me to stammer in a panic. I quickly complimented her, which made her blush and dispelled the tension in the room. I noticed several jealous auras behind me, particularly from Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸 and 𝗟𝗶H, who were pouting. I continued, expressing my confidence in Ms. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's abilities to handle multiple foes. We would draw names to see who would face me first. A screen appeared with the team's names, and as I pressed a button, the wheel spun, creating a tense atmosphere. It finally stopped on Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸. Yang and Ruby jumped up in excitement, while Weiss and Blake appeared more apprehensive. I informed them that Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸 would go first and instructed them to prepare at the front. As they got ready, 𝐿𝐴 approached me again, questioning my intentions. I explained that I wanted to see how much they trusted their teammates and how far they would go to protect one another. Learning from failures is crucial. 𝐿𝐴 cleared her throat, acknowledging my plan while asking me to be careful not to hurt them too much. I assured her I would treat them like every other student, not holding back. Turning back to the class, I saw Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸 armed and ready. Yang declared her intention to finally defeat me, slamming her fists together, while the others tried to match her confidence. I grinned, sensing their determination but also their apprehension. To reignite their spirits, I proposed a deal. If anyone could land a hit on either Ms. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 or me, I would fulfill any request they had for a whole day. This sparked excitement in the girls and the rest of the class. I added that if no one could hit me, we would discuss it at the end of the class. Once their aura was broken, they would be out. With that, the battle commenced. Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸 sprang into action, with Ruby using her semblance to position herself behind me while the others flanked me. Yang took the lead in front. I noted their strategy of blocking my escape routes while keeping one of their members in my blind spot. As I pulled out a pair of training daggers, I charged at Yang, catching her off guard. She attempted a quick jab, which I evaded by dropping low. Anticipating her follow-up kick, I grabbed her ankle, lifted her, and tossed her toward Blake, who was moving in to assist. Just then, I sensed Ruby approaching from behind. I ducked just in time for her to zip past, narrowly avoiding Weiss's weapon. Seizing the moment, I redirected Ruby's charge, causing her to collide with Ruby, sending them both tumbling to the ground in a heap. He glanced back at Yang and Blake, quickly dodging a barrage of bullets fired by the two. Izuku moved into close combat with Yang, raising his defenses to block her punches. Blake, unable to find an opening to shoot, moved in to assist. Seeing this, Izuku kicked Yang away and turned his attention to Blake. They exchanged blows, with Izuku skillfully avoiding her sword swipes while his attacks gradually wore down the black-haired girl. Her biggest mistake came when she overreached with her last attack, an opportunity Izuku seized as he delivered powerful punches to her stomach, followed by a swift kick that sent her flying. She struggled to get up, but soon her aura shattered, and she slumped down in defeat. From the sidelines, Glinda's voice rang out, announcing Blake's elimination. Not wanting to waste time, Izuku quickly moved toward Ruby, Weiss, and Yang, who were regrouping. He used Quicksilver to match Ruby's speed. Weiss decided to place a glyph in his path, believing he couldn't avoid it. Just as he was about to hit it, a mass of darkness shot from a nearby shadow, wrapping around his waist and pulling him aside, narrowly avoiding the glyph. Izuku smiled at Weiss, praising her quick thinking, which caused her to blush slightly. Yang and Ruby pointed at the black mass, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Izuku smirked at their bewilderment and let out a soft laugh, reminding them of his past. The shadows around him began to rise and swirl like living creatures. He declared himself the Shadow Monarch, explaining that it made sense for him to control shadows at will. The class fell silent, some in awe while others looked on in horror at his display of power, all wondering what being the Shadow Monarch truly meant. The class's thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of fighting. They looked up to see Yang and Izuku clashing fists, while Ruby took long-range shots when she could, and Weiss used her glyphs to attack swiftly whenever the two broke apart, switching places with Yang to give her a break. Izuku acknowledged their adaptability and decided to accelerate the pace of the fight. He used the shadows to grab Yang's leg and launch her toward Weiss, causing both to fall and their auras to break. Glinda announced their elimination, leaving only Izuku and Ruby in the ring. As they sat next to Blake, Izuku smiled at Ruby, suggesting they finish the match. Ruby, though nervous, stood tall and stared defiantly at him. His smile softened as he got into a running stance, appreciating the fire in her eyes. They charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle where Ruby initially had a slight advantage but was soon overwhelmed by Izuku's experience. During the fight, Ruby lost her scythe, which Izuku swiftly picked up, tripping her and causing her to crash to the ground. He raised the weapon above his head, and the class held their breath, fearing he would strike her down. Instead, he slammed the blade beside her head, using the to pin her against the floor. He offered her a gentle smile and flicked her forehead, causing her aura to break. The class exhaled collectively, relieved. Izuku praised Ruby for her impressive performance, reaching down to help her up. She sat up, rubbing her forehead and pouting while glaring at him. She grabbed his hand to pull herself to her feet, still giving him an adorable glare. Izuku chuckled, finding her glare too cute to be intimidating, and he affectionately petted her head. She initially resisted but soon leaned into his touch, and he thought he heard her purring softly. He called the others back to join them, causing Ruby to pout as he stopped petting her. He congratulated them for their efforts. Weiss questioned how losing could be considered good, to which Izuku explained that they gained valuable experience. Blake asked what he meant, prompting Izuku to ask them to reflect on their mistakes during the fight. They took a moment to think about what they could have done differently. Weiss realized they had allowed him to dictate the pace of the fight, while Yang noted they fought him one-on-one instead of leveraging their numbers. Blake pointed out that they hadn't used their greatest advantage against him. Intrigued, Izuku asked what that advantage was, and Blake pointed out that he lacked ranged weapons. He laughed heartily, impressed by her insight, and praised her. As he petted her head, she flinched at first but relaxed under his touch, feeling a warmth spread through her. She let out a soft meow, quickly covering her mouth in embarrassment, but when she looked up, she found Izuku smiling gently at her, devoid of any judgment. He stopped petting her soon after, leaving her wishing he hadn't. She glanced at the others, who seemed envious but unaware of her moment of vulnerability. She sighed with relief and readjusted her bow, looking toward where Izuku was standing, the others following her lead. Izuku posed a question to the group, asking what they could have done to potentially defeat him. The four remained silent, struggling to come up with an answer. This question even stumped Weiss. Noticing their confusion, Izuku decided to help them out. He offered to provide an idea, and the four nodded eagerly. He explained that while their initial strategy was a good start, they could have improved their chances. He suggested that Yang should engage him in close combat while Ruby used her semblance to limit his speed and lead him into traps set by Weiss with her glyphs. Meanwhile, Blake could stay at a distance, with Ruby supporting her when not focused on keeping up with his speed. The four were astonished by how easily Izuku had crafted a plan that included all of them. This sparked excitement among the rest of the class, who were eager to learn various fighting techniques from him. Izuku then instructed everyone to take their seats so the rest of the class could have a turn. The four complied, feeling disappointed but grateful for the learning experience. He spun the wheel again, and the class continued in the same manner, with Izuku altering his fighting style each time, keeping everyone on their toes. After each battle, he provided advice, which the students eagerly absorbed before returning to their seats. As the class neared its end, Izuku clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. He acknowledged that he hadn't anticipated the class would take so long and announced that they would have to continue another day. He reminded them of the earlier promise he made. Whoever managed to hit him would have their wishes granted for a day. The students who had fought him hung their heads, realizing none had come close to landing a hit. Izuku encouraged them not to feel discouraged, hinting that it wasn't over yet. The class looked up, curious about what he meant. He explained that they would be going to a nearby forest the next day to collect sap from the trees. He also revealed that there was still a chance for them to earn their reward. They would be allowed to launch attacks on him outside of school hours, and if anyone managed to hit him, the reward would still stand. Excitement buzzed through the class as they began discussing strategies. However, Izuku reminded them that there would be rules to follow. They needed to ensure that no one was harmed in the process, his room was off-limits for any attacks, and they must not hurt his daughter. He warned them with a smile that sent a chill down their spines, promising that if anyone harmed her, the training they would receive would be intense. He set a time limit for this challenge, stating it would last until the vital festival began. With that, Izuku declared the class over, reminding everyone to prepare for the outing the next day. After class, he stayed back for a while, chatting and joking with 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐴, enjoying their time together. He shared amusing stories from his world about his experiences as a vigilante, while 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐴 recounted her own tales from Beacon and the unique students she had encountered over the years. When their conversation ended, 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐴 accompanied Izuku as he went to pick up 𝐼𝐴𝐴 from Olivia. As they approached the office, she paused outside the door and tugged on his shirt to stop him. She had a question for him, wanting to know how he was managing everything since his arrival 3 months prior. Izuku assured her he was fine, but his smile didn't quite reach his eyes, prompting 𝐿𝐴𝐴 to pull him into a hug. At first, he stiffened, but then he relaxed, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face in her neck. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 felt her face heat up, but she reassured him that it was okay not to be alright and that he could always lean on her and others for support. As they stood in that embrace, they felt each other's warmth, creating an NTMT moment that neither wanted to break. Eventually, Izuku leaned back, still holding 𝐿𝐴𝐴 close, and she followed his lead, gazing into his eyes. She told him that her door would always be open for him whenever he needed to talk. Izuku smiled back, appreciating her kindness. They shared a moment of closeness, moving slightly closer until their lips were almost touching, but just then, the doors next to them swung open unexpectedly. In shock and embarrassment about what they were about to do, they jumped apart before being seen. They looked over and saw 𝐼𝐻𝐬 walking out the door. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 called out for her father, looking around until she spotted Izuku and 𝐿𝐿𝐬 standing next to each other, both with flushed faces. Izuku was glancing around nervously while 𝐿𝐿𝐬 played with her hair, avoiding eye contact. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 rushed over to Izuku, hugging his leg and signaling for him to pick her up. He smiled and complied, kissing her cheek, which made her giggle and hug him tighter. 𝐿𝐿𝐬 stood nearby, watching their interaction and smiling at the warmth between them. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 asked what Izuku and 𝐿𝐿𝐬 had been doing before she came out, causing both of their faces to redden again. Izuku explained that 𝐿𝐿𝐬 was helping him with something important. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 looked between them and asked to be put down. Once on her feet, she walked over to 𝐿𝐿𝐬 and motioned for her to crouch down. 𝐿𝐿𝐬 obliged, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 thanked her for helping her father, giving her a hug and a kiss on the cheek, which surprised 𝐿𝐿𝐬 and made her smile. 𝐿𝐿𝐬 responded that it was no trouble at all, as she couldn't stand to see Izuku sad. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's smile lit up the room, and 𝐿𝐿𝐬 pulled her into a tight hug, kissing her cheek, which made 𝐼𝐻𝐬 giggle sweetly. Izuku watched with a smile, feeling grateful to be in this moment, listening to his daughter's laughter. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then suggested they get a snack before dinner, quickly releasing 𝐿𝐿𝐬 and running off with excitement in her eyes. Izuku laughed and remarked that he should go after her before she got into trouble. 𝐿𝐿𝐬 joined in his laughter, but before he left, he had something else to do. Confused, 𝐿𝐿𝐬 watched as Izuku gently grabbed her chin, bringing her closer and kissing her cheek. Her face turned crimson in surprise at his gesture. He pulled back, still holding her chin, and thanked her for listening to him, smiling warmly. Before 𝐿𝐿𝐬 could respond, they heard 𝐼𝐻𝐬 calling for Izuku from down the hall. He laughed at his daughter's enthusiasm, released 𝐿𝐿𝐬's chin, and took off after 𝐼𝐻𝐬. 𝐿𝐿𝐬 stood there for a moment, processing what had just happened, when a voice behind her startled her. Olivia appeared, holding a cup of coffee and looking at 𝐿𝐿𝐬 with a hint of jealousy. 𝐿𝐿𝐬 asked how long Olivia had been there, to which Olivia replied that she had seen everything. 𝐿𝐿𝐬's face flushed as Olivia suggested that if she planned to have moments like that in the future, it might be better to do so away from the hallway to avoid interruptions. 𝐿𝐿𝐬's annoyance grew as she suspected Olivia had sent 𝐼𝐻𝐬 out to interrupt her moment with Izuku. Olivia feigned innocence but warned 𝐿𝐿𝐬 that if she was interested in Izuku, she should hurry, as she wasn't the only one vying for his attention. As night approached, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 wanted to spend time with Ruby and her team. After ensuring she wasn't interrupting anything, Izuku left her to enjoy their company and decided to take a walk around the school grounds, appreciating the scenery. It was a peaceful evening, and students were sitting on the grass, enjoying the fading light and chatting. They waved at Izuku as he passed, some approaching him for advice on improving their fighting styles, which he gladly provided. Others attempted to challenge him, but their efforts always fell short. He took the opportunity to discuss their strategies, leaving them with valuable insights. After his walk, he returned to his room and noticed Jane looking sad outside her door. Approaching her quietly, he tapped her shoulder, causing her to jump. He asked if she had locked herself out again, knowing she had done so before. She turned to him, holding up her key and admitting that she felt down. Jane explained that she had made a mistake, someone had found out, and she regretted coming to the school. She slumped against the wall, feeling like a failure. Izuku sat down next to her and reassured her that failure wasn't the end. He explained that it simply meant gaining more experience to make better decisions in the future. Jane was surprised by his kindness and wondered why he was trying to comfort her. She feared he would treat her differently if he knew what she had done. Sensing her spiraling thoughts, Izuku flicked her forehead playfully, causing her to pout. He urged her to stop overthinking, reminding her that as a leader, failure was acceptable as long as it didn't become a habit. He encouraged her to learn from each experience, sharing that he had faced his own share of failures. Even coming to this world could be seen as a failure if one wanted to be technical. Jane expressed her concerns about potentially failing as a leader or never learning from her mistakes. Izuku reassured her, encouraging her to rely on her team to compensate for her shortcomings while she learned to improve herself. He believed she could become a great leader with more confidence. Standing up and dusting himself off, he reached out a hand to Jane, who accepted it and stood before him. He emphasized that failures should not define her identity or aspirations. Instead, she should learn from them and overcome them to grow as a person. Jane, feeling uncertain, looked down, prompting Izuku to gently lift her chin so she would meet his gaze. He promised that she could always come to him for help, offering a bright smile that illuminated the hallway. Jane was taken aback by his sincerity and, before she could think twice, she ran to him and hugged him tightly. Initially surprised, Izuku quickly embraced her back, sensing her tremble. As he held her close, Jane felt a warmth reminiscent of her family, a sense of safety that enveloped her. She relaxed in his arms, pulling him even closer, while Izuku allowed her to seek comfort in his presence, resting his head atop hers. After a few moments, Jane reluctantly pulled back and looked up at him, expressing her gratitude. Izuku felt a blush rise at her cute smile and was glad to see her feeling better. He offered to talk about her feelings, but Jane, filled with determination, insisted on proving she could handle things on her own. Izuku supported her resolve, gently petting her hair, which made her blush and smile again. He reminded her to get some rest since they had an early trip planned the next morning. As he turned to head to his room, Jane received a message on her scroll, but inspired by their earlier conversation, she chose to ignore it and entered her room with her team. They noticed something different about her but couldn't pinpoint what it was. The following morning, after his conversation with Jane, Izuku carried 𝐼, who was still partially asleep after a late night with Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸. He intended to drop her off at Olivia's office and had informed Glinda he would catch up with her later. He planned to stay and chat with Olivia for a bit before using Shadow Exchange to rejoin his friends in the forest. On his way, he made a quick stop at Betty's class to deliver the coffee he had prepared for her, knowing she would appreciate it. After that, he continued to Olivia's office, knocking on the door before entering at her invitation. Olivia greeted him with a smile, and he noticed her warmth as she approached. She asked how he was, and he replied that he was doing well, inquiring about her day. 𝐼, still sleepy, waved at Olivia, who giggled at the sight. Izuku explained that 𝐼 had stayed up late and was now regretting it. Olivia took 𝐼 into her arms, and the little girl adjusted comfortably, falling back asleep. Izuku expressed his gratitude for Olivia's constant help, acknowledging her busy schedule. Olivia reassured him that she enjoyed having 𝐼 around, especially now that the school year had begun and her workload had lightened. Noticing a hint of sadness in Olivia's smile as she looked down at 𝐼, Izuku asked if everything was all right. Her reaction suggested she was startled, and he quickly reassured her that she didn't have to share anything if she didn't want to. Olivia admitted that it brought back some painful memories, holding 𝐼 tighter for comfort. Izuku understood and offered her a supportive hug, which she accepted, finding solace in his embrace. He reminded her that he was always there to listen if she needed to talk, expressing his appreciation for all she had done for him. Olivia insisted he didn't know her anything, but he countered that he felt he did, playfully suggesting they could agree to disagree for her sake. This made her chuckle softly, and she returned his hug, grateful for his kindness. As he prepared to leave, not wanting to be late or upset his boss, Olivia teased him about his timing, and they shared a light laugh, careful not to disturb 𝐼. She walked over to a couch in her office, laid 𝐼 down, and placed a pillow under her head. Izuku expressed his gratitude for Olivia's help with 𝐼, acknowledging her kindness. Olivia, with a playful demeanor, suggested that he could repay her in a unique way. Before he could inquire further, she unexpectedly embraced him, pressing her lips softly against his. Caught off guard, Izuku found himself leaning into the moment, wrapping his arms around her waist and closing his eyes to accept her affection. They held each other for a few seconds until she gently pulled back, a shy smile on her face, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. Olivia playfully remarked that the kiss was sufficient repayment, to which Izuku agreed but questioned her motives. She pointed out that many were vying for his attention romantically, and with a teasing tone, she declared her intention to stand out among them. Realizing he needed to leave to avoid being late for work, he cleared his throat and stepped back, complimenting her beauty. Just as she was about to respond, he used his shadow exchange ability, disappearing into shadows and leaving behind a shadow soldier in his place. From Olivia's perspective, she was surprised when one of Izuku's shadow soldiers appeared before her. As she reached out to touch it, the shadow vanished, sinking into her own shadow. This reminded her of Izuku's words about keeping a shadow on everyone important to him, making her smile. She returned to 𝐼𝐸, gently adjusting her head and resting it on her lap while running her fingers through her hair, soothing the sleeping girl. As she did so, memories from the past surfaced, and she wished she could have changed certain events. Her smile faded into a sad expression as she continued to pet 𝐼𝐸's hair softly, humming a gentle tune. Meanwhile, Izuku traveled through darkness, emerging silently from Glinda's shadow. She was engrossed in her scroll, and he couldn't resist the urge to startle her. When he leaned close and whispered in her ear, she jumped in surprise, ready to defend herself. Izuku laughed, enjoying the moment until Glinda approached him, playfully slapping his shoulder in mock annoyance. He explained how he had swapped places with the soldier in her shadow, which intrigued her. Glinda then noticed something unusual about him, prompting her to ask about the marks on his face. Remembering the kiss from Olivia, Izuku felt his face heat up. Glinda's expression shifted as she pieced together the situation, accusing him of being kissed by Olivia. With no way to deny it, he looked away and nodded, sensing her jealousy. Before he could react further, Glinda unexpectedly grabbed his tie, pulling him close and kissing him. In response, Izuku embraced her, deepening the kiss, which took her by surprise. They remained locked in the moment until they finally parted, both breathing heavily. Glinda, her face flushed, declared her determination to express her feelings. As she adjusted her dress and hair, Izuku couldn't help but smile at her transformation from bold to bashful. Just as he was about to speak, a soldier reported something alarming, causing Izuku's expression to shift to one of fury. Glinda misinterpreted his reaction, thinking he was upset with her. Without a word, he sprinted into the forest, his mind racing with urgency, hoping he would arrive in time. In the forest, Jane wandered, searching for her team after they had split up while looking for sap. She felt downcast, recalling a message from 𝐼𝐻𝐸 threatening to reveal her secrets to Ms. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 if she didn't respond. Accepting her fate, she continued her search when she suddenly heard voices nearby. I thought it was the rest of my team, so I headed in that direction. As I got closer, I recognized the voice and quickly hid. Not wanting to be spotted, I moved as silently as I could until I reached a clearing in the woods, and what I saw filled me with dread. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 and his team were gathered around a girl who was unconscious. Her clothes were in tatters, and their conversation made my stomach churn. One of them asked who would go first, and 𝐼𝐻𝐸, with a wicked grin, claimed his position as the leader entitled him to the first choice. I was about to turn and run to find help when I remembered what Izuku would do in this situation. Even outnumbered, he would stand up for what was right. I swallowed my fear, reached for my sword and shield and pulled them out. With both firmly in my hands, I stepped out from behind the tree, making my presence known to the group. I called out to 𝐼𝐻𝐸, demanding he stop. The group turned around, saw me ready to fight, and erupted in laughter. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 mocked me, referring to me as the green-haired hero's companion and belittling my ability to act without him. I stood firm, declaring that I would stop him, but their laughter only grew as they reached for their weapons. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 threatened to break me before turning his attention back to the girl, and just as they were about to charge, a dark shadow emerged from my own, attacking two of the four and leaving 𝐼𝐻𝐸 and one other to face me. Izuku was sprinting at full speed, using his quicksilver ability to move even faster. He hoped to arrive in time. As he neared the scene, his blood boiled with anger. Bursting through the bushes, he took in the sight before him, which chilled him to the bone. Jane stood bloodied, her clothing torn, yet still fighting off her attackers. The two assailants were laughing, relishing in her struggle. Izuku felt his teeth grind together, and before they could strike again he leaped forward, kicking 𝐼𝐻𝐸 in the face and sending him stumbling back. He spun in the air, landing a kick on the other attacker, forcing them both to retreat. After his attack, Izuku positioned himself protectively in front of Jane, his back to the remaining attackers. Jane looked up at him, offering a bloodied smile that he returned, though he struggled to contain his rage. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, sensing the shift, taunted Izuku, remarking on his arrival and expressing a longing to break Jane before sending her back to him. Izuku ignored 𝐼𝐻𝐬, focusing on Jane to ensure her wounds were not life-threatening. He pulled out 2 jackets, covering Jane and the girl on the ground. As 𝐼𝐻𝐬 continued to provoke him, Izuku finally snapped. He turned to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, unleashing his bloodlust, which radiated through the forest. The atmosphere shifted, causing creatures and fighters alike to flee in fear. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and his group stood frozen, horror etched on their faces as they felt the intensity of Izuku's rage. Turning back to Jane, who looked ready to collapse, Izuku gently picked her up in a princess carry. She blushed but nestled into his arms, too exhausted to protest, and soon fell asleep. Izuku smiled softly at her before summoning 2 shadows, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬. He instructed them to take the girls to 𝗟𝐿𝐬 and ensure their safety while informing her of the events that transpired. Once the 2 women were safely in the knight's care, they took off running, careful not to jostle them. Just as they were about to leave, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, fueled by pride despite his fear, attempted to confront them. He raised his mace, but before he could finish his threat, Izuku grabbed him by the face and slammed him back against a tree, cracking it. Izuku stood before them, a dark aura surrounding him, his eyes filled with fury as he declared his intent to make 𝐼𝐻𝐬 pay for his actions. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝐿𝐬 paced anxiously, worried for her students. She had never seen Izuku so furious and sensed a wave of bloodlust that nearly brought her to her knees. Just as she was about to search for them, a group emerged from the woods. Soon, more and more groups emerged from the woods, driven out by an overwhelming sense of danger that urged them to flee. A student approached Ms. Goodwitch, asking what had just occurred. 𝗟𝐿𝐬, determined to find out, started walking toward the woods but halted when 2 shadows emerged, carrying 2 individuals shrouded in jackets. Team NPR and 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝐸 rushed over, calling out for Jane, while another group hurried to assist the other girl, quickly taking her from the imposing shadow and eyeing him with suspicion. 𝗟𝐿𝐬 recognized one of the shadows and approached him. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 was setting Jane down and beginning first aid. 𝗟𝐿𝐬's concern deepened as she inquired about what had happened to the 2 and the whereabouts of Izuku. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 explained that one of the girls had been on the verge of an assault by 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and his group, but Jane had bravely intervened. He noted that his lord had arrived just in time to save her when she was about to lose consciousness after putting up a fight. 𝗟𝐿𝐬's worry intensified, not for Izuku's safety but for what he might do in response. Team NPR and 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝐸 shared her concern but focused on treating Jane, while keeping an ear on the conversation between 𝐒𝐮𝐻 and 𝗟𝐿𝐬. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 warned that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and his group had provoked someone whose wrath they should fear the most. He expressed sympathy for them, doubting their demise would be painless. When Ruby asked what he meant, 𝐒𝐮𝐻 revealed that the bloodlust they sensed belonged to his lord, who had not been this furious in a long time. He recalled that the last time he had been this angry, someone had died. The group fell silent, absorbing the weight of 𝐒𝐮𝐻's words. He moved to assist the other girl, despite the suspicions of her group. They watched as he diligently patched up the unconscious woman, all while the tension in the air thickened. Meanwhile, Izuku stood still, slowly regaining control over 𝗏𝐿𝐬 as he managed his rage. He kept a watchful eye on 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and his group, ensuring they had no chance to escape. He had already commanded his shadows to surround them. 𝗏𝐻𝐬, filled with bravado, shouted at Izuku, mocking him for the dark tendrils emanating from his skin. Izuku, cold with anger, dismissed 𝗏𝐻𝐬's taunts, knowing they were merely empty threats. As 𝗏𝐻𝐬 attempted to rally his group to surround Izuku, the latter remained unfazed. He expressed his annoyance at their lack of strategy, pointing out that they were merely surrounded by fear. The 4 men raised their weapons, ready to attack, but Izuku warned them that if they intended to surround someone, they should do so with overwhelming numbers. As the shadows around them shifted, the fear in 𝗏𝐻𝐬's group intensified. They realized they were not alone, as glowing eyes filled the darkness, all directed at them with palpable hatred. One of 𝐼𝐻𝐬's lackeys stammered in fear, questioning what they were seeing. Izuku calmly informed them that those shadows awaited them if they dared to flee, reiterating that none of them would leave alive. In an instant, a tendril of black whip shot out, ensnaring one of 𝐼𝐻𝐬's lackeys and pulling him toward Izuku. With swift precision, Izuku drew Kusaka's fang and struck, incapacitating the man. The remaining members of 𝐼𝐻𝐬's group stood frozen in shock, unable to react as they watched their teammate fall. Without giving them a moment to recover, Izuku moved to the next target, wielding Night Killer with fierce determination. He struck with all his strength, breaking through the man's defenses and delivering a decisive blow. The gruesome scene left the last remaining member of 𝐼𝐻𝐬's group paralyzed with fear, prompting him to drop his weapons and flee into the woods, convinced he could escape the nightmare. However, as he sought refuge, he encountered a terrifying sight, a giant bear charging toward him. His final moments were marked by a scream that echoed through the trees, swallowed by the darkness. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 stood alone, trembling, the last of his group, fully aware of the danger that loomed before him. He watched as two of his teammates were swiftly taken down, and the third fled in panic. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed through the air, followed by the sounds of a struggle. Fear gripped him as Izuku turned toward him, his face smeared with blood, reflecting a deep-seated hatred. Izuku approached 𝐼𝐻𝐬, circling him slowly, taunting him about his earlier bravado. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's mind was unraveling, and he raised his mace, trembling as he pointed it at Izuku, accusing him of being a monster, a freak of nature that deserved to be eliminated. Izuku, having heard enough, moved closer, causing 𝐼𝐻𝐬's grip on the mace to falter. As he entered striking distance, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 swung his mace down with a desperate cry, only for Izuku to evade him effortlessly. Izuku's voice, calm and deliberate, reached 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as he declared it his last act of mercy. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 collapsed, his body hitting the ground, and Izuku turned away, dismissing him completely. His mood lightened slightly when a familiar shadow emerged from the forest, followed by others he had stationed nearby. Tank, a large bear, approached Izuku and affectionately rubbed against him. Izuku chuckled and petted Tank, expressing his happiness to see him. He mentioned needing to return to class, particularly to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who he imagined was worried about his sudden departure. Tank nodded in understanding, and Izuku instructed him to create the illusion of a grim attack to cover their tracks. Tank acknowledged the request and dragged 𝐼𝐻𝐬's body away. As Izuku made his way back to the gathering, he found a stream and washed the blood from his face. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 paced anxiously after her conversation with 𝐒𝐻𝐬, concerned for Izuku. The oppressive bloodlust had recently dissipated, bringing a sigh of relief to everyone. When she heard rustling from the forest, she tensed, anticipating a 𝐼𝐻𝐬's arrival, but her heart lifted when Izuku emerged. As he approached, he was suddenly tackled by 𝗟𝗶𝗸, who buried her face in his chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. He embraced her, soothingly petting her head until 6 others joined in, hugging him tightly. He smiled softly at the group, playfully suggesting they let 𝗟𝗶𝗸 breathe. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 approached during the embrace, asking about Mr. Winchester, as she had been informed he was last seen with Izuku. Izuku explained that he had no idea where Mr. Winchester was, recounting how he had intervened when they attacked Ms. 𝐼𝐻𝐬. After ensuring her safety, he confronted them, but they fled when an 𝗟𝗶𝗸 attacked. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 listened intently, and upon confirming his account, she decided to send out a search party for Mr. Winchester to face the consequences of his actions. Izuku then walked over to where 𝐒𝐻𝐬 and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 were kneeling, surprising the students. Around them, 𝐒𝐻𝐬 reported that both were stable and would awaken soon, although one might have a concussion. Izuku thanked 𝐒𝐻𝐬 for his efforts and turned his attention to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who was visibly emotional at the reunion. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 lifted Izuku into a tight hug, prompting laughter from Izuku as he managed to free an arm to pat 𝐼𝐻𝐬's shoulder. Nora curiously pointed at 𝐼𝐻𝐬, while Young expressed her admiration for his appearance. Izuku introduced 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as his shield, a title that brought tears to 𝐼𝐻𝐬's eyes. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 offered a supportive pat on 𝐼𝐻𝐬's shoulder. 𝗟𝗶𝗸, eager to learn more, asked about 𝐼𝐻𝐬's skills, and Izuku explained that 𝐼𝐻𝐬, along with Tank, served as his protector. Blake inquired about Tank, and Izuku humorously described him as a giant, scared bear, advising against questioning the names. My dad was never good with names, although they always worked out in the end, so who was I to complain? Lily asked if there was a giant bear, and Izuku confirmed it, offering to introduce her. Before anyone could respond, a groaning sound came from the ground. Everyone turned to see Jane waking up, rubbing her head and looking around in confusion. She asked where she was and what had happened. The women rushed to her side, expressing their concern. 𝗟𝗏 exclaimed her worry, while Nora checked if Jane was okay. Lily questioned whether anything had happened to her, and Yang declared that if someone had harmed her, she would take action. Their questions came rapidly, leaving Jane little time to respond. Noticing her distress, Izuku clapped his hands to get their attention and urged them to give her space to breathe. Grateful for the reprieve, Jane took a moment to collect herself and reassured the girls that she was fine. As they talked, Izuku stood back, allowing them to express their concerns. When he felt it was time to speak, he addressed Jane, using her last name, which made her uneasy. He pointed out that her actions had been reckless and could have led to dire consequences. Jane looked down, feeling the weight of his words. Nora and Lily defended her, suggesting that Izuku was being too harsh. However, Jane acknowledged that he was right and admitted her mistake. Before she could say more, Izuku gently lifted her chin and silenced her, causing her cheeks to flush. The other girls felt a twinge of jealousy but let it pass for the moment. Izuku continued, explaining that while her actions were foolish, he was proud of her bravery and her commitment to her beliefs. His supportive smile brightened her expression, and tears filled her eyes as she lunged toward him, seeking comfort. Izuku embraced her, offering solace as she released her fears. The others joined in the hug, providing additional comfort. Eventually, Jane relaxed and fell asleep, prompting Izuku to carefully set her down and place a shirt under her head for support. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 returned after her conversation, informing the group that a search party would be dispatched to the woods and that they needed to gather and return to Beacon. Izuku nodded and moved to check on the other girl involved, feeling a lingering sensation of being watched from the shadows. When he sent out his shadows to investigate, they found nothing unusual, leaving him unsettled. Meanwhile, 𝐶INDER hid in the shadows, evading the soldiers Izuku had sent out. She had several close calls but managed to remain unseen. 𝐶INDER knew she needed to report what she had witnessed to 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Although she had heard stories of Izuku's kindness, the intensity of his presence had shaken her. She pondered the abilities he had displayed and how he had acquired them. 𝐶INDER admitted to herself that she might have acted more harshly had he not intervened, and she found herself intrigued by how he had psychologically defeated his opponent. Arriving back at her base, 𝐶INDER felt anxious about her impending call with 𝐒𝐮𝐬. She entered a room containing a floating orb with tentacles and approached it nervously. The orb activated, revealing 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who appeared agitated. 𝐶INDER cleared her throat to gain her attention. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's piercing gaze fixed on her, demanding to know what she wanted. 𝐶INDER reported on Izuku, capturing 𝐒𝐮𝐬's interest. She detailed her observations of how he had defended another student from an impending attack, showcasing abilities that had not been documented before. By the end of her report, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sat in contemplation, intrigued by the boy and eager to learn more about him. 𝐶INDER interrupted 𝐒𝐮𝐬's thoughts with a question. She asked what had been troubling her earlier. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 looked up, gazing at the raven-haired woman in silence for a moment before sighing. She expressed concern about the new types of 𝗏𝐼𝐻 appearing more frequently and mentioned a boy who had somehow brought back dead 𝗏𝐼𝐻, which now served him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sensed something was happening behind the scenes that unsettled her. 𝐶INDER inquired about their next steps, suggesting capturing the boy for answers. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 advised against that, stating they didn't fully understand the boy's abilities and should avoid provoking him for now. Instead, they would keep an eye on him and continue searching for the maiden to claim the other half of her power. 𝐶INDER acknowledged this with a bow, and the orb severed the connection, leaving her to ponder the meeting's implications, particularly regarding Izuku. She resolved to uncover the truth one way or another. Meanwhile, a search team arrived shortly after 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had called to explain the situation. Izuku returned to Beacon, asking Team 𝗟𝗶Ｈ𝗸 to look after 𝐼𝐻𝐬 when they got back. They happily agreed and planned to bring her to Jane to cheer her up when she awoke. The search team requested Izuku's guidance to the last place he had seen 𝐼𝐻 and his group, which he willingly provided. Upon arriving at the area where Izuku had fought, the sun began to set. He pointed toward a clearing where the ground was disturbed, and several trees had fallen. One of the searchers expressed shock at the scene, prompting Izuku to explain that he had fought a large 𝗟𝐻. The searcher asked which direction the creature had fled, and Izuku pointed in the direction Tank had dragged him off. The searchers nodded and headed that way, leaving Izuku and 𝐿𝐵 alone in the clearing. 𝐿𝐵 turned to Izuku, asking him honestly if they would find the four alive. Izuku hesitated, questioning whether she truly wanted the truth. When she affirmed her longing for honesty, he lowered his head and sighed, revealing that they would not find them alive. They were most certainly gone. 𝐿𝐵 pressed him for reasons, and Izuku recounted everything 𝐼𝐻 and his group had said, from their initial encounter to his final moments. As he spoke, horror spread across 𝐿𝐵's face, deepening with each detail. Izuku explained that he could not let 𝐼𝐻 live. 𝐿𝐵 expressed disbelief and covered her mouth, concerned about the implications of connecting Izuku to 𝐼𝐻's death. She questioned whether 𝐼𝐻 deserved a second chance. Izuku firmly stated that while he believed in second chances for those who could change, anyone who threatened those he cared about would not survive to inflict harm. 𝐿𝐵 recognized the determination in his eyes, leaving no room for argument. Her heart raced as she realized how far Izuku would go to protect those he valued. She recalled the moment she had pulled him into a kiss and his reaction. Before she could respond, shouts from the woods interrupted them, announcing that the searchers had found the missing team. 𝐿𝐵 and Izuku exchanged glances, and he gestured for her to lead the way. As they approached the commotion, one of the searchers stopped them, advising against seeing the scene, as it appeared the team had been attacked by a large 𝗟𝐻. The area was marked off to prevent disturbance while they collected evidence. 𝐿𝐵 insisted on a report of everything found during the investigation and urged them to be quick, wanting to avoid attracting more 𝗟𝐻. After the searcher left, 𝐿𝐵 turned to Izuku and suggested they head back. Izuku, however, mentioned he had a faster way to return. Before she could ask how, he swiftly pulled her close, and shadows enveloped them. Moments later, they found themselves in Olivia's office. Olivia was startled by their sudden appearance and expressed her surprise. As she settled down, she noticed how close Izuku and 𝐿𝐵 were, with his arm around her waist. Olivia remarked on their closeness, a hint of jealousy in her voice. 𝐿𝐵 smirked at Olivia, while Izuku felt slightly embarrassed and attempted to release her. Before he could, 𝐿𝐵 playfully grabbed his chin and kissed his cheek, thanking him for the ride. She suggested he go to 𝗟𝐼 while she reported to Olivia. Izuku nodded and headed for the door, pausing to thank Olivia for watching 𝗟𝐼, which made her blush and smirk at 𝐿𝐵. Olivia then stepped closer to Izuku, wrapping her arms around his neck and surprising him with a kiss. Izuku blushed deeply, and before he could react further, she pulled away, smirking at both his shock and 𝐿𝐵's jealousy. Realizing he needed to leave, Izuku quickly excused himself and walked out, leaving the two women staring at each other, one with jealousy and the other with a smug expression. As the door closed behind him, he sighed in relief, feeling his face cool down. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves and started walking towards Team 𝗟𝗶H's dorm to pick up 𝗟𝐼, thinking they were there. Upon arriving at the door, he knocked, but no one answered. He knocked again, slightly louder, and still received no reply. He opened the door slightly and peeked inside, noticing that the light was on but no one was visible. He opened the door wider and was met by a wide-eyed 𝐵𝐵 in her night clothes, holding a ribbon in her hand, preparing to put it on to hide her ears. Izuku quickly apologized, sensing the anger on her face, and was about to shut the door when 𝐵𝐵 told him to stop. She commanded him to come in, and not wanting to provoke her further, he opened the door just enough to slip inside, ensuring that no one passing by could see 𝐵𝐵. He stood there with his back against the closed door, maintaining eye contact with the furious 𝐵𝐵. 𝐵𝐵 raised a nearby book, threatening to throw it at him, and asked what he planned to do now that he knew she was a faunus. Izuku, taken aback, tried to explain that he was simply looking for 𝗟𝐼. Blake insisted he come in, and as he did, he covered her mouth when she began to raise her voice, causing her to blush but still appear angry. He suggested that she refrain from yelling, as there might be ears listening. Blake questioned why he cared, and Izuku responded that it was because she cared. His honesty surprised her, and she stepped back, trying to process his words. She insisted that couldn't be his only reason, but Izuku explained that he had known she was a fauness from the moment they met, observing how her ears would twitch when she was excited or startled. He had chosen not to say anything because he respected her longing to keep it hidden. Blake stood in shocked silence, grappling with his honesty. She felt tears welling up as she clutched the book to her chest. Part of her wanted to believe him, especially after everything that had happened since school began, but fear held her back. When Izuku approached her gently, she flinched at his touch as he rubbed the spot between her ears, causing her to relax slightly. However, he soon stepped back, smiling at her. He offered his support, saying that if she ever wanted to talk or tell her teammates about her true self, he would be there for her. Blake remained silent, still holding her book tightly, as Izuku turned to leave. Before stepping out, he remarked that he thought her cat ears suited her and made her look adorable, leaving her blushing as he slipped out the door. Blake smiled softly, placing the book down and glancing at her reflection in a nearby mirror. She considered Izuku's words, but her fear took over, and she put her headband back on to cover her ears, feeling unprepared to expose herself to her teammates just yet. Once Izuku was outside, he leaned against the door, covering his eyes with his hand and letting out a heavy sigh. After composing himself, he walked to Team 𝐽𝗠's room to see if 𝐼𝐼𝐸 was there. He knocked on the door but received no answer. After another knock yielded the same result, he sighed again and hesitated before deciding to open the door, recalling the previous encounter. With no other option to find 𝐼𝐸, he closed his eyes and focused on the shadow he kept in her vicinity. His vision shifted from darkness to bright light, and he immediately regretted his decision as he caught sight of Ruby and Yang washing 𝐼𝐸, who was happily humming while getting her hair washed. Izuku was momentarily captivated by the scene, but he quickly snapped back to reality, embarrassed by what he had seen. After regaining his composure, he returned to his room to gather what he needed and take a bath. Once finished, he walked back to Team 𝗟𝗶H's dorm and knocked again. This time, he heard scrambling behind the door, which was quickly flung open to reveal a speeding 𝐼𝐸. She rushed into his legs, looking up at him with a bright smile that he returned. 𝐼𝐸 explained that Blake had mentioned he was there earlier, so she had expected him to come back. Izuku praised her cleverness and thanked Blake, who nodded without making eye contact. Noticing her bow, he felt a pang of sadness but respected her choice as he focused back on 𝐼𝐸. He asked her about her day with Ms. Olivia, and 𝐼𝐸 excitedly recounted how much fun she had and how she had even spent time with Ms. Betty learning about history. Izuku chuckled, happy to see 𝐼𝐸 enjoying herself in their new home. Betty when he saw her again. Yang called out from inside the room, urging Izuku to come in. He chuckled and stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. Once inside, he looked around at the 4 others present, giving each a small wave and smile, which 3 of them returned with slight blushes on their faces. Blake, however, remained focused on her book, not acknowledging him. Yang began to ask about a certain situation but paused when she noticed 𝐼𝐸's presence, opting for a more neutral term. Izuku, sensing the attention on him, sighed and settled onto the floor, leaning against Yang's bed while placing 𝐼𝐸 between his legs and covering her ears. 𝐼𝐸 expressed her curiosity, but Izuku assured her that she didn't need to hear this yet. He uncovered her ears briefly, only to cover them again when she pouted, which the others found adorable. Izuku then delivered the grim news that the group they were discussing had been found deceased. The silence that followed was heavy, with mixed emotions evident on the faces of his friends. Weiss, unable to contain her curiosity, asked directly if he was responsible. Izuku, meeting her gaze, responded affirmatively, which shocked the group. Weiss demanded to know why, her voice rising in frustration. Ruby attempted to calm her teammate, suggesting that Izuku must have had a good reason for his actions. Weiss, however, remained unconvinced, arguing that while 𝐼𝐸 was indeed a terrible person, death seemed too extreme a punishment. 𝗟𝗏 proposed that they should hear Izuku's side of the story before jumping to conclusions. Jane, still in shock, stared at Izuku, while Weiss begrudgingly took a seat, demanding an explanation. Izuku explained that he felt he had no other choice, fearing for the safety of those he cared about. He recounted how 𝐼𝐻𝐻 had threatened Jane and had plans to target the rest of them. He believed in giving people second chances but recognized that 𝐼𝐻𝐻 would resort to underhanded tactics that could lead to unspeakable harm. As he spoke, the weight of his words settled in, and Weiss felt a wave of shame wash over her for her earlier outburst. Just then, a soft yawn interrupted the tension, and they all turned to see Eri dozing off in Izuku's arms. Izuku decided it was time to put her to bed and suggested that the others should rest as well. He stood, carefully removing the headphones from Eri's ears and handing them back to Yang. Before leaving, he turned to the group, sharing his perspective on his role in their lives, stating that he was not a savior but someone who dealt with problems to prevent further harm. With that, he exited the room, leaving the group in contemplative silence. Izuku walked toward his own room, Eri nestled in his arms, slowly drifting off to sleep. He entered their room, locking the door behind him and letting out a tired sigh. He noticed Eri sleeping soundly, her soft snores bringing a smile to his face. Gently, he laid her down on the bed, ensuring not to wake her. As he pulled the blankets up around her, she snuggled deeper into them, and he felt a warmth in his heart. Izuku climbed into bed beside her, pulling the covers up. Eri instinctively scooted closer, resting against his side, and he wrapped an arm around her, trying to find sleep himself. Hours later, unable to rest, Izuku quietly got out of bed, careful not to disturb Eri. He felt a sense of calm in the stillness of the beacon halls, which were eerily quiet compared to the vibrant energy of the day. He made his way to the roof, finding solace in the height as he leaned against the railing, gazing out over the city. Pulling out a cigarette, he lit it and took a deep drag, letting the smoke drift away into the night, a small smile forming on his lips as he embraced the tranquility. He stood there for several minutes, smoking, and pulled out another cigarette when the first one went out. A voice interrupted him, reminding him that smoking was harmful. Izuku didn't bother turning around and continued to inhale the smoke. The voice persisted, saying that ignoring them wouldn't make them disappear. Izuku let out a sigh, a puff of smoke escaping with it. He claimed that smoking couldn't kill him because he was immortal. He mentioned that it was his special blend, offering all the benefits without any drawbacks, and even smelled good. Turning around, he faced a group of people gathered behind a woman with raven black hair that fell to her shoulders. She wore a skin-tight suit with yellow gloves, boots, and a white cape draped over her shoulders. Behind her stood the rest of the vestiges that resided within One for All. The man with long white hair greeted him warmly, and Izuku acknowledged him in return, asking how he could help. Toshinori attempted to speak, but Izuku interrupted him, glaring at both him and Izumi, who was hiding behind Toshinori. Toshinori insisted that Izuku listen, but Izuku retorted that Toshinori had only taught him how to be strong on his own. He expressed his anger, recalling how he had been a child when Toshinori and his family had ruined him. The two were taken aback by the barely controlled fury directed at them. Nana stepped forward, asking Izuku to calm down. He sighed and turned away, still glaring into the night, the tip of his cigarette glowing an angry red. He asked why they were all there now. Yoichi explained that after Izuku's rage had broken the seal on One for All, they thought it best to come and talk to him. Izuku dismissed the idea of an apology, stating he would only apologize to Banjo for using his quirk in a way he wouldn't approve of. Banjo laughed, agreeing with Izuku's sentiment about the past. En reprimanded him, reminding him that as a hero, he couldn't support violence. Banjo countered that he was dead and could do as he pleased, claiming that many agreed the person in question had gotten what he deserved. Nana acknowledged that he was not wrong. Toshinori, surprised, questioned Nana's stance, but she shot him a glare that silenced him. Yoichi clarified that they were simply there to say hello and that if Izuku ever wished to talk, he could call upon them. With that, he vanished along with the second and third users. Banjo playfully warned Izuku not to do anything he would do, which made Izuku laugh. Banjo disappeared with a huff, leaving Izuku alone with Nana and Toshinori's family. Toshinori attempted to speak, but Izuku shouted that he was not his son. The shadows around him trembled, retreating slightly. He declared that his true father had been 𝐒𝐮𝐲, the one who had taken him in when he had nothing and saved him after Toshinori had broken him. Toshinori and Izumi's eyes widened in shock, while Nana covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. They had seen glimpses of what Toshinori had said to him, but the shadows had blocked their view of what happened afterward. Izuku asserted that Toshinori would never be his father. Izumi, with tears in her eyes, pleaded for a way to earn his forgiveness. Izuku responded with sarcasm, acknowledging her as the disgrace of a sister, which made her cry. Toshinori tried to intervene, but Izuku shouted at him to be quiet. Suddenly, he noticed Lily and Ruby standing in the doorway, their faces etched with concern. They had overheard the commotion and were worried about their friend. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself, letting the cigarette fall to the ground. He reassured them that everything was fine, explaining that he was having a conversation with some deceased individuals, two of whom had been part of his former family. This revelation only heightened their worry, and they crouched beside him, checking to see if he was okay. Izuku insisted he wasn't going insane and reminded Ruby that she already knew about this. Ruby was confused, prompting Izuku to chuckle and remind her of their earlier conversation before Beacon, where he had mentioned gaining a quirk from his ex-sister. Ruby pouted, and Izuku affectionately petted her head, causing her to melt into his touch, while Lily giggled, feeling a hint of jealousy. Toshinori interrupted, warning Izuku not to disclose information about One for All, fearing it could be stolen. Izuku shot him a glare, telling him to be quiet. Unlike others, Izuku had complete trust in the two women beside him, believing they could handle any situation. He felt confident in his strength, asserting that no one could compel him to act against his will. Toshinori, with a smug expression, raised a concern about the possibility of someone taking a loved one hostage. Izuku reassured him, explaining that he had placed protective shadows around those he cared about, allowing them time to escape if needed. He emphasized that his friends were strong in their own right. Nana interjected, telling Toshinori to be quiet and reminding him that it was Izuku's decision to make. Izuku, feeling frustrated, expressed his eagerness to continue the conversation with the unseen figures only he could perceive. Lily, one of the women, inquired about his recent decision. Izuku began to recount a significant event from his past, revealing that during a climactic battle in his world, his ex-sister had passed on a quirk to him. Lily recalled that he had described it as a semblance with certain drawbacks. Izuku confirmed this and explained that as the 10th holder of One for All, he could access the quirks of past users, provided they allowed it. He concluded by sharing that he had sealed away this power to avoid dealing with the spirits residing within it, but during a recent confrontation he had inadvertently unlocked the seal. Lily processed this information, asking if it meant he now had 9 spirits communicating with him. Izuku affirmed her understanding, and Ruby chimed in, expressing concern about the exhaustion that might come with such a burden. Izuku, feeling fatigued after a long day, announced his intention to return to his room for some rest. He offered his hands to help the women up, and they accepted, rising to their feet. Curious, Izuku asked Lily why she had been outside his door. She admitted she had been worried after his hasty departure earlier and wanted to check on him. He thanked her for her concern, assuring her he was feeling much better, which made her blush and smile. Ruby, feeling a pang of jealousy, leaped onto Izuku's back, wrapping her arms around his neck in a playful manner. Surprised, Izuku reacted to Ruby's sudden move. She then asked if she could sleep in his bed like before. He recalled the times she and Yang had sneaked into his bed at night, but Ruby feigned innocence and insisted he answer her question. Izuku agreed, allowing her to do as she wished, which made Ruby ecstatic. As they prepared to leave, Izuku expressed his weariness and encouraged Nana to reach out if she ever wanted to talk. Just as he turned to walk away, Lily tugged at his sleeve, and Toshinori called out, asking what it would take for Izuku to forgive them. Lily timidly asked if she could join him and Ruby. Izuku, after a brief moment of contemplation, agreed, smiling at her. Her face lit up with joy. However, his demeanor shifted as he turned to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, his warm smile replaced by a serious glare. He made it clear that he would only consider forgiveness when 𝗏𝗏𝗏 could forgive 𝐼𝐼𝐼 for the tragedies he had caused. Izuku warned 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to refrain from speaking to him again, threatening to sever his connection to One for All if he did not respect his wishes. He then offered Nana a sympathetic glance, which she returned with understanding. Nana reassured Izuku that she understood his feelings, and he expressed his gratitude before urging the two women to move along, as he was tired. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 playfully commented on how strange it was to see him conversing with spirits without appearing insane, while Lily expressed her jealousy of 𝗟𝗶𝗸's close position to Izuku. Izuku, acknowledging their sentiments, led the way down the dark hallway toward his dorm, eager to put the day's events behind them and continue their lives as students. Meanwhile, on the roof, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Izumi stood in silence, tears in Izumi's eyes as she realized the depth of Izuku's hurt. Nana's words lingered in the air, emphasizing that they were responsible for the rift between them and Izuku. As they departed the rooftop, Izumi looked to her father, desperate for a solution to mend their relationship with Izuku, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 could only shake his head, resigned to the reality that forgiveness might never come. Together, they vanished from the rooftop, leaving it empty and silent. They arrived at Izuku's door, which he quietly opened after peeking in to ensure 𝗟𝗏 was still asleep. Once in the room, 𝗟𝗶𝗸 quietly jumped down from Izuku's back and walked toward the bed, seeing 𝗟𝗏 asleep and cuddling Izuku's pillow. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 couldn't help but express her delight, marveling at how adorable 𝗟𝗏 looked. Lily joined her, sharing in the sentiment as they both smiled at the sight. Izuku, feeling a sense of warmth, suggested they all head to bed. As he pulled back the covers and settled in, 𝗟𝗏 instinctively crawled onto his chest, finding comfort in his presence. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 and Lily soon joined him under the covers, snuggling into his sides and using his arms as pillows. Izuku wished them a good night, pulling them close, and they all drifted off to sleep, feeling secure and content. The next morning, Izuku woke up to a loud knocking at his door. Groaning, he tried to turn over but found himself unable to move. Opening his eyes, he discovered 𝗟𝗏 peacefully sleeping on his chest, her tiny fist clutching his shirt. He glanced to his left and right, noticing that Lily and 𝗟𝗏𝗏 were still asleep, their faces nestled against him. Finding himself in a bit of a predicament, he summoned a shadow to stand by the end of the bed and used shadow exchange to quietly slip out, leaving the three still sleeping. Unbeknownst to him, Lily and 𝗟𝗏𝗏, sensing his absence, instinctively scooted closer together, wrapping an arm around 𝗟𝗏. Seeing the adorable scene, Izuku couldn't resist capturing the moment with his scroll. However, the peaceful atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the persistent knocking at his door. He opened it to find a worried Yang and Nora standing there, looking frantic. Yang exclaimed that they had a problem, and Nora chimed in, expressing concern that 𝗟𝗏𝗏 and Lily were missing. Izuku, still half asleep, assured them that the two were safe and sleeping in his room. Yang and Nora were taken aback, questioning why they were in his room. Izuku shushed them, reminding them that the girls were still asleep along with 𝗟𝗏𝗏. After calming down, Izuku explained that 𝗟𝗏𝗏 and Lily had found him on the roof the previous night and asked if they could sleep in his room. Relieved to hear that their friends were safe, Yang and Nora felt a twinge of jealousy but were also curious about the situation. Yang voiced her frustration about 𝗟𝗏𝗏 getting to sleep with Izuku, while Nora wondered if they could have done the same if they had just asked. Izuku assured them that as long as he saw no reason to say no, they were welcome to join him. He decided to return to sleep, but Yang and Nora made it clear they intended to sleep in his room that night. As Izuku turned to head back into his room, he left behind a blushing Yang and a slightly envious Nora, who couldn't help but feel a bit left out. Yang quickly suggested they return to their own rooms, while Nora pondered Yang's eagerness before deciding to head back to bed herself. A few hours later, Izuku awoke in the other bed in the room, having moved there after Yang had woken him earlier. He tried to get up but felt a weight on his chest. Looking down, he was surprised to see Lily, her jet black hair with a pink streak resting against him. Confused, he glanced over to find 𝗟𝗏𝗏 still cuddling 𝗟𝗏𝗏, both fast asleep. Lily stirred and met his gaze, and Izuku greeted her with a warm smile, asking how she had ended up there. She explained that she had woken up and, noticing he was gone, decided to join him. Izuku chuckled, recounting how Yang and Nora had been worried about their absence. Lily agreed that despite her scatterbrained nature, Nora was a good friend. As they chatted, Izuku requested Lily to get up, causing her to blush as she quickly complied. He reassured her that it was perfectly fine, admitting that it had been quite comfortable. As he stood up and stretched, he inadvertently revealed his scarred torso beneath his shirt, leaving Lily momentarily speechless. While she enjoyed the view, the story behind the scars slightly diminished Lily's blush. She walked over and gently traced her fingers over them. Izuku jumped at the sudden touch and looked down, seeing Lily with her hand under his shirt, a sad expression on her face as she rubbed his stomach. He reflected on the scars, sharing that although the stories behind them were sad, he preferred to see them in a different light. He explained that he survived. Despite the pain and challenges, sometimes all it takes is someone reaching out a hand to help. To him, those scars were a work of art. Lily asked if he ever wished he could forget it all. He admitted that sometimes he did, but he also wondered what kind of person he would be if he did forget. Lily reassured him that he would still be the same kind and caring father to his lovely little girl, someone who stands up for others without hesitation, even if it means facing criticism. She saw him as someone afraid of losing what he cherished and willing to do anything to keep them safe. Izuku smiled warmly at Lily, and she returned the gesture, their eyes meeting. However, their moment was interrupted by a voice, causing them to jump back in surprise. Ruby, sitting up with a pout, teased Lily about her hand being under Izuku's shirt. She then stood up, walked over to Izuku, and hugged him tightly, burying her face in his chest. Ruby echoed Lily's sentiment, declaring that Izuku was not a demon and that anyone who said otherwise would have to answer to her. Izuku chuckled at Ruby's fierce loyalty and hugged her back, but he noticed Lily pouting. He opened his arm, inviting her into the hug, which she eagerly accepted. He expressed gratitude for their support, feeling overwhelmed by their presence in his life. Ruby playfully commented on his sentiment, and Izuku laughed, finding her antics amusing as she lightly punched his chest. Eri, waking up and rubbing her eyes, asked what was happening. Izuku explained that Ruby was just teasing him. Eri sleepily defended her father, hugging his leg as she tried to protect him. Izuku smiled down at her, picking her up as she wrapped her arms around his neck. He thanked her for her protection, kissing the top of her head, which earned a sleepy smile from her. Meanwhile, Ruby pouted as Lily took pictures of the moment, and Ruby insisted that Lily send her the photos. Lily suggested they head back to their rooms since their teams were likely looking for them and they needed to prepare for classes. Ruby waved goodbye as she and Lily left the room, and Izuku turned to Eri, who was nodding off in his arms. He mentioned they should get her changed and then have breakfast. Eri excitedly asked if he would be making it, and he couldn't resist her cuteness. As he prepared her outfit, Nana appeared beside Eri, complimenting Izuku on being a good father. Izuku acknowledged that he had learned what not to do from his own father but aspired to be a better example for Eri. Nana suggested a color for Eri's outfit, and Izuku agreed, recalling how his father would have spoiled Eri. Eri, curious, asked who Izuku was talking to. He playfully mentioned a crazy lady in his head, and Eri expressed her longing not to meet the mean people he had mentioned. Izuku reassured her that she would never have to meet them. After gathering his clothes, he encouraged Eri to get changed so they could eat. Eri jumped off the bed, grabbing her clothes and heading to the bathroom. Izuku, left alone with Nana, asked if she minded watching him change. She smirked, assuring him she didn't mind. He sighed and turned around to change, ignoring her teasing whistles. Soon he was dressed in a stylish black and purple suit, and Eri exited the restroom, ready for the day. She walked over to him, allowing him to fix her hair as they prepared for breakfast together. Once he finished, Izuku picked up Eri and left their room, making his way toward the dining hall. As they arrived, Izuku was about to head toward the kitchen when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Before he could turn around, someone jumped onto his back, wrapping their arms around his neck and their legs around his waist. Ruby exclaimed his name excitedly, hugging him tighter. Izuku, surprised, reminded her of their earlier conversation about jumping on his back while he was carrying 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Ruby sheepishly admitted she had forgotten, and Izuku playfully scolded her, declaring that as punishment, she wouldn't get breakfast. Ruby's expression fell at the thought of missing out on his cooking, and she pleaded with him, hugging him even tighter, her strength surprising him. Just then, the rest of Team 𝗟𝗶𝗸 and 𝗟𝗶ሔር appeared, watching the scene unfold. Izuku greeted them and clarified that Ruby was the only one missing out on breakfast. Ruby continued to plead, turning to 𝐼𝐻𝐬 for help. Izuku tried to stand firm, but the combined cuteness of Ruby and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 tugged at his resolve. Eventually, he relented, agreeing to make something for Ruby. Ruby cheered in delight, jumping around with 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who was equally excited. Yang reassured Izuku that he wasn't the first to succumb to Ruby's charm, and he smiled, happy to see them so joyful. Ruby quickly hugged him again, thanking him with a kiss on the cheek, which made him blush. She then ran to an available table with 𝐼𝐻𝐬, eagerly awaiting her food. After 30 minutes, Izuku emerged from the kitchen, balancing trays of food. He approached the table where everyone sat and began serving them. As they dug in, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 noticed he hadn't taken any food for himself and asked why. Izuku explained that he wanted to check on someone involved in the previous day's incident and bring them breakfast since they were in worse shape than 𝗟𝗓𝗄 praised his kindness and offered to help if needed. Izuku asked one of them to watch 𝐼𝐻𝐬, explaining that she had trouble with hospitals. Jane started to respond, but 𝗟𝗓 jumped up, excitedly volunteering to watch 𝐼𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was startled at first but quickly calmed down and hugged 𝗟𝗓 back. Izuku agreed, reminding them to keep a close eye on her, as she had a tendency to wander off. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 pouted at her father, but he reassured her, recalling a time when she had disappeared while grocery shopping. He also mentioned that there would be no classes that day due to the previous incident. Yang asked how he knew, and Izuku explained that Olivia had sent him a message while he was preparing food. As Izuku prepared to leave, the atmosphere shifted, and he quickly departed. Once he was gone, the group sighed and returned to their meals, reflecting on the recent events. They noticed 𝐼𝐻𝐬 looking down sadly, prompting 𝗟𝗓 to ask what was wrong. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 insisted nothing was bothering her, but Lily, petting her head, encouraged her to share if something was troubling her. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 finally expressed her wish that her father could be more selfish, explaining that he would never do anything that might hurt someone else, especially if he cared for them. 𝗟𝗓 recognized this as typical of Izuku and asked what had prompted her feelings. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shared her awareness of how much everyone cared for her father, highlighting the strong bonds they all shared. But 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was concerned that her father would never acknowledge any of this because he didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. She believed he felt as if he were toying with everyone's emotions, which pained him even more. Yang reassured 𝐼𝐻𝐬 that everything would be all right and that none of them felt their father was playing with their emotions. They understood that he had been hurt many times, and it would take longer for them to get close to him. Ruby and Yang had known him the longest, and even they were still unaware of many of his secrets. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 nodded, momentarily accepting this, but her worry for her father lingered. She didn't want him to spend his life alone, and she longed for a mother who would bring him happiness. Meanwhile, Izuku left the cafeteria, storing the food in his inventory to keep it warm as he headed to the infirmary. As he walked, he rounded a corner and nearly collided with Betty Oobleck and Peter Port, managing to catch Betty by the waist to prevent her from falling. He apologized to her, and she adjusted her glasses to hide her blush. After helping her regain her balance, he turned to his colleagues. Port inquired about Izuku's hurried pace, and Izuku explained that he was heading to the infirmary to check on the girl involved in the previous day's incident. Port expressed his concern about the unfortunate experience for someone so young and hoped she would overcome it without succumbing to despair. Izuku agreed, emphasizing their responsibility as teachers to ensure that outcome. Port chuckled heartily, while Betty smiled, adjusting her glasses again. Izuku excused himself and continued on his way but paused to remind them about the coffee he had left in the cafeteria. Before he could finish, both rushed back toward the cafeteria, leaving Izuku chuckling to himself. He quickly made his way to the infirmary, stopping at the nurse's station to inquire about the girl from the incident. The nurse directed him to the first room on the right, and he thanked her before heading there. As Izuku approached the door, he heard a scream from within. Without hesitation, he drew one of his daggers and burst through the door, ready for anything, only to find 3 women surrounding another on a bed. The 4 looked up at him in surprise, one of them showing fear until they recognized him. He asked if everything was all right, and one of the women, seated beside the bed, assured him that everything was fine. The girl had just woken from a nightmare. She then asked why Izuku was there. He sighed and returned the dagger to his inventory, causing their eyes to widen in amazement as it vanished. Izuku explained that he had come to check on Velvet Scarlatina and the rest of their team. The first woman was 𝐾𝐿, who exuded a fashionable presence even in the infirmary, observing Izuku with a calm, calculating gaze. On the other side was Velvet, a rabbit faunus with messy brown hair, currently wearing nurse scrubs. Upon seeing Izuku, she seemed to shrink back, attempting to cover her ears. Izuku offered her a warm smile, which seemed to ease her tension. Next, he noticed Yatsushia Daichi, who stood tall and muscular, and then turned his attention to the last occupant, Foxy Alistair. She sat in the corner, her head tilted and eyes closed, revealing mocha skin and long red hair tied in a ponytail, with faint scars visible on her arms and stomach. Izuku rubbed his chin thoughtfully, prompting Coco to ask what was on his mind. He inquired if Foxy was blind, to which she responded with a hint of sarcasm. He explained that he found her resilience inspiring and asked if she would like to see. The room fell silent, and Coco stood up, marching over to Izuku, gripping his shirt and looking intensely into his eyes. She warned him that if he thought this was a joke, he would regret it. Izuku gently released her grip and suggested they have breakfast while he explained everything. Just then, 4 stomachs growled in unison, causing everyone to feel embarrassed. Taking that as a yes, Izuku reached into his inventory and pulled out the tray of food he had prepared earlier. The aroma of the food quickly filled the room, causing the stomachs of the 4 to rumble again, but 3 were too surprised to feel embarrassed. Izuku handed out the food to everyone and then took a plate for himself. They sat in silence for a moment, enjoying the meal. Coco broke the silence by asking about Izuku's serious intentions regarding helping someone see. Izuku responded that before diving into that topic, he had news about 𝐼𝐻𝐻 Winchester. Upon hearing that name, Velvet's breathing quickened, and her eyes darted around the room, on the verge of panic. However, she calmed down when Izuku gently rubbed her head, offering her a warm smile. Velvet relaxed and accepted the comforting touch. Izuku reassured her that she didn't need to worry, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 could no longer hurt her. Coco expressed her anger, stating that if she ever encountered him, he would be in serious trouble. Izuku informed them that they were too late, as 𝐼𝐻𝐻 Winchester was dead. He recounted the story he had shared with the investigators, keeping a hand on Velvet's head to maintain her calm. Coco expressed relief, stating that the world was better off without someone like him, wishing she could have witnessed it herself. Foxy and Yatsa nodded in agreement. With that topic settled, Coco shifted back to the main subject, asking how Izuku planned to help Foxy regain her sight. Izuku explained that it required another story. He recounted a time earlier in the year when he had been on leave after an altercation. During that time, he met someone who couldn't speak, and they grew close. Coco questioned how that related to Foxy's situation. Izuku asked for patience and continued, revealing that after his father's passing, he inherited a powerful potion capable of curing any illness. Unsure if it would help with Foxy's muteness, he modified it, resulting in 5 parts: eyes, speech, touch, smell, and hearing. He had given her the speech potion but hadn't been able to see her again to find out if it worked. Coco was skeptical, questioning if they were expected to believe in the potion's effectiveness. Izuku clarified that belief was up to them. He simply wanted to offer the opportunity. He emphasized that the choice was theirs. Foxy asked if she could think about it, to which Izuku agreed, encouraging her to take her time. He then turned his attention to Velvet, asking how she felt and urging her to be honest. Unlike before, Velvet didn't shy away but let her ears droop slightly. She expressed her longing to drop out of Beacon, feeling weak and a burden to her team. Coco, sitting beside her, insisted that she didn't need to leave, especially now that 𝐼𝐻𝐻 was gone. Velvet's tears began to well up as she voiced her feelings of inadequacy. Izuku disagreed with her decision to leave, prompting everyone to turn their attention to him. He explained that there was no shame in feeling weak, sharing that he had once been the weakest person before his father trained him. He believed that wanting to be strong was commendable, but it required effort. Velvet hesitated, and Coco began to speak but was silenced by Izuku's gesture, indicating it was Velvet's choice to make. Velvet admitted she still wanted to be a huntress but was unsure. Izuku reassured her that her longing was what mattered, encouraging her to train and grow stronger. He offered to train her himself, which surprised the others, highlighting his commitment to helping her. Velvet, overwhelmed by his kindness, broke down in tears and hugged Izuku tightly, repeatedly thanking him. The others smiled at the scene, silently grateful to Izuku for supporting their teammate. Eventually, Velvet fell asleep, and Izuku gently laid her down, covering her with a blanket, finding her adorable. Coco expressed her gratitude to Izuku for helping Velvet, stating that their team wouldn't feel complete without her. Izuku humbly replied that he enjoyed helping others. He then shifted his focus to the rest of the team, informing them that they would be joining the training. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸 questioned the necessity of this training, and Izuku explained that she relied too much on brute strength. While that could work in many situations, preparation for when it didn't was essential. He wanted her to refine her swordsmanship and defensive skills. Intrigued, 𝐼𝐻𝐸 asked what he suggested. Izuku revealed that she would train with two individuals he believed she had already met. He called out to 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸 and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐵, and two shadows emerged behind him, surprising 𝐼𝐻𝐸 and Coco. He introduced them as her sword teacher and defensive teacher, respectively. Where did those two come from? Izuku thought it was a long story, one he would share once they all got to know each other better. He shifted his focus to Ms. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸. While she primarily fought on the front lines, he suggested that she enhance her stealth skills. This would complement her semblance and give her a broader range in dealing with both grim and non-grim enemies. Foxy pondered Izuku's words for a moment before looking up and asking who would be her teacher. Izuku replied that both he and 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐸 would take on that role. She nodded, excitement bubbling within her at the prospect of learning to better support her team. Next, he turned to Ms. 𝐿𝐻𝐸. Coco acknowledged him, curious about what he had in mind. Izuku explained that since she was a backline fighter and the leader of her team, their approach would differ. He proposed mock battles where they would command their teams. This experience would teach her how to strategize with unfamiliar teammates and manage her team while allowing them the space to think and adapt. Coco reflected on her leadership skills, recognizing that while she had always believed she was doing well, there was room for improvement. Determined to learn and protect her team better, she nodded in agreement, earning a smile from Izuku. He informed them that they should meet in Ms. 𝐿𝐻𝐸's class after school, and the three nodded in understanding. As Izuku stood up and brushed off his breathes, he was about to say something else when the door burst open, startling everyone and waking Velvet from her nap. Ruby and Nora stood at the entrance, both out of breath as if they had been running for some time. Upon seeing Izuku, they rushed toward him, speaking so quickly that he struggled to comprehend their words. Izuku raised his hands, urging them to calm down. He needed them to take a breath so he could understand what was happening. After a moment, both girls took a deep breath and, in unison, delivered news that sent a chill down Izuku's spine. They couldn't find 𝐿𝐻𝐸,